The conversation between the two made Ice Sword's face flush alternately green and red. The surrounding young prodigies began to smile. A burly man said, "Senior brother Ice Sword, they're bad-mouthing you like that, and you can just tolerate it. Why not use the 8th layer ancestral blood art and challenge Blood Rogue from the 11th layer?" The burly man was clearly trying to stir up trouble, his tone full of amusement. The other prodigies looked at Ice Sword expectantly, wanting to see for themselves the depth of Blood Rogue, the top prodigy of Purple Fate Heaven, who was highly regarded by the Purple Fate ancestor. HMPH, I don't like challenging those above me. However, I do enjoy bullying the weak. Want me to challenge you, a mere 5th layer? Ice Sword retorted, refusing to take the bait. For him, it was better to stay away from Blood Rogue, lest he end up suffering misfortune. Though he was curious about Blood Rogue's strength, Blood Rogue was able to kill Mona. In terms of power, he was likely stronger than Ice Sword by at least a notch. Exactly how much stronger, however, remained uncertain. He was also curious about the gap between Blood Robe and Black Sword. This was just a small episode, as each of them had their own thoughts, carrying expectations as they headed toward the Supreme Truth Debate Gathering. The Supreme Truth Debate Gathering was the grandest event in the 6th heaven. It was also their one and only opportunity to see so many young gods in one place in their lifetime. 6th heaven, Supreme Truth Celestial Realm. Brilliant lights flickered across the sky, and terrifying auras ebbed and flowed, lying dormant. A man in a black and white robe stood there, his gaze burning as hot as the sun. Ordinary young gods didn't dare meet his eyes. Is there still no news of the 10 Suns Celestial Sovereign? Tai Si Celestial Sovereign spoke, his voice carrying a searing sensation. Tai Si Celestial Sovereign was a Supreme Truth Realm young god from Taihuang Palace. He was also the most likely candidate within Taihuang Palace to step into the Great Supreme Truth Realm. Some time ago, 10 Suns had openly declared war on Taihuang Palace. This event had shaken the entire 6th heaven, infuriating Taihuang Palace. Finding 10 Suns Celestial Sovereign and either capturing or killing him had become Tai Si Celestial Sovereign's mission. Reporting to the Celestial Sovereign, 10 Suns Celestial Sovereign's origins remain a mystery, and there is no news of him, replied a young god. He's likely from the lower realms, possibly hiding in the 1st heaven. The 1st heaven is vast beyond measure. Even if we searched our entire lives, we might not be able to scour it all, another young god said, his face filled with difficulty. Taihuang Palace had lost contact with one of the 3,000 worlds that had descended into the lower realms, and they suspected that 10 Suns was involved. Especially, Kanglan World, which had once produced a young god. Because the guardian assigned to Kanglan World had disappeared. He's definitely from the lower realms. With his power, he must be walking an alternative path to becoming a young god, and hasn't yet reached the Supreme Truth Realm. He should appear at this Supreme Truth Debate Gathering. Pay close attention, especially to any young gods with mysterious or unfamiliar origins, Tai Si Celestial Sovereign said calmly. Yes, Celestial Sovereign, we'll also send word to the Molo clan. And ask them to help us keep watch, replied another young god. Good, Tai Si Celestial Sovereign nodded. Before a certain someone emerged from seclusion, he had to complete this task. If he succeeded, he might receive a reward, increasing his chances of stepping into the Great Supreme Truth Realm. After all, Taihuang Palace only had 2 Great Supreme Truths. Now, with Linea's transformation approaching, this was his opportunity. But I've heard that recently, the Molo clan has been acting somewhat unusual. Tai Si Celestial Sovereign asked, as if recalling something. The biggest anomaly was that the Molo clan had stopped paying tribute to Black Abyss. The Molo clan had always wanted to return to the 6th heaven, so currying favor with Black Abyss had been essential. Now, they had suddenly stopped doing so, which was quite odd. Even their cooperation with Taihuang Palace had decreased significantly. There has indeed been some strangeness. Oh, what do you think is the reason? This isn't typical of the Molo clan. Could it be, a prodigy with the potential for the Great Supreme Truth has appeared within the Molo clan? Speculated one of the young gods. Only the emergence of such a prodigy could stiffen the resolve of the Molo clan. After all, if they produced a Great Supreme Truth, they wouldn't need to grovel to Black Abyss to return to the 6th heaven. Perhaps, Tai Si Celestial Sovereign said with an indifferent gaze, unfazed. A mere potential Great Supreme Truth didn't stir him. With Linea's transformation approaching, Taihuang Palace was the true ruler, while the other young gods were merely pieces on the board. Meanwhile, inside a formation, Qi Yuan curled his lips. Shameless Taihuang Palace, laying a trap at the Supreme Truth Debate gathering just to find me. Moments ago, Qi Yuan had received information from his nascent soul. This time, Taihuang Palace's young gods would be lying in wait, searching for the 10 Sun Celestial Sovereign. They even asked the Molo clan to help them. What does this mean? They want me to help find myself. The rewards were so tempting that Qi Yuan almost wanted to turn himself in and claim them. Tisk tisk, daydreaming again, I see. Purple Fate Dashui sneered at Qi Yuan, looking disgusted. Your love-hate relationship with Taihuang Palace is really twisted. They're laying such an elaborate trap to catch you. What, were you their runaway little lover? Shut up, Qi Yuan glared at Purple Fate Dashui. When I step into the Yang God realm, I'll have you crawling at my feet. Purple Fate Dashui declared proudly, her horns standing tall. Qi Yuan didn't bother replying to Dashui. She was just too ridiculous. Black Abyss's journey to the Supreme Truth Celestial Realm had been made through teleportation arrays. Even so, it had taken them nearly a month to arrive. As soon as they stepped off the teleportation platform, the prodigies were immediately engulfed by the incredibly dense spiritual energy. This energy carried some mysterious quality that made every cultivator feel utterly refreshed. Celestial Sovereign Kurong, it's been a while. How have you been? At that moment, a Supreme Truth Realm Yang God approached with a warm smile. This was Xuanji Celestial Sovereign, a young god of the Supreme Truth Society, responsible for welcoming guests. Kurong Celestial Sovereign's smile didn't reach his eyes. Just barely getting by, unlike your Supreme Truth Society, always basking in the glow of the Supreme Truth Wall, advancing swiftly in cultivation. What good is advancing swiftly if what I comprehend is merely an Earth-grade Supreme Truth? My hope of ever stepping into the great Supreme Truth realm is slim, Xuanji Celestial Sovereign lamented, his tone bitter. His gaze then landed on Black Sword, and his eyes gleamed with recognition. This must be Black Sword, the top prodigy of Black Abyss. As rumored, you are indeed blessed with the essence of heaven and earth. The elder once said that Black Sword Celestial Sovereign would one day comprehend an unparalleled supreme truth, truly a sight to behold. Xuanji Celestial Sovereign's face was filled with envy. After all, unparalleled supreme truth was something possessed by only a handful of young gods in all of the sixth heaven. All eyes turned toward Black Sword, filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration. Though he was only a heaven realm young god, he had become the center of attention. I haven't comprehended any supreme truth yet, so I dare not claim such things, Black Sword said humbly. Xuanji Celestial Sovereign chuckled, how could the elder be wrong? In the Supreme Truth Society, anyone referred to as an elder was unquestionably a great Supreme Truth powerhouse. I've also heard that Black Abyss recently produced another prodigy who slew Mo Na from Ghost Emperor Heaven. Who might that be? Xuanji Celestial Sovereign asked, looking toward Ziwan Dashui's group. It's him. Ziwan Dashui pointed at Qi Yuan. Xuanji Celestial Sovereign glanced at Qi Yuan and offered a polite, not bad. It was a very courteous remark, and there was no follow-up. This was to be expected. After all, only Black Sword, a young god sovereign, was worth currying favor with. There was a clear gap between Black Sword and the other young prodigies. Xuanji Celestial Sovereign stood beside Kurong Celestial Sovereign, with Black Sword behind them. The other young gods followed closely, and behind them were the young prodigies of Black Abyss. I wonder when we'll ever be like Brother Black Sword, the center of attention. One of the burly prodigies sighed with envy. Even if we can't be the center of attention, it'd be nice to at least be mentioned by someone important, the prodigy said, glancing at Qi Yuan. After all, Xuanji Celestial Sovereign hadn't even mentioned them. This kind of gap was very evident. And yet, it was perfectly normal. It was akin to the provincial governor visiting your school and calling out your deskmate's name. Naturally, you'd feel envious. Being the center of attention isn't all it's cracked up to be. I'm socially awkward, Qi Yuan quipped. Better to stay low-key. True, low-key is better, Purple Fate Dashui, for once, agreed with Qi Yuan. Ice Sword cast a sidelong glance at the two of them. You two actually have the nerve to say you prefer staying low-key. An hour later, they arrived in the central city of the Supreme Truth Celestial Realm. Countless figures descended from the sky, like deities manifesting in the mortal realm. The Supreme Truth Debate gathering had officially begun, as young gods and prodigies from across the heavens converged. The city's population swelled to unimaginable levels. After all, the Supreme Truth Debate gathering was the most significant event in the celestial realm. Amid the throngs, a man at the mythic realm asked, "Yu Mengxian, what's on your mind? You seem a bit lost." The mythic realm man hailed from the second heaven, part of the same sect as Yu Mengxian, the woman beside him. Their sect's young god sovereign had come to the Supreme Truth Society in search of merit, working for free to help build the Supreme Truth Hall. "It's nothing, I just thought I saw someone I knew." "Probably a mistake." Yu Mengxian shook her head, thinking she must have been mistaken. She had been looking for a certain celestial sovereign. That celestial sovereign had disappeared suddenly, and someone had tasked her with delivering something to him. "An acquaintance," the mythic realm man mused. "Judging by the direction you were looking, it must have been someone from Black Abyss. Yeah, you probably made a mistake." After all, Black Abyss was a sixth heaven power. To them, Black Abyss was like a sovereign ruler. Just one of its young gods could annihilate their entire sect. Yu Mengxian had ascended from the lower realms. How could she possibly know such influential figures from the sixth heaven? Comparing ourselves to them is just infuriating. They get to attend the Supreme Truth Debate Gathering, while we are stuck here working and being mistreated. The mythic realm man sighed. "In this past year, I've endured more humiliation than in my entire life." It was true. In the second heaven, he had been a revered mythic realm expert. Every cultivator who saw him would bow in respect, calling him ancestor or senior. But ever since coming to the sixth heaven, he had faced constant humiliation. Not only from the young god sovereigns but even from the newly ascended prodigies of the major powers, who looked down on him with disdain. Yu Mengxian smiled bitterly. "Even our celestial sovereign is working for free. What can we expect? If we seek something, we must first offer something. Let's just hope the Supreme Truth Debate Gathering ends soon." The mythic realm man lamented. He couldn't wait to leave the Supreme Truth Celestial Realm. Just then, Yu Mengxian's expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" the mythic realm man asked. "Qi, she's in trouble." Yu Mengxian hurried off. In less than a minute, Yu Mengxian and the mythic realm man arrived outside an inn. A young woman in tight-fitting clothes, with a beautiful figure, stood there, her face furious but clearly unable to act. Beside her, a burly woman held a storage pouch and looked at the spirit beside the young woman. "These immortal jades should be enough to buy her, right?" This burly woman came from the fourth heaven and was known as Tuobaling Yu. She was from a sect called the Mixed Blood Holy Land. This holy land was similar to Black Abyss in that it valued bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the potential. But unlike Black Abyss, where the bloodlines were mostly innate, the Mixed Blood Holy Land focused on extracting and refining bloodlines, constantly improving them. As a result, the sect often captured beings with powerful bloodlines to absorb and integrate them. Upon arriving in the Supreme Truth Celestial Realm, Tuobaling Yu had spotted the tight-clad woman and immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of her bloodline. And seeing that this woman came from a relatively ordinary background, Tuobaling Yu brazenly took out a few pieces of immortal jade, intending to buy her outright. "Isn't this too much? Qi is my disciple, not some commodity for sale." Yu Mengxian arrived just in time, her voice filled with firm rejection. "Oh, and which heaven and sect are you from?" Tuobaling Yu gave Yu Mengxian a sidelong glance. "Second heaven, Fengling Holy Land," Yu Mengxian answered truthfully. "Oh, so you're from Fengling Old Man's sect. I never force anyone, just write him a letter and have him send this girl to me as a gift." "Hee, by the way, I'm Tuobaling Yu of the Mixed Blood sect," the burly woman laughed, waving her hand and summoning a letter, which she handed to Yu Mengxian. Upon hearing that the woman was from the Mixed Blood sect, Yu Mengxian's face turned pale. The Mixed Blood sect had a notorious reputation. They were known for capturing those with powerful bloodlines and refining them, their deeds nothing short of infamous. "I'll report this to my celestial sovereign," Yu Mengxian said, her face pale as she dragged Qi away. "Remember, you have 10 days to reply, or else." Tuobaling Yu didn't finish her sentence, but the threat was clear. She was deeply interested in Qi's bloodline. From a distance, she could tell it was something rare and powerful. Of course, her greatest desire was to obtain a bloodline from Black Abyss in the sixth heaven. But unfortunately, Black Abyss was far too powerful for the Mixed Blood sect to provoke. On the other hand, a small sect like Fengling Holy Land from the second heaven was an easy target. On the other side, Yu Mengxian led Qi away quickly, her expression grim. "The Mixed Blood sect is notorious for its evil deeds. Qi." The mythic realm man beside her spoke up, "Let's hope the celestial sovereign can protect Qi." Upon hearing this, Yu Mengxian's resolve strengthened. She decided to offer up her heavenly origin stone to ensure Qi-yi's safety. After all, Qi-yi was her disciple, and it was her duty to protect her. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Outside the cave, Yu Mengxian stood anxiously, her expression full of worry. The mixed blood sect was too domineering, casually offering immortal jade to buy someone. About half an hour later, a voice came from within the cave. How could I use a disciple's treasure? Take the heavenly origin stone back. I will personally visit the mixed blood sect. The voice of Fengling Celestial Sovereign was filled with both sighs and helplessness. Even after becoming a young god, he couldn't achieve total freedom or peace. Of course, compared to other cultivators, young gods still lived in great comfort. Hearing this, Yu Mengxian was filled with gratitude. However, Fengling Celestial Sovereign's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured on her heart. The mixed blood sect has always been arrogant and overbearing, and Tuobaling Yu is the most beloved granddaughter of the mixed blood sect's ancestor. I'm afraid, even I may not be able to stop this. As he finished speaking, Fengling Celestial Sovereign's figure faded and disappeared. The meaning was clear, he might not be able to stop Tuobaling Yu, subtly suggesting that Yu Mengxian should take Qi-yi and leave. On the other side, Qi-yi, hearing this, looked emotional. Master, this is all my fault. If it weren't for her, her master wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. This is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that Tuobaling Yu. Yu Mengxian's emotions were complicated. The Celestial Sovereign's hint was obvious, take Qi-yi and leave. Even though he was a Celestial Sovereign, in the Supreme Truth Celestial Realm, there were many things beyond his control. His plan to visit the mixed blood sect was merely buying time for her to escape with Qi-yi. But, escape, being targeted by the mixed blood sect, how could they escape? Every cultivator in the lower three heavens knew about the shamelessness of the mixed blood sect. They captured people at will for their bloodlines. Once targeted, there was almost no escape. Yu Mengxian even suspected that trying to leave might be exactly what the mixed blood sect wanted. It could be a trap. Master, the mixed blood sect is after me. I don't want to implicate you, Qi-yi said solemnly after thinking for a moment. If she continued to seek her master's protection, it might lead to her master's death. At this moment, Qi-yi more clearly understood the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Back on Gongsheng, some noble families still maintained a veneer of honor and moral principles. But in the cultivation world, such things were meaningless. Demonic cultivators might as well carve the word, demon, on their foreheads to announce their nature. In the sixth heaven, Ghost Emperor Heaven casually slaughtered countless souls to refine ghost banners, moving from one realm to another in a spree of killing. Was there any great power that stopped them? No. In the sixth heaven, power was everything. As Yu Mengxian looked at Qi-yi, the image of that certain celestial sovereign flashed through her mind. If only she had the power of that celestial sovereign, how could Qi-yi have to suffer like this? Back in that mysterious land, that celestial sovereign had vanished without a trace, and the robot 01 had found Yu Mengxian, asking her to deliver something to Qi Yuan. Afterward, she took Qi-yi and left Gongsheng. When she looked back, she found that Gongsheng had disappeared. If only Gongsheng were still around, if we had a way to return there, the mixed blood sect wouldn't be able to find us. Yu Mengxian sighed wistfully. Of course, this was nothing but a distant fantasy. The entrance to the fire spirit realm was too far away from here. They would likely be intercepted by the mixed blood sect before they could reach it. Suddenly, Yu Mengxian thought of something and couldn't help but ask, does your brother have any connection to Black Abyss? She recalled the figure she had seen at Black Abyss. Qi-yi was puzzled, then shook her head. No, I don't think so. Her master on Gongsheng had been Qi Yuan's mother. As for her feelings toward her younger brother, they were complicated. She had only hoped for him to live an ordinary life and stay away from the turbulence of the world. Who could have expected that he would suddenly become a young god celestial sovereign? Although, it's possible that he might, Qi-yi added thoughtfully. After all, she didn't know much about her brother. Yu Mengxian frowned. I thought I saw him among the prodigies of Black Abyss attending the Supreme Truth debate gathering. She was puzzled. If it were really Qi Yuan, why would he be standing among those prodigies? The prodigies were merely yin gods. Qi-yi was taken aback. Unfortunately, we're of such low status that we can't even get an audience with the people of Black Abyss, Yu Mengxian lamented. Even someone like Tuobaling Yu from the mixed blood sect would probably have to wait a long time just to have a message delivered to one of the Black Abyss prodigies. After all, prodigies of that caliber had countless people seeking to meet them. If you weren't important, your message might never reach them. I sent someone to investigate earlier, and the message came back. The person I saw is called Blood Rogue, the second-ranked prodigy of Black Abyss. It's rumored that he could become a Supreme Truth Realm Young God. So, it probably isn't, Qi Yuan, Yu Mengxian said, referring to the investigation she had ordered while visiting Fengling Celestial Sovereign. The results had just come back through a message from Zhao Yu. She felt somewhat disappointed. Without a face-to-face meeting, she could only rely on outside information to determine if it was him. She still couldn't be sure whether or not the person was Qi Yuan. At this moment, Qi Yi frowned, thinking of something. Suddenly, she said, if you want to know if it's him, why don't you just publicly insult him? For Yang God Celestial Sovereigns, if someone in the same world discussed or cursed them, they would often sense it. Hearing this, Yu Mengxian's expression turned strange. You have a point. What if it really was Qi Yuan? If it wasn't, well, one insult wouldn't hurt him. If it was, that would be perfect. Sometimes, it was easier to get a young god's attention by insulting them. I'll do it, Qi Yi said, immediately taking action. She imagined Qi Yuan's face in her mind, her lips parting slightly, her cheeks flushing red. Qi Yuan, you heartless bastard. You irresponsible scumbag. You played with my feelings, slept with me, and then ran away. Qi Yi launched into a full-on tirade. At a banquet, drinks flowed as people toasted one another. In the corner, Purple Fate Dashui raised her eyebrows at Blood Rogue. What do you think of that girl just now? Her assets rivaled those of Anzun Deer, and her big butt is quite perky. Her personality is as shy as Purple Fate Xiaolu's, but based on my experience, those types of girls have a hidden side. Exactly. You're quick with words today. Dashui teased. Flattery won't work on me. As a woman, how dare you define other women? You only have the biology of a woman. Qi Yuan was about to unleash a verbal attack and strip Dashui of her womanhood. Tisk tisk, I define women, and now you define me, huh? Isn't everyone equal? Why can't women be defined, but I can? Dashui lazily countered. Once again, Qi Yuan was left speechless, his face flushed. See, your problem is that you're too uptight. If that girl tried to hit on me like that, I'd have already given her my contact info and invited her out for a night walk, Dashui laughed heartily. Not interested, Qi Yuan shook his head. I'm not that desperate. I thought you believed in equality. So what, are you going to make her your wife? Dashui mocked. Isn't it common for men to leave a brothel with a woman and call her the first friend they've ever made? Qi Yuan decided to ignore Purple Fate Dashui. She was full of nonsense. And besides, he wasn't good with words anyway. Just then, Qi Yuan's face suddenly changed. Noticing the shift in his expression, Dashui's face grew serious. She whispered, what's wrong? My mortal enemy has arrived in the Supreme Truth Celestial Realm. Qi Yuan replied gravely. Your enemy? Who is it? Dashui's expression tensed. Why is she still chasing me, even after I've come to the sixth heaven? Qi Yuan sighed. They say women are naturally loving, but I only owe her 300,000, it's not like I don't plan to pay her back. Yet, she's chased me all the way to the sixth heaven, spreading rumors that I'm a scumbag who doesn't take responsibility. Hearing this, Dashui relaxed and laughed, covering her mouth. So, it's just a creditor. You scared me for nothing. How much do you owe? Not much, just 300,000, sigh, Qi Yuan continued. Turns out, if you want a woman to remember you forever, don't be good to her. Just owe her money. 300,000 immortal jade. Tisk tisk, if you owed me that much, I'd be sleeping in your bed every night. Dashui teased. 300,000 immortal jade was a massive sum, even for Purple Fate Dashui. Alright, I'd better go find her before she reports me. If she puts me on the blacklist, I'll be labeled a deadbeat. Even though I don't need to use the airlines, being called a deadbeat doesn't suit my refined image. With that, Qi Yuan's figure vanished. What a boring day, Purple Fate Dashui muttered as she picked up her drink. Meanwhile, Qi Yi stood with her hands on her hips, shouting at the sky. Yu Mengxian looked somewhat embarrassed but didn't stop her. As childish as it seemed, it might actually work. Just then, a helpless voice echoed from the air. Hey, girl, I only owe you 300,000. Why are you spreading lies about me? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yu Mengxian's expression changed, and Qi Yi's flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red. In front of them stood Qi Yuan, dressed in black, tall and imposing. Qi Yuan. Qi Yi hadn't expected that cursing him would actually summon him. Greetings, senior. Yu Mengxian felt like she was in a dream and quickly bowed. You call me senior, yet you've slandered me and damaged my reputation. I'll pay you back 299,990. I'll knock off 10 coins for emotional distress, Qi Yuan mused, deciding to short her by a small amount. After all, he didn't dare underpay too much. There were far too many cases of people killing over unpaid debts. Still wearing her tight outfit, Qi Yi's face turned even redder as she hurried to explain, I didn't mean to curse you. I just wanted to. Oh, so you're not here for money. Qi Yuan sighed with relief. After all, he didn't have the money right now. If Qi Yi had come to collect, it would have been embarrassing. Senior, Yu Mengxian started to say something when a mocking voice interrupted. Well, it seems your celestial sovereign cares for you quite a bit, personally visiting my grandfather to negotiate. But right now, they're playing chess, so it'll be a while before he can leave. As the voice trailed off, 7 or 8 figures appeared. The one leading them was none other than the arrogant Tuo Yu. She swept her gaze over Qi Yi, inspecting her as if she were a commodity. But soon, her eyes shifted from Qi Yi to Qi Yuan. Your bloodline, she widened her eyes in delight, inhaling deeply. What a wonderful scent. Her expression was one of pure fascination, as if she had just discovered a priceless gem. Qi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you sexually harassing me? He found that he preferred more gentle and refined women. Bullhorn Lady and this bizarre woman were people he wanted to stay far away from. I thought Fengling Holy Land had one treasure, but it turns out there are 2. Tuo Yu gazed at Qi Yuan with an intense, almost obsessive look. Qi Yuan felt incredibly awkward. It was the first time someone had called him a treasure upon their first meeting. What next? Was she going to ask to see his legs? Seeing this, Yu Mengxian quickly sent a message to Qi Yuan, Senior, this woman is from the mixed blood sect. She explained the situation to Qi Yuan. After hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. Not only was this woman strange, but she was also involved in human trafficking. He found her even more repulsive. This is my sister, so I'd appreciate it if you dropped this matter, Qi Yuan said, trying to remain low profile as he prepared to comprehend the supreme truth. He didn't want to attract too much attention and risk being discovered by Taihuang Palace. Give you face, Tuo Yu sneered, her mocking smile widening. A mere yin god from the second heaven, what kind of face do you think you deserve? Qi Yuan wanted to reveal his true identity. But on second thought, being from the lower realm and still a purple palace cultivator, it might be better to keep quiet. Tuo Yu glanced at Yu Mengxian. I'm taking these 2 with me. If you interfere, Fengling Holy Land won't have a bright future. The mythic realm cultivators behind Tuo Yu glared at Qi Yuan and the others with hostility. Hey, one immortal jade isn't enough to buy me. Besides, you called me a treasure, didn't you? And treasures are priceless, Qi Yuan said, trying to resolve the situation peacefully. He needed to improve his rhetoric, he couldn't keep losing arguments to Bullhorn Lady. 1 piece of immortal jade. That's an insult. You don't get it, do you? Or are you just stupid? Tuo Yu looked at Qi Yuan as if he were an idiot. To her, even speaking to Qi Yuan was giving him more attention than he deserved. After all, people like him were just livestock to be bled dry. Qi Yuan was getting frustrated. How could there be someone so vile in this world? How could someone have such a venomous tongue? He wasn't hurt, but he was deeply irritated. Wearing something so revealing, and showing off 3 breasts, what's the meaning of this? Morals are in decline, and you're offending my eyes. You deserve death. Suddenly, a voice rang out as a young god appeared, casting a glance at Tuo Yu with disgust. With a single slap, he crushed Tuo Yu to death. The mythic realm cultivators around her didn't even have time to react before they, too, were killed by the slap. It all happened so quickly. They had been arguing, and suddenly, a young god appeared and killed Tuo Yu. The power of a young god was undeniable. Mythic realm cultivators were like ants to them. Killing them took no effort at all. The young god glanced at Qi Yuan, then said with a feigned indifference, I just happened to be passing by. I'm not helping you. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the sky. How dare you kill my granddaughter? A terrifying figure appeared in the Supreme Truth Celestial Realm, radiating bloodthirsty energy that filled the sky. The entire world seemed to be soaked in blood. That terrifying figure's gaze locked onto Qi Yuan and the others. It was none other than the mixed blood sect's ancestor, Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign. Upon seeing him, Qi Yuan's face turned tense, and he quickly said, "It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. It was that young god over there. I don't even know him, and I definitely don't know he's called Devil Eye." Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Devil Eye. In the sky, the mixed blood sect's ancestor, Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign, glared at Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign with eyes filled with rage, his aura terrifying. Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign was a Supreme Truth Realm young god from the Molo clan. Although Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign was also a Supreme Truth Realm young god and deeply wary of Devil Eye, he didn't back down. "I demand an explanation. Why did you slaughter my granddaughter without reason?" Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's killing intent was palpable. Being a Supreme Truth Realm young god, he had his own pride, and he needed an explanation for this matter. "How is it without reason? Your granddaughter was an eyesore. I was in a bad mood, so I killed her." Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign's tone was calm but shameless. At this moment, many young gods and mythic realm cultivators had noticed the commotion in the area and were hiding nearby, eager to watch the spectacle. "You!" Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign was enraged, his fury burning fiercely. He was a Supreme Truth Realm young god, and he wouldn't easily be intimidated by Devil Eye. "Don't you know that I have many eyes? Your granddaughter may not have bothered many people, but most people only have 2 eyes. I, however, have 100 billion. Something that bothers others slightly becomes a huge issue for me." Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign seethed. "If you don't give me a proper explanation, this won't end between us and the Molo clan." "An explanation? I just gave you one," Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign replied indifferently. Nearby, Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. His own sharp tongue wasn't even half as good as his godchild's. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's gaze flickered with intense killing intent. "When the Supreme Truth debate gathering is over, I will challenge you to a battle in the heavens beyond heaven." Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign directly issued a challenge. Upon hearing this, the surrounding young gods and mythic realm cultivators were visibly shaken. He actually issued a challenge. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign is truly furious. This is going to be interesting. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign has guts. They're both Supreme Truth Realm. If Shenzhou backs down now, how will he maintain his standing? Even if he loses, it's only a matter of losing face. It's not like the Molo clan can gang up on him and kill him. It was well known that the Molo clan was a powerful force. Compared to the mixed blood sect, the Molo clan was much stronger, even possessing a creation artifact. Despite this, Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's challenge intrigued many. Backing down now would lead to ridicule, but a loss would only cost him some pride. The Molo clan couldn't threaten Shenzhou's life. Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign remained calm, responding nonchalantly, "Very well." The heavens beyond heaven was a special place for duels. Young god battles frequently took place there. The other young gods were excited. After all, there was finally some entertainment. Battles in the heavens beyond heaven were rare. The last time a young god had fallen was when a Supreme Truth Realm young god from Black Abyss killed one from Ghost Emperor Heaven. Unfortunately, that duel ended too quickly for most to witness. Now that 2 Supreme Truth Realm experts were about to fight, no one wanted to miss it. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's expression darkened. He looked at Devil Eye and said, "You may leave now, but do you plan to protect those ants below?" He couldn't deal with Devil Eye, but he could still vent his anger on those below. In the cultivation world, there were only 3 types of people: ants, fellow cultivators, and seniors. Qi Yuan heard this and was outraged. "Do you not follow any laws? This has nothing to do with me. Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign is the one who killed your granddaughter. I don't even know him. It's not like I called him here, so why are you involving me?" Qi Yuan's irritation was palpable. This Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign was not only morally corrupt but also lawless. "What do a few dead ants have to do with you?" Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign was surprised that Qi Yuan dared to talk back. He sneered coldly. Turning back to Devil Eye, Shenzhou added, "If you don't leave, I will attack them now." Shenzhou was issuing a warning. If the 2 Supreme Truth Realm young gods fought, Devil Eye would struggle to protect the people below. "You're being unreasonable. We should settle this rationally." Qi Yuan was growing more dissatisfied. Reason was the highest principle in his mind. Reason, ha, what a joke. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's tone was filled with disdain. His terrifying aura spread as he prepared to attack Qi Yuan. At that moment, Qi Yuan's mind stirred. For some reason, facing Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign reminded him of dealing with Bullhorn Lady, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. If he were only Qi Yi right now, would reason and the law still protect him? His head was starting to hurt from thinking too much. Just then, a voice chuckled. Shenzhou, you can't kill this one. A new figure appeared, another Supreme Truth Realm Young God, with a refined appearance and a smile on his face. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign looked at the newcomer with apprehension. Why are you, from the Buddhist nation, involving yourself in this? Aren't you supposed to be enemies with the Molo clan? The new arrival was a Supreme Truth Realm Young God from the Buddhist nation. But clearly, he hadn't recognized Qi Yuan. This has nothing to do with the Buddhist nation. I'm merely reminding you that the person before you is a prodigy from Black Abyss. Black Abyss? Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's expression shifted. If this were just the Molo clan, he would have been willing to fight. But Black Abyss, now he was worried. After all, even a random Supreme Truth Realm expert from Black Abyss could easily kill him. So what if it's Black Abyss? Does that mean my granddaughter's death is meaningless? Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign glared at Qi Yuan. Take him to my mixed blood sect. If Black Abyss doesn't give me a proper explanation, they won't get him back. Though he spoke fiercely, there was already a hint of retreat in his words. He wouldn't kill anyone but demanded Black Abyss deal with the situation. The person before you is none other than Blood Robe, the beloved prodigy of Ziwan Heaven. Are you sure you want to take him? The Buddhist monk's smile was laced with amusement. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's expression changed drastically. He's Blood Robe. His face grew dark as his mood fluctuated. If it were another prodigy from Black Abyss, he would have dared to take them. But Blood Robe. Recently, Blood Robe had killed a prodigy from Ghost Emperor Heaven. When a young god from Ghost Emperor Heaven went to Black Abyss to demand reparations, the Supreme Truth Realm expert from Ziwan Heaven had killed him outright. The entire Sixth Heaven had been shaken by that event. Even Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign had witnessed the spectacle in the starry skies and had been deeply shocked. Ziwan Ancestor had killed a young god in a fit of rage over Blood Robe. And now the person in front of him was that Blood Robe. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign suddenly found himself in an impossible situation. If this had been any other prodigy from Black Abyss, he would have taken them. But this, he couldn't touch Blood Robe. He feared that if he took Blood Robe, Ziwan Ancestor would descend and slaughter him shortly afterward. He wasn't afraid of the Molo clan, but he was terrified of Supreme Truth Realm experts. They could kill him with ease. Shenzhou hesitated, clearly conflicted. He truly couldn't take Blood Robe. Whether I'm Blood Robe or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I had nothing to do with your granddaughter's death. I don't know Devil Eye, and I certainly didn't ask him to kill her. I'm innocent, got it? Qi Yuan shouted at Shenzhou. Shenzhou's mouth twitched as his face contorted with frustration. If he hadn't known this was Blood Robe, he might have believed the story. But who didn't know that the Molo clan was Black Abyss's lackey? If Blood Robe had asked the Molo clan's Supreme Truth Realm expert for help, could that expert have refused? Perhaps. I was mistaken. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign forced a smile, his face contorted with frustration. You were definitely wrong. I don't even know Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign, today's the first time we've met. Qi Yuan continued earnestly. Shenzhou's face shifted repeatedly. He wanted to point out that when he arrived, Blood Robe had claimed not to know Devil Eye but still called him by name. So this whole matter really has nothing to do with me. Although, yes, your granddaughter did threaten to capture me and take me to the mixed blood sect to drain my blood, I've been reasonable and never harbored any killing intent toward her. Her death has absolutely nothing to do with me. Qi Yuan spoke in a serious tone, his expression as innocent as a pure-hearted lotus. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's face turned all sorts of colors, his voice grating as he struggled to respond. It was my mistake. The surrounding young gods couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle. If Blood Robe hadn't explained, Shenzhou might have been able to keep his dignity. But with every explanation, it felt like Blood Robe was slapping Shenzhou in the face. Now that you know it was a misunderstanding, shouldn't you apologize and offer compensation? After all, your granddaughter tried to kidnap me and drain my blood. Even though she didn't succeed, that's still attempted kidnapping. Qi Yuan extended his hand, expecting compensation. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign's face twisted into an expression worse than grief. He glared at Qi Yuan, then ground his teeth, flinging a storage bag into Qi Yuan's hand. Here's your compensation. With that, Shenzhou turned and left without looking back, clearly too embarrassed to remain any longer. The surrounding young gods reacted with a mix of amusement and sympathy. Some chuckled, while others sighed at the situation. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign, a supreme truth realm young god, a force to be reckoned with in the sixth heaven, had challenged Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign for his granddaughter. Yet, he dared not lay a finger on Blood Robe, and Yin God. Such was the frustrating reality of power hierarchies. Despite his lofty status as a supreme truth realm young god, Shenzhou had no choice but to swallow his pride. Devil Eye Celestial Sovereign's form faded from view, and the other young gods who had been spectating disappeared as well. Wind Spirit Celestial Sovereign descended, landing gently and bowing to Qi Yuan. Greetings, Taoist friend. Despite his status as a young god, he addressed Blood Robe, a junior, with utmost respect. Wind Spirit hadn't anticipated that this incident would attract the famous prodigy of Black Abyss. Facing Blood Robe, he dared not show any disrespect. Qi Yuan looked at Wind Spirit Celestial Sovereign and said coolly, "This is my sister, and I wish to discuss some matters with her in Yu Mengxian. Is that acceptable?" Wind Spirit Celestial Sovereign's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that Qi Yi, whom he had thought of as an ordinary person, had such a powerful connection. Of course, Wind Spirit replied tactfully, quickly leaving to give Qi Yuan, Qi Yi, and Yu Mengxian space. Once Wind Spirit Celestial Sovereign departed, Qi Yuan turned to the two women and said calmly, "Now that I'm Blood Robe of Black Abyss, please don't reveal my identity to anyone." Understood. Yu Mengxian quickly nodded. Qi Yi also nodded, though both of them were puzzled by this sudden revelation. Good, everything's settled now. Qi Yuan spread his hands. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "By the way, do you know how to get back to Gongxing? I can't remember if I left the lights on. I hope I didn't waste too much electricity." Yu Mengxian was briefly stunned, then replied, "The path to Gongxing, it no longer exists. Since I left, I haven't been able to return to Gongxing." Gone. Qi Yuan was visibly disappointed. How could Gongxing just disappear? It vanished, replaced by emptiness, Yu Mengxian confirmed with a puzzled expression. "When I was still on Gongxing, 01 entrusted me with something to give you." As Yu Mengxian spoke, she retrieved an item that looked like a storage chip. From 01, Qi Yuan's eyes brightened as he took the chip. His consciousness linked with it, and immediately, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Master, if you're hearing this message, I, 01, am unsure where I am or when we might meet again. I imagine you still have questions about Gongxing, questions that have remained unanswered. Gongxing is but a dream, an illusion, a mere fantasy, a projection of the thoughts of a supreme being." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged, though his thoughts were racing. He recalled seeing that woman in the Zhenmo Sea. If Gongxing was indeed a manifestation of that woman's thoughts, it made sense. Yet, this realization also deepened Qi Yuan's understanding of that woman's immense power. At the same time, it hinted at the existence of something beyond the supreme truth realm, a realm beyond imagination. All things in the world are but illusions. On Gongxing, the myriad paths culminate in 01, while the ultimate truth is survival. To survive is to transform illusion into reality. 01's voice cut off abruptly. Qi Yuan stood there, pondering those words deeply. The myriad paths end in 01, and the ultimate truth is survival. Was Gongxing merely a place for a supreme being to transcend, to ascend from the supreme truth realm to the third layer of Yang God? Survival, procreation. It seemed as though all life, no matter how short, pursued survival and left behind offspring to prove its existence. And was cultivation, too, not a quest for survival, freedom, or immortality? As Qi Yuan mulled this over, his thoughts began to strain, and he felt the urge to eat a blood essence comprehension pill. Perhaps, if he pondered these concepts further, he could comprehend a supreme truth from them. After all, 01 was a robot, surely more knowledgeable and faster at processing information than him. However, Qi Yuan quickly snuffed out these thoughts. He couldn't afford to dwell too much on these matters now. With the supreme truth wall approaching, if he used up his mental energy now, what would happen when the time came? Ah, life is truly better when you remain blissfully ignorant, Qi Yuan sighed, choosing to abandon the deeper thoughts. 3 days later, in the mixed blood sect, an unexpected visitor arrived. Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign squinted at the young god before him, his gaze flickering. Is this true? It's true, Dala Celestial Sovereign replied with a cheerful grin. Interested in getting your revenge? This time, the Banner Lord had issued orders to recruit more young god powers. But, isn't it impossible to gather too many young gods in the sixth heaven? Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign was confused. The visitor had come offering help in killing Blood Robe and proposing that the mixed blood sect join Ghost Emperor Heaven. Shenzhou was tempted. After all, until now, he had no way of joining one of the sixth heaven's major forces. You think the Banner Lord would lie to you? Dala Celestial Sovereign said dismissively. Hearing this, Shenzhou Celestial Sovereign hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, after all, the visitor had already made everything clear. If he refused, he would risk offending Ghost Emperor Heaven. Joining a major power in the sixth heaven gave him a greater sense of security. For some reason, he sensed that the sixth heaven was teeming with hidden dangers, as though something major was about to unfold. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Pale blue clouds descended, and the ground seemed dreamlike, sometimes with flashes of light darting across. In the void, there were faint yet powerful presences lurking. Qi Yuan looked up at the sky, his brow furrowing as he pondered. The strong are growing more numerous. He sensed again that another powerful being had arrived. Recently, several mighty figures had descended into the realm of supreme truth, and Qi Yuan had been laying low. Each of these figures was far beyond his ability to contend with. If he offended any of them, he imagined it would end badly. I wonder if that figure from Taihuang Palace has arrived yet. Qi Yuan mused over this when suddenly, a loud and careless voice called out. Are you really going to attend that so-called Yin God debate? Oxhorn's sister approached, her flowing purple robe giving off a celestial air but somehow still looking utterly rustic on her. Yes, Qi Yuan nodded. Today was the day the Yin God debate was set to begin. Don't tell me you're going there to teach them about cultivation, Oxhorn's sister asked playfully. I'm going to listen to the teachings. Qi Yuan answered earnestly. The participants in the Yin God debate were split into two groups, those teaching and those listening. Listeners, like Qi Yuan, were mainly cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, sitting at the back, listening to the Yin Gods give lectures. The lecturers were often promising talents at the Yin God level, invited to speak at the Supreme Truth Debate Conference. Talents like Oxhorn's sister had been invited, but she had no interest in attending. She planned to participate in the Yang God debate instead. For a prodigy like her, participating in the Yang God sessions was fitting. Why would she ever attend the Yin God ones? You really are something. The Yin God debate and the Yang God debate are happening at the same time. If you go to listen to that, you might miss out, Oxhorn's sister reminded him again, concerned. After all, such grand events came only once in millennia. Cultivation must follow its proper order. I'm just a small Purple Mansion cultivator, so why should I attend the Yang God debate? Qi Yuan shrugged, unconcerned. Once he fully understood the path of the Yin God, he could don the guise of another identity and head to the wall of supreme truth to comprehend his own supreme truth. But before that, he needed to figure out his Yin God path. It sounded contradictory, but Qi Yuan found it perfectly reasonable. After all, there wasn't any law that said you couldn't comprehend the supreme truth without first grasping the Yin God path. Well, you're talented enough to mess around however you like, Oxhorn's sister said, waving off the matter as she sauntered away. Qi Yuan packed up his things and disappeared in a streak of light. When he reappeared, he stood before a pavilion. Are you, Myriad Dao? A friendly voice called out. I'm Lin Daihu. Two men and one woman approached him, with the scholar-like young man in the lead smiling warmly. To participate in the Yin God debate, one had to register and join a group. Qi Yuan had signed up under the name Myriad Dao and was promptly added to a group by Lin Daihu. Lin Daihu was the type who got along with everyone, and he had formed a small circle of Purple Mansion cultivators attending the Yin God debate. The idea was that by going together, they could look out for each other and also exchange insights. This is Feng Can, and this is Yu Zhao, Lin Daihu introduced the other two. Qi Yuan gave the two a quick glance. Very ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators. Their cultivation, appearance, and even their backgrounds seemed plain. That was just fine. Qi Yuan had always preferred his freedom and didn't want to deal with arrogant or conceited cultivators at this time. If Lin Daihu hadn't been so enthusiastic and Qi Yuan hadn't had a bit of social anxiety, he wouldn't have come at all. Lin, you know the Yin God debate best. Which speaker is the most unique or interesting? Qi Yuan asked, getting to the point. That was why he'd come. Lin Dai, who had done his homework on the debate, and Qi Yuan, being rather lazy, hadn't bothered preparing. The more unique ones are in the yellow tier area. But, the teachings there are often so outlandish that most can't follow them, Lin Dai who explained, also warning Qi Yuan. Usually, only those who struggle to step into the Yin God realm go to the yellow tier area. Why would you go there? Are you seeking insights for a friend or family member? Yu Zhao asked curiously. Generally, anyone who made it to the realm of supreme truth to attend this debate was confident in their own ability to reach the Yin God realm. So Yu Zhao assumed Qi Yuan was here to gain knowledge for someone else. She deduced that Qi Yuan probably came from a less prominent background, but was talented enough to join a major sect. However, he was still tied to family obligations. No, it's for myself, Qi Yuan replied truthfully, his expression serious. Cultivation is difficult, every step is like walking on thin ice, there are too many dangers along the way. You're right, fellow Taoist. We ordinary folk with average talent and backgrounds can't compare to those prodigies, Lin Dai who sighed. That was precisely why he enjoyed making friends, never hesitating to share his resources. Yeah, it's tough. If I wasn't lucky and smart, I'd probably be dead already. Honestly, if you gave my cultivation path to a young god, they wouldn't survive either, Qi Yuan shrugged. The three beside him were taken aback, with Yu Zhao pursing her lips, keeping silent. Lin Daihu, however, chuckled. It seems your cultivation path has been full of dangers. I'm heading to the yellow tier area. What about you? Qi Yuan asked. Why not go together? The Yin God debate lasts quite some time. It wouldn't hurt to hear some of the more unconventional ideas. You never know what you might learn, Lin Daihu suggested. The other two nodded in agreement, not objecting. All right, the four of them headed toward the yellow tier section of the Yin God debate. The realm of supreme truth was vast, and the location of the Yin God debate was in a smaller world. As soon as Qi Yuan stepped inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's true. Purple Mansion cultivators really are everywhere. All around him, as far as the eye could see, were Purple Mansion cultivators, vast crowds of them. Feng Can chuckled, in a place like this, even dogs are rare. Lin Daihu had certainly done his homework. In no time at all, he led the group to the yellow tier area, even securing a celestial boat for them to ride. Now seated aboard the boat, they gazed at the towering mountains in the distance as they chatted. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan's attention was on his game Jade Slip. So far, the game had loaded about 2/3 of the way. Just as he immersed himself in the Jade Slip, he heard the familiar silent voice. Are you eavesdropping on me or something? Every time I focus, you start talking, Qi Yuan complained. I don't have time to chat right now, and I definitely don't want to tell you another sequel to Journey to the West. I have to attend the Yin God debate. The Yin God realm is so difficult. Qi Yuan sighed. For some reason, he had discovered that chatting with the source of the silent voice sped up the loading of the new game. So, he often engaged in idle chit-chat with it. But his social anxiety made for awkward conversations. He often resorted to phrases like, have you eaten yet? Or, what are you doing? The other party clearly didn't have a mouth, probably blind too, so it wasn't like they could eat. So, Qi Yuan usually resorted to telling stories to pass the time. And the owner of the silent voice really loved listening. Fine, I'll tell you a bit more, Qi Yuan began again. Sun Wukong, facing the evil Buddha Wushan, was just about to transform and slaughter him. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and who should show up but Hulu a little gold. He shouted at Sun Wukong, Dad, Wushan Buddha is your father. Sun Wukong was dumbfounded, feeling as though the world was spinning. When it came to telling stories, the wilder, the better. And of course, to avoid outright copying, he had to make some adjustments. After all, the original, Grandpa, in Hulua had an unknown identity. So, what if it turned out to be Wushan Buddha? Would that be too much? Qi Yuan continued with his nonsense storytelling. Some time passed before Lin Daihu reminded him from the side. Myriad Dao, the Yin God debate is starting. The lectures are about to begin. Lin Daihu called out. Qi Yuan withdrew his consciousness from the game Jade Slip. Sitting on the celestial boat, he looked up at the sky. Above, countless peaks stood tall, suspended in midair and shrouded in clouds. On each peak, Dozens of yin gods sat cross-legged, exuding immortal energy with their celestial robes billowing. The path of the yin god lies in the divine. Purple mansion cultivators are still mortal, but yin gods transcend mortality and become divine. To step into the yin god realm, one must convert their spiritual energy into celestial spiritual energy. The yin gods began to speak, sharing their insights into the yin god path. As their voices echoed through the heavens, the laws of the universe seemed to ripple with their words. Watching the spectacle, Lin Daihu looked excited. No wonder they say yin gods' lectures are enlightening. Just hearing a single sentence gives me new insights. Using the compass on their celestial boat, they could focus on any speaker they wanted, isolating that speaker's voice for their own listening. Qi Yuan, meanwhile, listened carefully to these lectures, his eyes closed in contemplation. For Qi Yuan, his path had already diverged from the traditional cultivation route. He was well aware of this. His path as a yin god would be different from these speakers. He needed to forge his own way. But before that, he needed a deeper understanding of the traditional yin god path. About half a day passed. Qi Yuan felt somewhat disappointed. The teachings from these lecturers weren't much different from what he already knew. These people are average at best, Qi Yuan muttered under his breath. Yu Zhao, overhearing him, was surprised. You're quite ambitious, aren't you? Feng Can also glanced at Qi Yuan, thinking he was a bit too arrogant. The speakers here weren't necessarily the top prodigies, but they weren't far from it either. In their respective sects, they were considered among the best. Lin Daihu quickly added, as cultivators, we must neither be too arrogant nor belittle ourselves. It seemed Qi Yuan hadn't picked up on the subtleties in their words and instead asked, what do you all think is the biggest difference between Purple Mansion cultivators and yin gods? Lin Daihu blinked at the unexpected question before responding instinctively, the transformation of internal spiritual energy into celestial spiritual energy. A yin god could destroy a kingdom with a single strike, that was the power of celestial spiritual energy. No matter how powerful a Purple Mansion cultivator's innate magical powers were, they could never compare to the might of celestial energy. The two forces simply weren't on the same level. But, why is it that the gods I remember were all omnipotent, while these yin gods seem like I could kill them with one slap? Qi Yuan pondered aloud. To him, the gap between gods and mortals was vast. Gods were supposed to be almost all-powerful. Shouldn't gods be able to create worlds, at the very least? If they couldn't even create living beings, could they still be called gods? In contrast, the yin gods of the sixth heaven were undoubtedly powerful. But they fell short of what Qi Yuan imagined a god should be. Ahem, you probably shouldn't say things like that, Lin Daihu quickly advised, concerned that a senior might overhear. Qi Yuan, however, was lost in thought. His mind raced with ideas. These yin gods couldn't even beat me, a mere Purple Mansion cultivator. There's something wrong here. This means they aren't true gods, they're fake gods. If a god can be killed by someone below their level, how can they still be called a god? In Qi Yuan's understanding, gods weren't necessarily omnipotent or omniscient, but they should at least wield immense divine power. If a mere transcendent being could kill a god, it seriously diminished their divine status. So, to truly become a god, shouldn't I at least have a divine domain? Or create a world? Qi Yuan's thoughts spun wildly. That being on Gongxing seemed more like a true god to him. After all, according to 01, Gongxing's existence stemmed from her thoughts. A single thought giving rise to a world, now that was godlike. So, my yin god path has to be held to that standard. Qi Yuan thought seriously. It had been a long time since he'd really flexed his mental muscles. Once he started thinking, it was hard to stop. At the same time, he began to adapt his Qi Yuan scripture with this divine law in mind. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Yuan suddenly paused. If I want to create a world, I must first understand the world. I know about the myriad ways, but simply knowing isn't enough. How can I create? This presented a major challenge. Could it be that I need to become all things first before I can truly understand them? Qi Yuan delved deeper into thought. He was tempted to swallow the Ascension Blood Insight pill. But he knew he needed to save it for the right moment. After all, it would be much more useful in front of the wall of supreme truth. After some time, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, a glint of clarity flashing through them. Indeed, staying in a place with a strong cultural atmosphere really makes my mind sharper. He had already come up with some ideas regarding his yin god path. Lin Daihu turned to him. Fellow Taoist, have you gained some insights? Shall we head to the heaven tier area to continue listening? Feng Can and Yu Zhao also looked at Qi Yuan expectantly. The yin god debate lasted quite a while, and they had gained a lot from the yellow tier area. No, listening any further would be pointless. Qi Yuan shook his head. Feng Can couldn't help but comment, could it be that you've already comprehended everything? Of course, his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. After all, throughout the debate, Qi Yuan had been acting rather arrogantly, speaking as if he were superior to the others. To Feng Can, it was off-putting. He couldn't respect someone who hadn't yet mastered their temper, let alone someone who acted high and mighty without reason. I haven't, but I'm in a hurry to attend the Supreme Truth debate, so this Yin God debate ends here for me, Qi Yuan said lazily. The Supreme Truth debate. Lin Daihu froze, his eyes widening. The Supreme Truth debate was an event where only young gods could participate. Even within major sects, only the very top prodigies were allowed to attend, and they were usually just there to observe. Could it be, Myriad Dao was hiding his true identity and was actually one of those rare, unparalleled prodigies? Goodbye, everyone. Without waiting for their reactions, Qi Yuan departed, his figure vanishing in an instant. The guards overseeing the Yin God debate, seeing Qi Yuan leave, didn't dare stop him. Yu Zhao's expression grew complicated as a strange sense of loss welled up within her. Could what he said actually be true? Feng Can paused. Myriad Dao has always spoken out of turn. He's capable of saying anything. His words sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Only Lin Daihu wore a joyful expression. If it's true, that would be wonderful. After all, this was all about building connections. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Above the sky, powerful figures gathered. Wusheng Celestial sat in a high position, his eyes sparkling with a radiant smile. I wonder how many juniors will step into the Supreme Truth realm in this Supreme Truth debate. Will anyone be able to comprehend the Supreme Truth? Wusheng Celestial was one of the elders of the Supreme Truth Association. All elders were at the Grand Supreme Truth level, making them the strongest beings in the sixth heaven. The winds are stirring, heralding an era of greatness. Let's hope more will reach the Supreme Truth realm, said a Grand Supreme Truth from Shenluo Heaven, his voice carrying a mysterious tone. I wonder if we'll see 100 this time. In the last debate, only 53 managed to comprehend the Supreme Truth, remarked another Grand Supreme Truth, his voice slow and drawn out. It's difficult. More than that, I care if anyone will comprehend the Supreme Truth, said a Grand Supreme Truth from Ghost Dominion Heaven. Upon hearing this, the young god celestials present felt their spirits stir. For over 1,000,000 years, no young god in the sixth heaven had comprehended the Supreme Truth. Those at the top had remained unchanged for eons. The one from Black Demon Abyss, Black Sword, his talent is extraordinary. He may well comprehend the Supreme Truth, said Moonlight Celestial from Moon God Palace, her voice filled with a touch of admiration and envy. She was a Grand Supreme Truth and possessed an offensive creation artifact. Aside from a select few, she was among the most powerful. Yet, she still envied the young gods who had comprehended the Supreme Truth. At the mention of Black Sword, the Grand Supreme Truths present all felt a twinge of envy. Who would have thought that Black Demon Abyss would still have such fortune, producing a prodigy like Black Sword, sighed one of the Grand Supreme Truths, his words dripping with envy. He was from White Dragon Abyss, one of the 4 abysses. White Dragon Abyss had fewer Grand Supreme Truths than Black Demon Abyss and no Grand Supreme Truths who had comprehended the Supreme Truth. Already weaker than Black Demon Abyss, the appearance of Black Sword, with his bright future, left him even more envious. Is Black Sword's talent and insight really as exaggerated as the rumors say? Asked one young god celestial curiously. He was at the Grand Supreme Truth level and understood well how difficult it was to comprehend the Supreme Truth. After all, while young gods in the sixth heaven were as numerous as stars, those who had comprehended the Supreme Truth were fewer than 2 handfuls. Some of the Grand Supreme Truths thought Black Sword's talent was merely exaggerated by rumors. If his talent and insight weren't so extraordinary, why would the 8 elders of Black Demon Abyss gather to collectively refine the Ascension Blood Insight pill for him? This pill drains one's vitality greatly. With Linea's transformation approaching, they wouldn't risk expending their vitality unless they were confident. A Grand Supreme Truth explained. Speaking of that, I've heard Taihuang Palace recently produced a prodigy who might also comprehend the Supreme Truth. Wusheng Celestial inquired, turning to a Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace. The young gods present were visibly shaken by this news. They hadn't heard this information before. Especially Moonlight Celestial from Moon God Palace, her heart trembled at the mention. Taihuang Palace had produced another unparalleled prodigy. The Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace squinted his eyes, a brilliant smile on his face. The Supreme Truth Association truly lives up to its reputation as the top faction in the sixth heaven. Even this sort of news can reach you. It's true that our Taihuang Palace has a new prodigy. However, as for comprehending the Supreme Truth, well, that's still to be seen. It hasn't been realized yet, so who can say? At this, the Grand Supreme Truths present all gasped inwardly. Taihuang Palace already had one Grand Supreme Truth who had comprehended the Supreme Truth. If they gained another, were they? Moreover, the one from Taihuang Palace who had comprehended the Supreme Truth was considered strong even among those who had done so. If they gained another, wouldn't that mean Taihuang Palace would far surpass other factions, potentially rivaling the Supreme Truth Association? Wusheng Celestial narrowed his eyes, though no one could tell what he was thinking. It seems that with Linea's transformation approaching, Taihuang Palace will be the biggest winner. For nearly 10 million years, the Supreme Truth Association had been the most powerful force in the sixth heaven, boasting two Grand Supreme Truths who had comprehended the Supreme Truth. Now, there might be another. The Grand Supreme Truths present could feel the rising tension. The future is unpredictable, the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace said, casting a playful glance at Moonlight Celestial. Moonlight Celestial felt both wary and deeply troubled. Moon God Palace had always been slightly weaker than Taihuang Palace. If Taihuang Palace gained another Grand Supreme Truth who had comprehended the Supreme Truth, how would Moon God Palace even compete? With this revelation, the Grand Supreme Truths fell silent, many quietly sending messages back to their factions. After all, if Taihuang Palace gained another Grand Supreme Truth who had comprehended the Supreme Truth, the balance of power in the sixth heaven would shift dramatically. The factions most affected would be Moon God Palace and the Supreme Truth Association. At that moment, as a great resonance echoed through the heavens, countless profound insights descended from above. The Grand Supreme Truths all turned their gazes to a distant spot. There, over 1,000 young gods had gathered. The auras of these young gods were immense, their expressions ranging from carefree to deeply contemplative. These young gods had all received invitations to the Supreme Truth debate, granting them the opportunity to meditate on the wall of Supreme Truth and comprehend the Supreme Truth. Seeing this, the surrounding young gods, divine beings, and various prodigies looked on with envy and admiration. I wonder when I'll be able to accumulate enough merit to go to the wall of Supreme Truth and meditate, said one young god celestial, his voice filled with envy. He was from the first heaven and had been serving the Supreme Truth Association with the sole aim of earning enough merit to attend the Supreme Truth debate and meditate at the wall. These young gods will be the true pillars of the sixth heaven's future, bearing its weight on their shoulders, said a divine-level figure with envy. Some of the prodigies around also looked on with jealousy. At that moment, Oxhorn's sister opened a jade slip and enthusiastically said, "The Supreme Truth debate has begun. Look, Black Sword has already entered. See that really handsome one? That's Black Sword." She was, surprisingly, live streaming. Yes, she was live streaming the event to the other prodigies of Black Demon Abyss. As the young generation of Black Demon Abyss watched, their expressions all shifted. Anzundir puffed out her chest and shot a glance at Ziwan Xiaolu. Big Brother Black Sword can go to the wall of Supreme Truth to meditate, while someone's admired Big Brother Blood Robe is only here as a spectator. Ziwan Xiaolu stomped her foot in frustration. Big Brother Blood Robe is young. Not like some people, who are probably already starting to smell old. You, Anzundir fumed, her ample chest heaving with anger. At this moment, countless eyes from across the sixth heaven were focused on the 1,000 gathered young gods. Young gods rarely appeared in the sixth heaven. To see over 1,000 young gods gathered in one place was a rare sight for many cultivators, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, on ordinary days, even glimpsing a single young god was difficult. Now, not only were they seeing so many at once, but these weren't just ordinary young gods, they were young gods with the potential to comprehend the Supreme Truth. At this moment, a tall man appeared, his back illuminated by endless halos, giving him an imposing and boundless presence. Fellow Taoists, should any of you step into the Supreme Truth realm with the help of the Wall of Supreme Truth and lack a faction, you are always welcome to join the Supreme Truth Association. This Grand Supreme Truth young god extended an olive branch. The Supreme Truth Association, as the faction with the most young gods in the sixth heaven, was always keen on recruiting new members. This was the key to their continued growth. Many of the young gods present were tempted, but most remained silent. In sacred places, taverns, and blessed lands across the sixth heaven, images from the Supreme Truth debate were being broadcast live. At this moment, Qi Yuan, disguised as Molo Celestial, was blending into the crowd, keeping a low profile. Suddenly, a gaze fell on him, carrying a hint of surprise. "Molo Taoist, you seem a bit different from before." Qi Yuan looked over immediately, spotting a man he didn't recognize. The man was dressed in a dark blue, long, trailing robe, his posture upright and his expression calm, yet there was an unmistakable sharpness about him. Qi Yuan searched Molo's memories quickly. "So, it's Supreme Sun Taoist. It's been years, and you've only grown more impressive." This Supreme Sun Celestial was from Taihuang Palace and had crossed paths with Molo once before. Supreme Sun Celestial fixed his deep gaze on Qi Yuan. "It seems that the Molo clan will soon have another Supreme Truth Realm young god. Congratulations." As he spoke, Qi Yuan felt the eyes of many powerful young gods shift toward him. Of course, most were focused on Supreme Sun Celestial. From a distance, Black Sword also approached, his eyes landing on Supreme Sun Celestial. His cultured demeanor betrayed a hint of wariness. "So, Taihuang Palace has produced another prodigy. Congratulations. Geniuses are always drawn to each other." Among the many young gods present, Black Sword immediately noticed Supreme Sun Celestial. Supreme Sun Celestial smiled warmly, exuding an air of elegance. "I'm no match for you, Taoist." Their brief exchange instantly attracted many gazes. As for Qi Yuan, he stood there like a mere bystander, drawing little attention. "This Molo Celestial from the Molo clan is too ugly. He's blocking my view of Big Brother Black Sword's handsome face," Anzundir couldn't help but complain. However, a few Grand Supreme Truths had subtly odd expressions as they glanced at Qi Yuan. "This Molo seems somewhat unusual. There's something hidden in his aura. Could it be that he's close to becoming a Supreme Truth young god?" Still, they only gave him a passing glance. Compared to Black Sword and Supreme Sun Celestial, Qi Yuan's aura was far too weak. While the 1,000 gathered young gods were indeed awe-inspiring, it wasn't much to Qi Yuan. After all, he had more nascent souls than that. "Hurry up and start already. My mind's really sharp right now, and I feel incredibly strong." After using his brain during the Yin God debate, Qi Yuan's rare bout of mental activity was still going strong. This was a rare state for him, and he didn't want to waste it. So, he was eager to head to the Wall of Supreme Truth to meditate. At that moment, a vast voice echoed through the heavens. "The debate begins, enter the wall." With that announcement, a colossal, majestic, and battle-scarred wall appeared before Qi Yuan's eyes. The wall was covered with various marks, seemingly left by countless blades and swords. This wall was the creation artifact known as the Wall of Supreme Truth. All the young gods turned their gazes toward the wall, their expressions becoming solemn. Immediately, many young gods flew toward the wall, sitting cross-legged to meditate and comprehend its mysteries. The stillness of ancient times holds all movement. The void holds all realms. Today, I shall prevail. Supreme Sun Celestial strode forward to the Wall of Supreme Truth. He didn't sit down, he stood. Black Sword also approached the wall slowly, standing before it. Seeing this, Qi Yuan thought to himself, standing or sitting, won't they get tired? Seems like a waste of energy. Shouldn't they save their strength so their minds can work faster? Thinking this, he walked up to the Wall of Supreme Truth, pulled out a bed, and casually lay down on it. Lying down would make blood flow to his brain more efficiently, which Qi Yuan considered quite scientific and conducive to mental performance. This scene caught the attention of many cultivators, who were all stunned. "This is too casual, right? He brought a bed to the Wall of Supreme Truth. What is he doing?" Among the gathered young gods, some were seated cross-legged, while others stood. This was the first time anyone had seen someone bring a bed. Even the Grand Supreme Truths couldn't help but glance at Qi Yuan. This Molo Celestial is quite the character. It's a pity he's from the Molo clan. Otherwise, I'd invite him to join our Supreme Truth Association, Wusheng Celestial said with a smile. Then, his tone shifted. "Shall we make a wager on whether Molo Celestial will comprehend the Supreme Truth? And if he does, what grade will it be? I think he's got potential. He should be able to comprehend an Earth-grade Supreme Truth, don't you think?" "Wusheng Celestial, you seem to have high hopes for him," said the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace, his tone mild. "I've seen Molo before. He's got some talent, but not much. He'd be lucky to comprehend a yellow grade supreme truth. There's nothing interesting about betting on Molo. If we're betting, it should be on whether Black Sword or Supreme Sun comprehends the supreme truth first, said a grand supreme truth from Ghost Dominion Heaven, his gaze deep. He was particularly fixated on Black Sword. Ghost Dominion Heaven had already developed a deep enmity toward Black Demon Abyss. If Black Sword truly did comprehend the supreme truth, he intended to personally eliminate him. I'll place my bet on Black Sword, Moonlight Celestial said calmly. Though Moon God Palace had clashed with Black Demon Abyss, their greatest enemy was Taihuang Palace. I'm rooting for Black Sword too, said a grand supreme truth from Shenluo Heaven. Black Sword, echoed the grand supreme truth from White Dragon Abyss, who was known for his brevity. For them, the idea of Black Demon Abyss gaining another powerhouse was concerning, but the prospect of Taihuang Palace producing another grand supreme truth who had comprehended the supreme truth was far worse. The one from Taihuang Palace was known for his domineering nature. When the Buddha Kingdom produced a grand supreme truth, aiming to ascend to the sixth heaven, that very figure had been slain by Taihuang Palace's great son grand supreme truth. A grand supreme truth who had comprehended the supreme truth was already so tyrannical, two such figures were unimaginable. The grand supreme truth from Taihuang Palace, seeing this, smirked with pride. It seems none of you have much faith in Supreme Sun. Well, I'll bet on my own. His expression was smug, even a bit inflated with confidence. Because once the Supreme Truth Association announced the matter of Linea's transformation, he had some major news to announce as well. When the time came, hey, these grand supreme truths would be shaken to their core. This sixth heaven would belong to Taihuang Palace. All eyes were on the wall of supreme truth. With each new young god who comprehended the supreme truth, the power dynamics of certain regions would shift. And if someone were to comprehend the supreme truth, the entire balance of the sixth heaven would change. Blood Rogue, who do you think will succeed? Oxhorn's sister asked Qi Yuan, who stood nearby. Of course, this Qi Yuan was merely one of his nascent souls in disguise. I'm betting on Molo Celestial. That guy looks like he's about to comprehend the supreme truth, Qi Yuan said confidently. Is it really so wrong to compliment yourself, even through one of your own avatars? Huh, Oxhorn's sister was stunned. Did you burn out your brain again today? Comprehending the supreme truth wasn't something that happened easily. Of all the prodigies, perhaps only Big Brother Black Sword had a real chance. As for the others, she hadn't heard any whispers suggesting they had the potential. The spotlight and glory of this event would belong to Black Demon Abyss. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Within the six heavens, countless gazes were fixed on the clouds above. Many cultivators clenched their fists, silently praying for their ancestral patriarchs. If their patriarchs could comprehend the supreme truth and become supreme truth young gods, the standing of their sects would rise significantly. Most of the attention, however, was focused on Black Sword and Supreme Sun Celestial. This was because experts had been explaining that these two were certain to comprehend the supreme truth, and it would be extraordinary. Yet, there were also some who turned their attention to the Molo Celestial, who was lying on a bed. That guy is ugly and acts weird. Watch your mouth, are you tired of living? Relax, we're far away from him. These spectators, some of whom were from the first heaven, felt emboldened by the distance. Time ticked by. Oxhorn's sister, holding her jade slip, continued her commentary. Look at that one with 3 heads, he's shaking them like crazy. I wonder if he's about to comprehend something big. Maybe, he's holding back a breakthrough. I was wrong, he's not comprehending anything. He just has a stiff neck. Alright, let's shift our focus to the ugly freak, Molo Celestial. What weird surprise does he have in store for us now? Wait a second, is he sleeping? At this moment, Qi Yuan, who had been lying on his bed, suddenly turned over and glared viciously at Purple Fate Shui. He was furious. This woman was something else. Oh, he's not asleep after all. That was just my assumption. My bad. I shouldn't have said he's ugly, I should have said his looks are inconvenient, Oxhorn's sister remarked brazenly. She was fearless. Being on the verge of stepping into the Yang God realm, and coming from Black Demon Abyss, she naturally didn't take the Molo clan's Molo Celestial seriously. A burly male cultivator saw this and couldn't help but comment, aren't you afraid that Molo Celestial might suddenly have a breakthrough and comprehend some kind of heaven-grade supreme truth, stepping into the grand supreme truth realm? As for the Ice Sword cultivator, he wisely kept silent. He was shrewd enough to know not to mess with Purple Fate Shui. Sure enough, Purple Fate Shui tilted her head and looked at the burly man. He's so ugly, if he can comprehend a heaven-grade supreme truth, then you, looking just as ugly, should give it a shot. Why don't you go up to the wall of supreme truth and give it a try? Purple Fate Shui's words were dripping with sarcasm. She was practically calling him ugly to his face. The burly man's face turned red, and he was left speechless by Purple Fate Shui's cutting words. The bed Molo Celestial is lying on looks big, why don't you go keep him company? Purple Fate Shui mocked everyone equally. The burly man remained silent. At this moment, a brilliant flash of light suddenly appeared on the wall of supreme truth. Everyone's attention shifted toward that light. Divine light rises in the east. Has someone already comprehended the supreme truth? Is it possible this happened so quickly? This is the young god from the third heaven, known as the Furious Celestial. How did he achieve this so fast? What kind of supreme truth did he comprehend? We can't know such private matters, but judging by the divine light, it's of a high grade. The divine light flows like the eastern river, endlessly surging. This is a mystic grade supreme truth. A supreme truth young god confirmed, putting an end to speculation. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators turned to look at Furious Celestial, their expressions filled with envy. A mystic grade supreme truth was nothing to scoff at. This meant that after stepping into the supreme truth realm, Furious Celestial wouldn't be among the weaker ones. This guy's sect, they're about to soar to new heights. When will our patriarch comprehend the supreme truth? Many voices buzzed in discussion. Wusheng Celestial's eyes sparkled. This is a good omen. Hopefully, this supreme truth debate will bring forth more cultivators who grasp the supreme truth. The Supreme Truth Association hoped for more supreme truth cultivators to emerge in the six heavens. Every supreme truth cultivator was a potential future member of their organization. At the foot of the wall of supreme truth, over 1,000 young gods sat with their eyes closed in deep thought. Some had been startled by Furious Celestial's breakthrough, while others remained immersed in their own worlds. Time passed slowly. Divine light occasionally surged from the wall of supreme truth, prompting exclamations of awe. Each new supreme truth that was comprehended had the potential to alter the balance of worlds. Especially among rival sects in the same heaven, when they saw their enemies' patriarchs comprehending the supreme truth, their expressions turned darker than if their own fathers had died. Meanwhile, those whose own patriarchs succeeded were brimming with pride. Time flowed rapidly, and all eyes remained locked on the wall of supreme truth. The focus was particularly intense on Black Sword and Supreme Sun Celestial, who were under the most scrutiny from the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators. After all, no matter how many others comprehended the supreme truth, they wouldn't change the overall situation. But those who could comprehend the supreme truth had the potential to become players who could alter the very landscape. My path is the path of bloodline. The one and only divine blood. Ask me where I come from nothingness. Trace it back to the source. Black Sword stood before the wall of supreme truth, his bloodline boiling and surging. A wisp of purple divine light quietly rose from the wall of supreme truth. This scene did not escape the attention of the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators. Purple energy rises. Black Sword truly possesses the potential to comprehend the supreme truth. Wusheng Celestial said, his voice tinged with a tremor. Although Black Sword was known to have the potential for the supreme truth, no one dared to guarantee he would succeed in comprehending it. Now, with the appearance of the purple energy, it was a precursor to grasping the supreme truth. Instantly, countless eyes focused on Black Sword. For millions of years, no young god has comprehended the supreme truth. Could it be, Black Sword will be the one? Ghost Dominion Heaven's Grand Supreme Truth was visibly moved, his heart stirring with murderous intent. Originally, the plan was for a lesser young god to assassinate Black Sword. But now, it seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. The three elders of Black Demon Abyss, watching this unfold, were grinning so widely that their beards were crooked. He hasn't fully comprehended it yet, celebrating now might be too early. If Black Sword truly comprehended the supreme truth, Black Demon Abyss, standing in the six heavens would soar. While Black Demon Abyss had many Grand Supreme Truth cultivators, none had comprehended the supreme truth. If one emerged, the entire balance of power would shift. HMPH, Black Sword Brother is about to comprehend the supreme truth, while some people are still stuck on the Shadow God realm. And Zunlu said smugly. Purple Fate Xiaolu stomped her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, Purple Fate Shui held up her jade slip. Purple energy rising, divine light protecting him, Black Sword Brother is floating like an immortal. Now, let's check in on Molo Celestial. Ah, yes, he's floating too, but in his sleep. Purple Fate Shui giggled as she spoke. I'm tempted to crack open his skull to see what he's thinking. Is he comprehending the supreme truth in his dreams? Meanwhile, at the foot of the wall of supreme truth, Qi Yuan was lying there, deep in thought. Comprehending the supreme truth was a crucial matter in his life. His mind had to be working at full speed. Why is it? Why is it that I can't win an argument with Purple Fate Shui? Qi Yuan pondered. This was an important issue. He thought and thought, but he couldn't find the answer. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. The wall of supreme truth really could stimulate one's thinking. I've got it. It's because, when I was a kid, I studied moral philosophy. Oxhorn's sister didn't study moral philosophy. She has no moral compass, which is why I can't win. Throw away morals, and you'll live a perfect life. If I had studied law instead, that would have been the right choice. At the foot of the wall of supreme truth, Qi Yuan's mind felt clearer than usual. He realized that the reason he couldn't out-talk Oxhorn's sister was that he had too much morality. Losing your morals isn't so bad. If I studied law, I'd be unbeatable. Morals, they're just shackles. But wait, laws, aren't they just tools used by some to exploit others? None of that really matters. Qi Yuan's mind wandered through many thoughts. Morals limited people, giving them boundaries and making them hesitate in their actions. Morals maintain social stability. When morals decayed, one faced public condemnation and the wrath of the masses. But, Qi Yuan frowned. It seemed that even with decayed morals, as long as you didn't break the law, you could still live well. Morality is order, law is also order. Can I win against Oxhorn's sister without morals but with knowledge of the law? Qi Yuan continued to think. Morality and law maintain social stability. To some extent, they were also tied to exploitation. It doesn't seem like I can. Is there a higher method? Qi Yuan pondered whether he could use moral high ground to trap Oxhorn's sister and then wield the law against her. But upon further thought, he realized that Oxhorn's sister didn't seem to care about morals. That wouldn't work. No, I'm here to comprehend the supreme truth. I can't be so petty. I need a bigger perspective. Qi Yuan was a frugal man, but even frugal men need to think big. I need a grand narrative. I'm not trying to just win an argument with Oxhorn's sister. I want to change her morality, her personality. How did Blue Planet reform people? No, wait, why am I back to thinking about moral philosophy and law? Oxhorn's sister doesn't care about any of that. What is it all for? It seems I haven't elevated myself enough. I need a broader view. I'm not trying to reform Oxhorn's sister, I'm trying to. Qi Yuan thought deeply. Suddenly, he remembered something 01 had said to him. All paths return to zero. The great way is survival. I'm not trying to out-argue Oxhorn's sister, I'm doing this for survival. The meaning of life for all living beings, isn't it survival? From crawling out of the sea to growing wings on land. Life had always been about finding a way forward. Genes constantly evolved, adapting to their environment. All of it was for the sake of survival, of continuity. Morality and law were nothing more than means to create a stable environment for better reproduction and survival. I want to win against Oxhorn's sister because I want to survive. Yes, if I lose, I'll be so frustrated I might just die of stress. So, survival is the most important thing. But, how do I survive? Should I study law, shout lofty ideals, but secretly keep flexible morals? Qi Yuan pondered intensely. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Another surge of purple light. Could it be that this supreme truth debate will see another cultivator comprehend the supreme truth? Everyone's attention turned to Supreme Sun Celestial. We're witnessing history. All the young gods were stirred. Especially Moonflower Celestial. Her face shifted between various shades of shock. Moon Palace had already been at a disadvantage in its struggle against Taihuang Palace, and now, Taihuang Palace had produced yet another young god who had comprehended the supreme truth. How could Moon Palace possibly stand against them? At this moment, Wusheng Celestial's expression changed slightly. He had been paying close attention to Supreme Sun Celestial. If Taihuang Palace gained another supreme truth cultivator, the balance of power would shift. Moonflower Celestial, your Moon Palace has been looking for the Moon Dew Wind Essence, correct? It just so happens we have some in storage here at the Supreme Truth Debate, Wusheng Celestial said openly. Moon God Sovereign had been injured and had been in seclusion ever since. Moon Palace had been searching for various treasures to heal Moon God Sovereign's injuries. The Moon Dew Wind Essence was one of those treasures. Wusheng Celestial's words represented the stance of the Supreme Truth Association. It was clear that the Supreme Truth Association was preparing to assist Moon Palace. After all, if Taihuang Palace produced two Supreme Truth Grand Supreme Truths, it would threaten the Supreme Truth Association's position as the dominant force. Thank you, Wusheng Celestial. Moonflower Celestial said with visible relief. Taihuang Palace's Grand Supreme Truth Cultivator smiled playfully but said nothing. The other Grand Supreme Truth Cultivators present fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly considering the future power dynamics of the six heavens. At this time, Oxhorn's sister sent a message to Qi Yuan's nascent soul: your enemy is that Taihuang Palace cultivator. Now that they have another Supreme Truth Cultivator, I guess I can't be your concubine anymore. Oxhorn's sister's words carried a hint of concern. They only have two. If I comprehend two Supreme Truths myself, wouldn't that solve the problem? Qi Yuan's nascent soul replied casually. Oxhorn's sister chuckled at this but said nothing more. Time passed minute by minute. The purple energy around Black Sword and Supreme Sun Celestial grew denser. Once the purple energy condensed into divine light and was imprinted upon their divine souls, it would signify the completion of their supreme truth comprehension. During this period, more and more young gods had begun to comprehend the supreme truth. Perhaps due to the arrival of a grand era, 60 young gods had already comprehended the supreme truth, and this number was continuing to rise rapidly. Qi Yuan lay on his bed, feeling like his brain was about to overload. My enemies keep getting stronger. Survival is so difficult. After thinking it over, he discreetly took a bite of his blood-elevating comprehension pill. It seemed that strange individuals attracted other strange individuals, as Purple Fate Shui continued to stare at Qi Yuan. Is this guy on vacation? He's even eating snacks. Purple Fate Shui couldn't help but comment. Is he going to wet the bed later? Having taken the blood-elevating comprehension pill, Qi Yuan felt his mind become even sharper. How can I survive better? Born into the world, 9 out of 10 ways lead to death. Why is this? Because we cling too much to life. Qi Yuan recalled several wise sayings. The deceitful ones, they pretend to be morally upright, shout about ideals, wield the law, and led their followers to their deaths. When the scales tip, it's often the kind-hearted ones who are sacrificed first. If you can endure hardships, then endure more. When it rains, carry an umbrella. When the sun is about to explode, take Blue Planet and flee. In this world, to survive, you must adapt to the rules of the world. I'm deceitful by nature, but I can pretend to be noble. I'm greedy, so I encourage others to suffer more. Qi Yuan's thoughts were chaotic, with countless ideas swirling in his mind. As the saying goes, the good don't live long, while the wicked live for centuries. Those who thrive the most in this world are often not the most virtuous or moral individuals. Instead, they are the ones who can disguise themselves and exploit the rules. A man named Ode Bill once said, "You are what you eat." So, if you want to rise to the top, it's not about enduring the hardest hardships, it's about eating others. Ode Bill also said that if you're suffering, it's because someone else is enjoying your share of happiness. To survive better, you must adapt. Adapt to morality, adapt to law, adapt to the weather, adapt to the rules. In the natural world, the strong devour the weak, and only the fittest survive. So, my supreme truth is absolute adaptation. When it rains, what do? I grow an umbrella on my head. If an old lady accuses me of knocking her down, and they ask why I helped her up, I'll grow a camera on my head to record everything. With the help of the blood-elevating comprehension pill, Qi Yuan's brain was working at an extraordinary pace. In an instant, he grasped his own supreme truth. Absolute adaptation. Only by adapting to everything can one survive. Survival is the true essence of the great Tao. I've comprehended it. A brilliant light flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, purple energy began to rise. The previously calm Grand Supreme Truth cultivators abruptly widened their eyes. Another supreme truth, someone else has comprehended the supreme truth. It's Molo Celestial. In the skies, the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators were stunned. Molo Celestial actually comprehended the supreme truth. All the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators were shaken. Black Sword and Supreme Sun Celestial comprehending the supreme truth was something they could accept. But where on earth had this Molo Celestial come from? And now, all of a sudden, he's comprehended the supreme truth too. Among the shocked Grand Supreme Truth cultivators, none looked more troubled than Moonflower Celestial. Moon Palace had not only been fighting Taihuang Palace but had also clashed with the Molo clan and even Black Demon Abyss. Now, her enemies had all comprehended the supreme truth. How could this all happen at the same time? Wusheng Celestial blinked in surprise as he watched this unfold. He even entertained the thought of starting a war with Moon Palace himself, perhaps adding another supreme truth cultivator to their ranks would help. Every eye now turned to Molo Celestial. Even Black Sword and Supreme Sun Celestial took a moment to glance at Molo Celestial. At this moment, both Black Sword and Supreme Sun Celestial had finished imprinting the supreme truth onto their divine souls. The two exchanged glances, their expressions calm. With a slight bow, Black Sword's figure vanished. Supreme Sun Celestial's form also faded into the air. With the budding comprehension of the supreme truth, both needed time to stabilize their new insights. The two departed, and the supreme truth debate continued. All eyes remained on Molo Celestial. 3 cultivators have comprehended the supreme truth. This supreme truth debate will undoubtedly go down in history. The 6 heavens are about to change. Wait, why hasn't he left yet, despite having imprinted the supreme truth? Oh, I get it. The Molo clan doesn't have any grand supreme truth cultivators to protect him. It's still safest for him to remain by the wall of supreme truth. Several young gods whispered among themselves. Wusheng Celestial's gaze lingered on Qi Yuan, deep in thought. He was considering whether there might be a chance to recruit Molo Celestial into the Supreme Truth Association. If they succeeded, the Supreme Truth Association would once again have the upper hand over Taihuang Palace. At that moment, Oxhorn's sister couldn't hold it in any longer. Are you and Molo Celestial close or something? Please don't report me for calling him ugly, she said, sending a message to Qi Yuan's nascent soul. Qi Yuan's nascent soul merely smiled and didn't respond. Meanwhile, beneath the wall of supreme truth, Qi Yuan furrowed his brow once again. Absolute adaptation is powerful, it's the way of survival. But, why should I be the one adapting to this world? Shouldn't the world be adapting to me? That's right, the world owes me. Suddenly, Qi Yuan realized that while absolute adaptation was powerful, it was just ordinary in a sense. On Blue Planet, adapting would make you stronger. Adapting allowed you to gain control. But adapting was also a form of compromise. Qi Yuan's nature was not to compromise. Why should he have to grow a camera on his head to prove his innocence? Why should he have to prove his innocence when a mere Qi Refinement Jr. falsely accused him, a Purple Mansion cultivator? So, merely adapting to the world is not enough. My supreme truth cannot just be absolute adaptation. The world must adapt to me. I will enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The essence of survival is adaptation. Adapting to society, to the world, to the universe. In order to survive better, one must change themselves. The deceitful disguise themselves as the noble. Morality and rules place shackles on everyone. To survive, one must adapt. Qi Yuan's supreme truth is absolute adaptation. But adaptation is not what I want. To adapt, does that mean I have to let Oxhorn's sister mock me and not be able to retort? If a powerful grand supreme truth comes to my house to steal buns, do I have to hide under the bed, trembling? When the strong lecture me with twisted logic, do I have to listen and endure it? When the world is unjust and oppressive, must I adapt just to survive, blending into the masses like any other? This is definitely not my path. Absolute adaptation, then there's also innate, singular, and cycle. The supreme truth consists of 4 types. Absolute adaptation, what about the others? After all, there is no rule stating that living beings can only comprehend one supreme truth. Qi Yuan held his blood-elevating comprehension pill and ate some more. His mind cleared again, becoming excited. In ancient times, a donkey that stopped pushing a mill would be whipped. Today, when workers get tired, they buy themselves coffee. The blood-elevating comprehension pill works like coffee, keeping the mind alert, making thoughts clearer and faster. Innate is lacking. The path of the innate, Qi Yuan still couldn't comprehend. Or rather, the innate path relied too much on bloodlines and ancestry. Qi Yuan was just an ordinary person from Blue Planet, riddled with illnesses and troubles. Where would he get a special physique or extraordinary lineage? As for the devouring physique and myriad Tao martial god he had gained later, in Qi Yuan's eyes, these were acquired through effort. Growing up on Blue Planet, immersed in ideals like princes and kings, are they born noble? Qi Yuan never believed that any bloodline was inherently superior. Humans are equal in terms of dignity. Singular. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. If I follow the path of the singular, I would be the singular great sun. Ever since he provoked Taihuang Palace by challenging the 10 suns in the sky, Qi Yuan's path of the singular truth had been set. He wasn't just aiming to take the great sun's throne, he intended to seize its supreme truth as well. So, that leaves the path of the cycle. What is the cycle? Qi Yuan sank deep into thought. Meanwhile, in the outside world, many eyes were focused on Qi Yuan. Wusheng Celestial squinted, a trace of curiosity in his expression. He's already imprinted the supreme truth, why does he remain here in meditation? Though the Molo clan had no grand supreme truth cultivators, if Molo Celestial was willing, Black Demon Abyss would certainly welcome him back. Yet here he remained, lying in front of the wall of supreme truth, an odd sight. Could it be, he's trying to comprehend a second one? Taihuang Palace's grand supreme truth cultivator chuckled. Of course, this was merely a joke. The 6 heavens had never seen such a precedent. Even in terms of ordinary grades of supreme truth, comprehending 2 was exceedingly rare. One could count such occurrences on one hand. Since Molo Celestial has already comprehended a supreme truth, he should be involved in Linea's transformation, a grand supreme truth said. The other grand supreme truths nodded. Comprehending the supreme truth nearly guaranteed that, barring an early death, one would become a grand supreme truth. Wusheng Celestial softly said, once he finishes, I will personally extend the invitation. After the supreme truth debate concluded, these grand supreme truth cultivators would gather to announce matters related to Linea's transformation. Originally, the Molo clan had no grand supreme truth, so they weren't qualified to know of it. But now, with Molo Celestial in the mix, everything had changed. Linea's transformation, I wonder how many stars will fall, Black Demon Abyss's 3rd elder sighed, glancing at the starry skies. Linea's transformation was a calamity. Even grand supreme truth cultivators could fall during it. I don't know what Molo Celestial is thinking. If he weren't still lying there, the supreme truth debate would have ended already, said a grand supreme truth from Ghost Dominion Heaven, lazily. Typically, by this time, the supreme truth debate would have concluded. The young gods who hadn't comprehended the supreme truth would be sent away by the Supreme Truth Association. But Molo Celestial remained there, still comprehending. Since he had already comprehended the supreme truth, they couldn't very well kick him out. Thanks to Qi Yuan's delay, the remaining young gods still had a bit more time and another chance. Show some respect for Molo Celestial. In the future, he could be our senior, said the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace, calmly. Hearing this, the other Grand Supreme Truth straightened up internally. He was right, even among Grand Supreme Truth cultivators, there were differences in strength. Those who comprehended the Supreme Truth were true kings. This ugly guy, from a certain angle, almost looks charming. Ah, he turned around again, Oxhorn's sister exaggerated, sending a voice transmission to Qi Yuan's nascent soul. Despite her brash personality, she knew which words to say aloud and which to keep to herself. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Qi Yuan's nascent soul asked dryly. What for? I have a clear conscience, and besides, he hasn't become a Grand Supreme Truth yet, has he? If he were, would someone of his stature bother holding a grudge against me? Oxhorn's sister stopped transmitting, adding with a hint of humor, I really wonder what such a majestic Molo Celestial is thinking. If I could catch just a glimpse of his thoughts, it'd be enough to fuel my cultivation for 10,000 years. When speaking in person, of course, she had to say something different. Purple Fate Shui even coyly shifted her posture. However, no one paid attention to her voice. Many eyes remained fixed on Molo Celestial, their gazes flickering with various emotions. The Molo clan has produced another Supreme Truth cultivator. Divine Blood Celestial looked deeply troubled. Molo Eyes Celestial had killed his granddaughter, and he had just recently begun feuding with the Molo clan, having arranged a duel with Molo Eyes Celestial. Originally, he had feared the Molo clan, but not too much. Without a Grand Supreme Truth in their ranks, the Molo clan couldn't truly threaten him. But now, things had changed. The Molo clan had gained a Grand Supreme Truth, and Black Demon Abyss had gained one as well. The pressure was enormous. It seems, I'll have to take the Light Celestial's advice and join Ghost Dominion Heaven. Otherwise, I won't be able to contend with the Molo clan at all, Divine Blood Celestial thought. In the days to come, he planned to join forces with Delight Celestial and slay Blood Robe, offering it as a tribute to Ghost Dominion Heaven. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan lay on his bed, his brows furrowed deeply. What exactly is the cycle? A Mobius strip with no front or back. The Ouroboros, symbol of endless cycles. Or, reincarnation. But reincarnation won't make the world adapt to me. Qi Yuan's mind whirled furiously. Memories from Blue Planet and his experiences from this life flashed through his head. Yin and Yang, heaven and earth, cycles of life and death, the Taiji of 8 trigrams, the endless rotation of life. The rising and setting of the sun, the ebb and flow of tides, entropy increasing and decreasing, the fluctuations of energy. All things related to cycles flashed through his mind. These, though they seem to involve cycles, what does entropy have to do with me losing arguments to Oxhorn's sister? These may seem like cycles, but they don't change the big picture, they still require adaptation. Cycles are endless, life feeds on life, everything is interconnected, linked. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed in Qi Yuan's mind. Linked, Guangguan birds. No, that's not right. Who says cycles have to be about the endless rotation of yin and yang, about reincarnation without end? At that moment, Qi Yuan's thinking took a grand turn. He had always been thinking on too large a scale, which is why he had comprehended the supreme truth of absolute adaptation. But absolute adaptation, for Qi Yuan, was also a shackle in some ways. So, to break free, this time he couldn't think in grand terms. And so, my cycle supreme truth is, do whatever I want. In that instant, Qi Yuan realized, is doing whatever you want a cycle? When you play word games and throw in, do whatever I want, the cycle becomes endless, even outlasting the universe itself. It was akin to an infinitely repeating decimal. Do whatever I want, do whatever I want, do whatever I want, isn't that the essence of a cycle? Absolute adaptation means I have to conform to the world, but that's not what I truly desire. So, I will do whatever I want. In that instant, Qi Yuan understood. His cycle supreme truth was named, do whatever I want. At that moment, the wall of supreme truth suddenly shone with brilliant purple light. The grand supreme truth cultivators who had been conversing froze. Purple light. Wusheng Celestial took a deep breath, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? One grand supreme truth had his jaw drop in disbelief. Molo Celestial has comprehended a second supreme truth. Moonflower Celestial's voice trembled. In the distance, Black Sword, who had always maintained a calm and graceful demeanor, now showed signs of astonishment for the first time. A second supreme truth. He had only recently left the wall of supreme truth, so he knew all too well how difficult it was to comprehend a supreme truth. After he had imprinted the first, he had tried to comprehend a second. But before the wall of supreme truth, all he saw was chaos, and his thoughts turned to mush. In modern terms, it was like asking an African child to solve an advanced calculus problem written in ancient oracle bone script. So, he left calmly to stabilize his supreme truth. This Molo Celestial, why didn't I realize how immensely talented he was before? Black Demon Abyss's third elder exclaimed in surprise, his heart shaken. This was witnessing history. No wonder the Molo clan recently refused to pay tribute, Black Sword said flatly, calming himself. Even if Molo Celestial had comprehended two supreme truths, an unprecedented feat, Black Sword still had confidence that his own supreme truth would sweep across the 6 heavens. Every grand supreme truth cultivator who comprehended a supreme truth possessed this sense of invincibility. To lose that sense would be to fall short of being a true supreme truth cultivator. In fact, it could even cause the grade of one's supreme truth to drop. Of course, such a thing had only happened once in the history of the 6 heavens. This Molo Celestial is an anomaly, the third elder of Black Demon Abyss remarked, his tone melancholy. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. After all, the Molo clan and Black Demon Abyss shared a close relationship. Elsewhere, Oxhorn's sister's jaw dropped in disbelief, her heart shaken. After a long moment, she finally said, I admit I may have judged him too quickly based on his appearance. For Molo Celestial to have comprehended one supreme truth was enough to astonish and shock all the cultivators. Now, he had comprehended a second. This had never happened before in the 6 heavens. Wusheng Celestial's expression shifted, and after a long silence, he finally said, this is the first time in the history of the 6 heavens. The changes in Linea's transformation are bound to be profound. Taihuang Palace's Grand Supreme Truth Cultivator squinted, glancing at Molo Celestial with a hint of wariness. But after a moment's thought, he regained his confidence. The Molo clan and Taihuang Palace share a close relationship. It seems this time, we at Taihuang Palace will emerge victorious in Linea's transformation, the Grand Supreme Truth Cultivator from Taihuang Palace said, his voice calm. The other Grand Supreme Truths looked at Molo Celestial without further comment. Moonflower Celestial's expression, however, was particularly grim. Originally, Moon Palace had been at odds with the Molo clan, engaged in battle in Black Abyss. Recently, they had seen some success. But compared to the Molo clan producing a young god who had comprehended 2 supreme truths, those victories seemed insignificant. She lowered her head, deep in thought. Meanwhile, information about this unprecedented event quietly spread to the ancestral leaders of the major clans and powers. It was hard to say how much time had passed when Qi Yuan finally rose from his bed. Wusheng Celestial shrank his massive form, transforming into a kindly elder, and approached Qi Yuan, saying, "Congratulations on comprehending 2 supreme truths, securing your path to the highest realms." As a senior member of the Supreme Truth Association, Wusheng Celestial held an esteemed position. Yet, before Qi Yuan, he adopted a humble stance. "Sigh, unfortunately, my talent is lacking. I could only comprehend 2 supreme truths. When my cultivation and realm improve, I'll come back and comprehend the remaining 2, Qi Yuan said earnestly. He was still only in the Purple Mansion stage. For someone at the Purple Mansion stage to comprehend 2 supreme truths was already extremely difficult. If he pushed further, Qi Yuan feared his mind might explode. Wusheng Celestial froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such a response. After all, comprehending just 1 supreme truth was already exceedingly rare. Comprehending 2 was unheard of, and now he was talking about comprehending the other 2. Still, Wusheng Celestial chuckled and said, "Then I wish you success in fulfilling your ambitions." With that, he quickly added, "You've just comprehended the supreme truth, but it hasn't fully stabilized yet. The Molo clan has no Grand Supreme Truth cultivators to help you stabilize it. Would you consider joining the Supreme Truth Association with the Molo clan? Our elders would personally assist you in stabilizing your supreme truth." The supreme truth was sacred and mysterious. Even if a young god managed to comprehend 1, it would be difficult to stabilize it and imprint it onto their soul and body. That's why, after comprehending his supreme truth, Black Sword had left immediately to have the 3rd elder of Black Demon Abyss help stabilize it. Now, Wusheng Celestial had directly extended the invitation. "Hey, the Supreme Truth Association is crossing a line. The Molo clan shares the same origin as Black Demon Abyss. He should return to us." The 3rd elder of Black Demon Abyss rushed out, looking anxious. At any other time, he might have worried that Molo Celestial would usurp their position. But with Linea's transformation looming, every powerful fighter needed to be secured. Even Black Sword had no objections to this. Why not come to Taihuang Palace? The Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace also extended an olive branch. "Join us at White Dragon Abyss." At that moment, the Grand Supreme Truth from White Dragon Abyss also spoke up. The other Grand Supreme Truths were stunned. If it were other forces extending invitations, that would be understandable. After all, those powers already had Grand Supreme Truth cultivators who had comprehended the Supreme Truth, so they had no fear of Molo Celestial taking over. But White Dragon Abyss had no such Grand Supreme Truth. "No, thanks, I'm used to being free and don't want to be bound," Qi Yuan refused directly. After all, joining these forces would undoubtedly come with a long list of contracts. And besides, once he revealed that his enemy was that certain figure from Taihuang Palace, things would only get more complicated. Hearing this, the Grand Supreme Truths present were slightly surprised, but some understood, and no one pressed further. "Since you're not inclined to join, we won't force you. There's a small gathering tomorrow night. We'd be honored if you could attend," Wusheng Celestial said, handing Molo Celestial an invitation before vanishing. Of course, he wouldn't leave matters there. He needed to return and consult with the other elders about how to persuade Molo Celestial to join the Supreme Truth Association. The other Grand Supreme Truths congratulated Qi Yuan briefly before also disappearing. Soon, Qi Yuan found himself standing alone. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Purple Fate Shui, his eyes sharp. "Hey, being ugly isn't a crime. How could you judge me by my appearance?" Caught in that piercing gaze, Purple Fate Shui's heart tightened, her face turning pale. Seeing her reaction, Qi Yuan felt quite pleased. Comprehending the supreme truth had its perks, even Oxhorn's sister didn't dare argue with him now. Don't judge people by their looks. Everyone is equal, Qi Yuan said, disappearing in a flash. Purple Fate Shui stood there, frozen, her heart pounding, sweat soaking through her top. Just now, she had genuinely felt the presence of death. Why does this Molo Celestial feel so familiar? And, Blood Rogue, was it you who reported me? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan's nascent soul stood behind Purple Fate Shui, his expression calm. How can you slander someone's reputation out of thin air? Of course, he didn't report her. After all, when you pass a message to his nascent soul, isn't it normal for the main body to hear it? Purple Fate Shui looked at Qi Yuan's nascent soul with suspicion but ultimately sighed, aren't you quite impressive? Hurry up, comprehend a few more supreme truths, and take down both Taihuang Palace's powerhouse and Molo Celestial. Then, I'll be your concubine. Tisk tisk, comma. In the supreme truth heaven, at the base of the Molo clan, Qi Yuan stood in his cave abode, deep in thought. He reached into a basin of ice-cold water, the biting chill piercing through him. This wasn't just ordinary water, it was an extreme cold essence. Just a single drop could freeze a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage to death. Now, with Qi Yuan's hand submerged in it, he noticed that his palm was gradually transforming. So this is absolute adaptation, transforming to perfectly match the temperature of the ice water. Qi Yuan observed his hand, which now seemed as cold as the water itself. He withdrew his hand, reaching into the air. A cloud of mist appeared, and soon, a gentle rain began to fall. In that instant, an umbrella grew out from his head, shading him from the rain. Qi Yuan examined this and pondered, absolute adaptation, it's a bit strange. I need to stabilize this supreme truth, engrave it deeply, and explore its potential. Comprehending a supreme truth didn't automatically make one a grand supreme truth cultivator. Just like Black Sword, who had already grasped a supreme truth, but still needed time to hone his power and break through to the supreme truth realm, and even further, to become a grand supreme truth cultivator. Though this path had no bottlenecks, one still needed to refine their power and solidify their supreme truth. What about do whatever I want? Qi Yuan began experimenting with his second supreme truth. About an hour later, a sharp light gleamed in Qi Yuan's eyes. I should be quite strong now. If I could get my hands on a powerful offensive creation artifact, I'd be able to hold my own in the six heavens. That afternoon, several major powers came to the Molo clan's domain bearing gifts. In fact, nearly all the great forces of the six heavens, with the exception of Moon Palace, sent congratulatory gifts to Molo Celestial. After all, comprehending two supreme truths was unprecedented. Naturally, these factions wanted to curry favor with Molo Celestial. I guess it's time to attend this gathering, Qi Yuan sighed. If he hadn't comprehended any supreme truths, he wouldn't have even been qualified to attend the gathering that night. Without much thought, Qi Yuan, still in the form of Molo Celestial, headed to the location of the gathering. The gathering was set beside a tranquil lake. Mist rose from the surface of the water, creating a peaceful and ethereal atmosphere, exuding the aura of a paradise. As soon as Qi Yuan landed, he heard someone greeting him. Molo Celestial, since we share the same origin, why not return to Black Demon Abyss? The speaker was the elegant and composed Black Sword. After comprehending his supreme truth, his aura had become even more profound and unfathomable. Qi Yuan had a feeling that an ordinary supreme truth cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against Black Sword. He was quite curious about Black Sword's supreme truth. No thanks, I've always been a free spirit. Qi Yuan shook his head, declining Black Sword's invitation. Hearing this, Black Sword's expression remained unchanged as he studied Molo Celestial, as if trying to see through him. Now that both of you are here, the gathering is complete. Please take your seats. Wusheng Celestial's figure appeared, his demeanor kind yet carrying a hint of respect. Qi Yuan and Black Sword immediately stepped forward. At the center of the lake, there were 27 figures in total, including Qi Yuan. Besides Qi Yuan, Black Sword, and Supreme Sun Celestial, the others were all Grand Supreme Truth cultivators. As the saying goes, one association, two palaces, three heavens, four abysses, and countless sacred lands. Now, nearly every sacred land in the six heavens was represented by at least one Grand Supreme Truth cultivator attending this gathering. Or, if the sacred land had only one Grand Supreme Truth, they still sent someone to participate in this gathering. This showed how high-level this event was, something Qi Yuan had never experienced before. At this moment, more than half of the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators turned their attention to Qi Yuan, their expressions varying from curiosity to amazement and even friendliness. Molo Celestial, Black Sword Celestial, please take the main seats, Wusheng Celestial reminded. In the middle of the lake, even the seating arrangement was meticulous. In the past, the seating was divided into 3 levels. One for the Supreme Truth Association, one for factions with Grand Supreme Truth cultivators who had comprehended the Supreme Truth, and another for everyone else. That was, of course, assuming that the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators who had comprehended the Supreme Truth weren't personally attending, and only sent representatives. But now, with Qi Yuan, Black Sword, and Supreme Sun present, a new level of seating was introduced for the 3 of them. Qi Yuan sat beside Wusheng Celestial, while Black Sword and Supreme Sun sat on either side of him. As he looked down at the other Grand Supreme Truth cultivators, Qi Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. Each of these Grand Supreme Truth figures had lived for countless eons. A mere tremor from them could shatter a realm and shake the heavens. Yet, at this moment, they gazed at the 3 seated figures with both respect and awe. Seems like I'll need to keep my identity well hidden. If they found out I'm still at the Purple Mansion stage, it could get very dangerous, Qi Yuan mused. Although he had comprehended 2 supreme truths, gaining considerable strength, he hadn't fully solidified them nor unlocked their full potential. He also lacked an offensive creation artifact. In a fight, he couldn't take on a Grand Supreme Truth. At that moment, Wusheng Celestial began speaking, his voice resonating across the gathering. This Supreme Truth discourse has seen 96 young God Celestials comprehend Supreme Truth. It is the greatest achievement in millions of years, a cause for celebration. He then shifted the tone of his speech. Moreover, Molo Celestial, Black Sword, and Supreme Sun have all comprehended Supreme Truths, a first in the history of the 6 heavens. And even more impressive, Molo Celestial has comprehended 2 Supreme Truths, something never before seen. The seas rage and the clouds roar, the 6 heavens tremble with storms and thunder. All the great figures, look to today. Wusheng Celestial exclaimed in awe. The other Grand Supreme Truth cultivators all nodded in agreement. This Supreme Truth discourse would undoubtedly go down in history. Previously, the number of Grand Supreme Truth cultivators who had comprehended a Supreme Truth in the 6 heavens could be counted on one hand. Now, 3 more had emerged at once. Since everyone has gathered, it is time for me to announce a matter of great importance for the 6 heavens. Wusheng Celestial's expression turned grave as he spoke. The other Grand Supreme Truth cultivators, sensing the gravity of his words, also adopted serious expressions. The atmosphere in the gathering grew heavy. Qi Yuan squinted, his curiosity piqued. What could this significant matter be for the 6 heavens? The Tao of Immortality has a past and a present, but no future. The 6 heavens originally consisted of 5 realms. The 6th was opened by us Grand Supreme Truth cultivators. To break free from our limitations and glimpse into the future, to step into the 3rd stage of the Young God, we need to create the 7th heaven, the 8th, and even the 9th. As beings of the Young God realm, these celestials were well aware that the world did not consist solely of the Tao of Immortality or the 6 heavens. Within the 6 heavens, there were many strange lands. Beyond these strange lands, there were connections to other worlds and universes. Other universes, other worlds, they cultivated the past and the present but could also glimpse the future. Yet, in the 6 heavens, there was no future. It was as though the future of the 6 heavens had been severed by someone. All Young God cultivators were stopped at the 2nd stage of the Young God realm. The one and only palace opened the 6 heavens, receiving the will of the immortal Tao, to pave the way for the future. Now, a decree has descended from the one and only palace. The stars will fall, and the 6 heavens will be unsteady. The linear transformation will commence, strengthening the one and only palace, and together, we will forge the Tao of Immortality. Wusheng Celestial declared, his voice booming like divine thunder. The expressions of all the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators changed at this. Although they had heard rumors that the linear transformation was coming, those were still just rumors. What if they weren't true? Now, hearing Wusheng Celestial's words, all the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators were moved, their hearts filled with complex emotions. But Qi Yuan, on the other hand, was utterly confused. What does this even mean? What is the one and only palace, and what is the linear transformation? Qi Yuan wondered, thoroughly perplexed. These people were speaking of matters beyond his understanding. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace spoke, his voice filled with reverence. The one and only palace is located in the seventh heaven. Wait a second, isn't there only the six heavens? Qi Yuan was baffled. Where was this seventh heaven? The seventh heaven is still under construction. No living beings can enter it yet, the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace explained. Seeing that Qi Yuan still looked puzzled, the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace elaborated further. The will of the immortal Tao is similar to the heavenly Tao of this world, but of a much higher order. The six heavens lack a future, and young god cultivators are stuck at the second stage. To break this stagnation, we need to create a ninth heaven. But constructing the ninth heaven isn't something that can be done at will. Thus, the linear transformation, or rather, the linear calamity, was devised. Could you explain it more simply? Qi Yuan asked again. To put it simply, the young god celestials will wage a great war. Those who perish will have their true spirits enter the one and only palace to aid in constructing the seventh heaven, the Grand Supreme Truth from White Dragon Abyss sighed. The linear transformation was also known as the young god calamity. There were simply too many young god celestials. And the six heavens were far too small. Even if the young gods explored strange lands, they still couldn't leave the six heavens to venture into other worlds. The purpose of the linear transformation was for young god celestials to shed their lives and, in another form, enter the one and only palace to help build the seventh heaven. The Grand Supreme Truth from White Dragon Abyss explained. Every linear transformation resulted in the deaths of Grand Supreme Truth cultivators, making it incredibly dangerous. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was a bit dumbfounded. Was this immortal Tao will, the equivalent of Thanos? Were there simply too many young gods? The one and only palace opens the linear transformation, but does that mean we all have to participate? Can't we just refuse? Qi Yuan asked, puzzled. After all, talk of creating a seventh heaven or glimpsing the future seemed far removed from the concerns of most young gods. Why would ordinary young god celestials support such an endeavor? This is the will of the immortal Tao. How could we disobey? Or do you not want your star projection anymore? A Grand Supreme Truth replied, his tone somber. It was said that the star realm was connected to the will of the immortal Tao. All cultivators who wished to break through to the young god realm needed to create a star projection and send it into the star realm, to reflect across the heavens. Without their star projection, a young god's divine avatar would struggle to maintain itself, and their powers would be severely weakened. More than that, the linear transformation is both a calamity and an opportunity. When the immortal palace opens, treasures will fall, and even creation artifacts could appear. The immortal Tao is fiercely competitive. How could we not risk our lives for a chance? Moonlight Celestial spoke, her voice filled with intense killing intent. Of course, she left something unsaid. In the immortal palace, there were strange beings akin to demons. Even a young god celestial with the deepest of minds would succumb to demonic influence, overwhelmed by sudden waves of murderous intent. Conflicts would be inevitable. Moreover, even if one avoided conflict, the demonic calamity would force them into it. Hearing this, Qi Yuan said no more. After all, he was pretending to be Molo Celestial, and he needed to stay in character, avoiding careless remarks. Otherwise, if Taihuang Palace discovered his true identity, it would be dangerous. The linear transformation is imminent. The top supreme truths will gather to finalize the date and details. Return and make your preparations. Do not be among the fools who die and become a spirit of the one and only palace, Wusheng Celestial sighed. The title Top Supreme referred to Grand Supreme Truth cultivators who had comprehended supreme truths. Every linear transformation resulted in the deaths of Grand Supreme Truth cultivators, who would become spirits in the one and only palace, forever helping to build the seventh heaven. These spirits were essentially dead, their cultivation frozen in place, like puppets. For these young god celestials, who lived freely in the six heavens, death and the loss of their autonomy were the worst fates imaginable. Though the title of spirit in the one and only palace was prestigious, to these young gods, it was a hollow honor. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace suddenly smiled mysteriously. Our Taihuang Palace also has an important announcement. Qi Yuan looked over at the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace. The other Grand Supreme Truths also turned their attention to him, their expressions showing curiosity and unease. Moonlight Celestial narrowed her eyes, her face filled with apprehension. The will of the one and only palace has decreed that this time, the linear transformation. The Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace swept his gaze over the crowd, his expression both smug and arrogant. Will be overseen by Taihuang Palace. These few words landed with the force of thunder in the ears of the assembled Grand Supreme Truths, causing their expressions to drastically change. Wusheng Celestial's face was especially dramatic, full of shock. The linear transformation had never had an overseer before. How could there be a faction overseeing it now? After all, every faction was a participant in this deadly event, with the one and only palace acting as the impartial judge. Now, Taihuang Palace was both player and judge. How was this supposed to work? Is this true? How can this be? Wusheng Celestial asked urgently. Why would the one and only palace issue such a decree? How can Taihuang Palace oversee the linear transformation? This makes no sense. Many of the Grand Supreme Truths voiced their opinions, expressing their discontent. After all, if Taihuang Palace was to oversee the linear transformation, they could already guess how it would turn out. Moonlight Celestial's face grew increasingly pale. If Taihuang Palace truly were to oversee the event, Moon Palace would likely suffer significant losses. The Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace only smiled wider. This decree comes from the top supreme. There's no falsehood here. Hearing this, the other Grand Supreme Truths, despite their confusion and discontent, could only accept the reality. After all, would the top supreme lie about such a matter? The atmosphere grew heavy as the assembled Grand Supreme Truths grudgingly accepted the truth. None of them looked particularly happy. They didn't know the inner workings of this, and they would have to rely on their top supreme to understand it. This was especially true for Wusheng Celestial. For ages, the Supreme Truth Association had been the top faction in the Six Heavens. Now, Taihuang Palace was about to gain another top supreme and oversee the linear transformation. After the transformation, would Taihuang Palace become the leading power in the Six Heavens? There is one more thing to announce. During this linear transformation, at least one top supreme must ascend to the one and only palace, the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace declared. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire gathering fell silent. Was he saying that a top supreme would die? A top supreme? In all these years, there had been fewer than 5 top supremes in the Six Heavens. Yet, now, one of them would perish. Moonlight Celestial looked particularly grim. Moon Palace had always been at odds with Taihuang Palace. Now, with Taihuang Palace making such a terrifying announcement, how could she not be alarmed? The other Grand Supreme Truths were also visibly shaken by the news. If ordinary Grand Supreme Truths died, they might be able to protect themselves by relying on their powerful factions. But if even top supremes were destined to fall, how could the linear transformation not affect them? Black Sword's expression grew complicated as well. He glanced at Supreme Sun and then at Qi Yuan, sensing a hint of conspiracy. 3 young God Celestials had all comprehended Supreme Truths this time, with the potential to become top Supremes. Was this pure talent, or a matter of destiny? Or perhaps, a scheme? At that moment, Supreme Sun Celestial also glanced at Black Sword and Qi Yuan, his expression inscrutable, as if hiding some deep thought. The small gathering ended with the weight of this monumental announcement hanging over them. Aside from the Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace, the faces of the remaining young God Celestials weren't very cheerful. Qi Yuan took a glance at Moonlight Celestial, feeling an urge to ask about his master. But he knew that now was not the time to reveal himself, so he held back. One by one, the Grand Supreme Truths dispersed. However, before leaving, many of them tried to increase their offers, extending olive branches to Qi Yuan in hopes of drawing him into their factions, but he turned them all down. As he was about to leave, Supreme Sun Celestial approached him, his demeanor carefree. Looking at both Black Sword and Qi Yuan, he spoke softly, "We 3 all comprehended Supreme Truths. We should look out for each other." Black Sword and Qi Yuan both cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Then, Supreme Sun Celestial sighed with a sense of melancholy, "We were born at the wrong time. Just as we've taken a step into the Grand Supreme Truth, the linear transformation is upon us. Who knows where we'll end up?" With those words, Supreme Sun Celestial's figure disappeared, his retreating form looking lost and uncertain. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Supreme Sun Celestial left. Black Sword looked at Molo Celestial with a sincere expression. "You are from the Molo clan, which shares the same origins as my clan. With the linear transformation approaching, we should move more closely together." The one and only palace had issued the decree, allowing Taihuang Palace to oversee the linear transformation. Even someone as composed as Black Sword could sense a hint of danger. Moreover, in this linear transformation, it was said that even a top supreme might fall. The most likely top supreme to die were himself, Molo, and Supreme Sun Celestial, No. The three of them had yet to fully ascend to the Supreme Truth realm and were still far from being Grand Supreme Truth cultivators. No problem, Qi Yuan responded nonchalantly. At this moment, Black Sword looked at Molo with a grave expression. The one and only palace has never interfered with the affairs of the six heavens. How do you think Taihuang Palace managed to make contact with them and gain the right to oversee this linear transformation? Why, Qi Yuan wasn't fond of overthinking. In previous linear transformations, there were no cases of top supremes dying. So, I suspect that the one and only palace was dissatisfied with how the past transformations were handled. Taihuang Palace might have made a deal with the one and only palace, agreeing to ensure the death of a top supreme in exchange for the right to oversee the event. And the sudden appearance of Supreme Sun Celestial, don't you think it's too coincidental? Black Sword's gaze was deep as he scrutinized Qi Yuan. To him, not only was the appearance of Supreme Sun Celestial too sudden, but Molo's arrival was equally abrupt. Moreover, the Molo clan had always maintained a good relationship with Taihuang Palace. A secret deal between them wouldn't be surprising. So, you suspect that Taihuang Palace raised Supreme Sun Celestial to offer him to the one and only palace in exchange for overseeing this transformation. Qi Yuan didn't like using his brain much, but his language comprehension was on point. Exactly. Black Sword's eyes were penetrating, as if trying to see through Qi Yuan's thoughts. Of course, he knew that it wouldn't show anything obvious. Would you be interested in returning to the six heavens and teaming up with me? Black Sword extended an invitation. No, Qi Yuan shook his head. Still no sign of Supreme Ten Suns. Within Taihuang Palace's stronghold, a Grand Supreme Truth cultivator sat with a relaxed expression. Supreme Benevolence Celestial lowered his head, his face solemn. Apologies, I've failed to locate Supreme Ten Suns. He is very cautious and likely avoided attending the Supreme Truth Forum. During the Supreme Truth Forum, Supreme Benevolence Celestial had been tasked with finding Supreme Ten Suns. No matter, he's just a minor pest, only adept at hiding. Once the linear transformation begins and the top supremes patrol the heavens, we'll use the star realm to find his true body. He will have nowhere to hide. The one and only palace had granted Taihuang Palace's top supremes many privileges. Before the linear transformation began, Taihuang Palace would use the star realm to patrol all realms, detecting every young god, ensuring that none escaped participation. When the time came, Supreme Ten Suns' true identity and location would be revealed. Then, Taihuang Palace would dispatch young god celestials to capture him. Hearing this, Supreme Benevolence Celestial finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he remembered something and spoke softly. Ghost Heaven plans to attack the two prodigies of Black Demon Abyss, Black Sword and Blood Robe. As for Black Sword, Ghost Heaven had long been secretly allied with Taihuang Palace. Let them proceed. But, Black Sword has comprehended a supreme truth. If he dies now, it could interfere with the top supremes' grand plans. Supreme Benevolence Celestial hesitated. The goal of this linear transformation was, naturally, to kill as many Grand Supreme Truths as possible. If Black Sword were to die now, wouldn't it be a waste? You overestimate Ghost Heaven and underestimate both Black Demon Abyss and Black Sword. A cultivator who has comprehended a supreme truth doesn't fall easily. Or do you think he's like that Blood Robe? The Grand Supreme Truth from Taihuang Palace remarked. A prodigy like Blood Robe, so what if he died? But Black Sword, he was Black Demon Abyss, most prized asset. How could he not be protected by other Grand Supreme Truths? Ghost Heaven knew this well, yet they still wanted to try. After all, what if they succeeded? And if they didn't, it would only cost a few young god lives. Some say that Blood Robe is the next Black Sword. Is there any truth to that? Supreme Benevolence Celestial asked with a complicated expression. HMPH, do you think supreme truths are so easily comprehended? At best, Blood Robe will become an ordinary Grand Supreme Truth. But Molo, now that's an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect the Molo clan to hide so deeply and bide their time like this. Elsewhere, Qi Yuan shed his Molo disguise and returned to his true form. At the moment, the Supreme Truth Forum had just ended, and many disciples and young god celestials from the various sacred lands had yet to leave. Is this your sister? She's quite attractive, Purple Fate Shui remarked as she looked at Qi Yi. Qi Yi had a tall, slender figure with graceful, toned legs. Her waist was slim, without a trace of excess fat, perfect for shadow dancing. I've got good genes, Qi Yuan replied seriously. Although he had always believed that debts incurred through legitimate means didn't need repaying, Qi Yuan reconsidered and decided he didn't want to be labeled stingy. He had prepared some spirit stones, intending to repay Qi Yi. In fact, he even considered taking her to the Buddhist kingdom for safety. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Qi Yi was his sworn sister from the game world. Moreover, after comprehending two supreme truths, Qi Yuan could sense a dark cloud looming over him. Since Qi Yi had a special relationship with him, he didn't want to put her in danger, so sending her to the Buddhist kingdom seemed like a safer option. She's your sister, what does that have to do with your genes? Purple Fate Shui rolled her eyes. Anyway, reverse the formation of the heavenly gang and MPPHH. Mid-sentence, Purple Fate Shui's eyes widened in shock. Her throat filled with a strange, dense sensation. She tried to speak, but only muffled sounds emerged. Mushrooms began to grow rapidly in her mouth, filling it completely in no time. Clearly, this was Qi Yuan's doing. Watching Purple Fate Shui's reaction, Qi Yuan felt delighted. In response to her relentless teasing, Qi Yuan, who wasn't good at arguing back, had no choice but to retaliate with both his supreme truths, absolute adaptation and do as I please. The combined effect of these two truths resulted in mushrooms continuously sprouting in Purple Fate Shui's mouth, completely preventing her from speaking. What have you done to me? What kind of technique is this? MMMPHH. Blood Robe is the most handsome, the most dashing, the most awe-inspiring man. MMMPHH. Purple Fate Shui tried to demand an explanation. But to her horror, her words transformed into praises for Blood Robe. Sigh, Bullhorn sister, you finally said something truthful, Qi Yuan said, feeling smug. Purple Fate Shui was furious, but instead of cursing, her face showed a forced, sweet smile. Qi Yuan was thoroughly satisfied, these supreme truths were incredibly handy. Still, he was a fair person, so he quickly withdrew the effects of his truths. Once the mushrooms in Purple Fate Shui's mouth vanished, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Qi Yuan, no longer playful but wary. What kind of technique is that? At this moment, she no longer dared to provoke him. She didn't want to experience that strange sensation again. What technique? This is my supreme truth. Qi Yuan declared triumphantly. TCH, do you think your black sword? Purple Fate Shui pouted. Qi Yi remained silent, standing quietly beside them. Enough of that, I need to prepare for my meeting with Moonlight Celestial. I've already sent a request for an audience, and by now, it should have arrived, right? Qi Yuan mused. He wanted to meet with Moonlight Celestial to inquire about his master, Ruan Yishi. That's a grand supreme truth. You think you can meet her just because you want to. Unless you've comprehended a supreme truth. Purple Fate Shui retorted stubbornly. Qi Yuan glanced at her and said thoughtfully, I think you're more charming when mushrooms are growing out of your mouth. You, Purple Fate Shui quickly covered her mouth, looking terrified. You. Without any hesitation, she bolted. She was already thinking about how she could deal with Blood Robe. Elsewhere, in the Moon Palace stronghold, Moonlight Celestial wore a worried expression. She had already reported the events of the gathering to Moon God Sovereign, but there had been no response, and she couldn't shake her unease. Taihuang Palace had always been Moon Palace's mortal enemy, and now that they were overseeing the lineage transformation, it spelled bad news for Moon Palace. Moonlight Celestial understood that if this matter leaked, the already shaky morale within Moon Palace would only worsen. Moonlight Celestial, a disciple of Black Demon Abyss named Blood Robe requests an audience. A young woman entered the room, bowing respectfully. Blood Robe. Moonlight Celestial thought for a moment before recalling the name. No. She rejected the request without hesitation. After all, Blood Robe was merely a talented young god. Though somewhat famous, he wasn't significant enough to warrant an audience with her. The young woman hesitated and spoke nervously, but Molo Celestial sent a letter of recommendation. Moonlight Celestial's expression immediately shifted. Molo Celestial, of the Molo clan, had been at war with Moon Palace. Yet, here he was, recommending someone to meet her. The implications were intriguing. Let him in, Moonlight Celestial responded, her voice calm. 100 heartbeats later, Qi Yuan entered the grand hall. Moonlight Celestial remained behind a veil, her form obscured. Greetings, Moonlight Celestial. Qi Yuan, despite his do-as-I-please nature, remained courteous. What is your connection to Molo Celestial that he would recommend you to see me? Do you not know that my moon palace is at war with the Molo clan? Moonlight Celestial's voice was anything but polite. In an instant, a powerful pressure swept through the room, and Qi Yuan once again felt the overwhelming might of a grand supreme truth. Vast as the ocean, its depths unknowable. Molo Celestial and I share some connections, Qi Yuan answered casually. Moonlight Celestial studied him with a complex expression but didn't press further. After all, it wouldn't befit a grand supreme truth to pursue an argument with a mere young god. What do you want? She asked. I've come to inquire about a matter. Qi Yuan took out a moon token. This was given to me by my master, the moon token. Not long ago, I met a senior from Moon Palace who told me this token was connected to the previous moon god sovereign. Qi Yuan didn't hide anything. After all, it was bound to come out eventually. Moonlight Celestial would definitely inquire with Elder Moon and learn what Qi Yuan had asked about before. Moonlight Celestial's expression tightened at his words. The moon token floated into the air. What is your master's name? Moonlight Celestial asked, her gaze deep, as if recalling past memories. Ruan Yishi. Upon hearing the name, Moonlight Celestial's expression remained unchanged. I have never heard that name. Qi Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. This moon token belonged to the previous moon god sovereign. I do not know what connection your master has to her. As for the previous moon god sovereign, she vanished some time ago. Moonlight Celestial replied. What? Qi Yuan was taken aback. His instincts told him she wasn't lying. The linear transformation is approaching. You will soon learn of it. During the last linear transformation, the previous moon god sovereign disappeared, Moonlight Celestial explained. Disappeared? Indeed. It is one of the great secrets of the six heavens. There are rumors that the previous moon god sovereign perished and became a spirit within the one and only palace, but these are just rumors. Moonlight Celestial continued. As for your master, Ruan Yishi, I suspect she may have been the previous moon god sovereign's attendant. Back then, when the previous moon god sovereign vanished, her attendant also disappeared. Moonlight Celestial didn't think Ruan Yishi and the previous moon god sovereign were the same person. How could a powerful figure like the previous moon god sovereign simply vanish and reappear as someone else's master? So, it was more likely that Ruan Yishi was the previous moon god sovereign's attendant, and the name could be false. The previous moon god sovereign, though a grand supreme truth, had not comprehended a supreme truth. Qi Yuan absorbed this information with mixed feelings. He still had no concrete news about his master. In truth, he was worried and filled with speculation. He had arrived in the six heavens and encountered people from Moon Palace. If his master were here, she would surely come to see him. Could it be that she was trapped? Or perhaps, there was some other secret she couldn't reveal. I didn't expect you to have such ties to Moon Palace, Moonlight Celestial remarked. Suddenly, her expression shifted drastically. She had just contacted Elder Gathering Moon. Elder Gathering Moon had informed her of what had happened in the Demon Abyss when Qi Yuan met with Moonlight Maiden Jin Li and had his conversation with Gathering Moon Celestial. According to Qi Yuan's account, he had subdued Molo Celestial, infiltrated the Demon Abyss as Molo, and met Jin Li. This meant that the Molo Celestial everyone knew was actually Qi Yuan. You are Molo. Moonlight Celestial's heart trembled as joy flashed across her face. Qi Yuan wasn't surprised by this revelation. Given how much he had revealed, Moonlight Celestial would have had to be pretty dim not to figure it out. I hope you can keep this a secret, Qi Yuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Celestial's heart confirmed it. Originally, Molo Celestial's rise within the Molo clan, which had been at odds with Moon Palace, had spelled disaster for Moon Palace. Now, to learn that Molo was actually Qi Yuan, Blood Robe, a figure tied to the former Moon God Sovereign and connected to Moon Palace, was a tremendous relief. How could she not be overjoyed? Since the Supreme Truth Forum began, she hadn't heard a single piece of good news. This, however, was the best news she'd received, and her spirits lifted. You needn't worry, I will not speak a word of this, Moonlight Celestial assured him, her gaze filled with approval. Jin Li, that girl, Moon Maiden, I've seen her before. I never expected her to have such a good eye. Moonlight Celestial stepped out from behind the veil, a smile bright on her face. When will you marry her and make her your Tao companion? Jin Li is still the Moon Maiden. She needs to meet with the Moon God Sovereign and relinquish her title before she can be with me, Qi Yuan explained earnestly. Having comprehended two supreme truths, he felt more confident in his ability to protect himself. Against Taihuang Palace or even a Grand Supreme Truth, he no longer felt as if death was his only option. Moreover, Ning Dao and his wife, the Golden Canary, were still helping him refine the stellar golden core. His strength was increasing rapidly. These are mere trifles, Moonlight Celestial waved a dismissive hand. If you're willing to marry Jin Li, she can relinquish her title as Moon Maiden immediately. Then, as if thinking of something, she added, or she could keep the title. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Moonlight Celestial's attitude had completely shifted from arrogance to respect. Qi Yuan blinked. This actually works. If it had been earlier, before he comprehended his supreme truths, and when he had just arrived at Black Demon Abyss, he would have been worried about not being able to protect Jin Li. But now things were different. He had the ability to protect himself, enough to bring Jin Li to his side. Of course it works. Moonlight Celestial smiled gently. Rules could always be bent. When you find the time, you can bring Jin Li back to Black Demon Abyss, Moonlight Celestial said kindly. This made Qi Yuan even more certain that strength was everything. Although people often spoke of equality, if he had been a nobody in love with Jin Li and wanted to marry the Moon Maiden, Moon Palace would have made sure he understood that a toad can't dream of eating swan meat. But now, the situation had reversed. Alright, I'll pick a good day and bring Jin Li over, Qi Yuan said cheerfully. Good thing he had already prepared the marriage certificate. All he needed was to put Jin Li's picture on it. The only downside was that no one had thought to move the civil registry office to the 6 heavens. Congratulations, Taoist friend, Moonlight Celestial said happily. At this moment, Qi Yuan thought of something and asked again, may I have an audience with Moon God Sovereign? He wanted to meet Moon God Sovereign to clear up the mysteries surrounding his master. Moonlight Celestial, still smiling, now showed a hint of concern. I'm afraid you won't be able to. I haven't seen Moon God Sovereign in a long time either. Oh, what happened? Moon God Sovereign suffered severe injuries and has been in seclusion to heal. I don't know where she is. The news of Moon God Sovereign's injuries had already spread through the 6 heavens and was no longer much of a secret. Now, even Moonlight Celestial didn't know Moon God Sovereign's location. Qi Yuan frowned. A Grand Supreme Truth like her could still be injured. Purple Fate Ancestor had once said that it was difficult, almost impossible, to kill or even harm a Grand Supreme Truth. Without an offensive creation artifact, even those of the same level couldn't inflict any real damage. How could someone with a Supreme Truth suddenly be seriously injured? I don't know the details, Moonlight Celestial said. I only know that Moon God Sovereign ventured into a strange land, was ambushed, and gravely injured. Moonlight Celestial didn't know much more. A strange land, Qi Yuan considered this and found it plausible. In those mysterious realms, anything could happen. Some unknown strange lands were even connected to other universes, possibly harboring otherworldly powers, extremely dangerous. He then asked, can we use these strange lands to travel to other worlds? Moonlight Celestial's expression grew serious. No, if we step into them, we'll perish. Can beings from other worlds enter the 6 heavens through these strange lands? Qi Yuan asked again. Yes, but most of them are weak, Moonlight Celestial replied. Can these beings return to their worlds? No, once they step into the 6 heavens, they cannot go back, just like us, Moonlight Celestial patiently explained. These details were somewhat secret but not particularly valuable. Many Grand Supreme Truth cultivators had explored and studied realms beyond the 6 heavens and other worlds. It all feels a bit odd. Is it like an incompatible game system? Qi Yuan muttered to himself. It was as if characters from a game designed for a Symbian system couldn't appear in an Android one. Game system. Moonlight Celestial was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. Never mind, Qi Yuan waved it off, not bothering to explain. After talking with Moonlight Celestial, Qi Yuan gained a deeper understanding of the Grand Supreme Truth realm. The Supreme Truth Forum slowly came to an end. All the major sacred lands and factions began their return journeys. Every Grand Supreme Truth who participated in the forum was deeply worried. The issue of the linear transformation was too significant. Especially with Taihuang Palace overseeing it. The information needed to be confirmed with their ancestors. If true, it would be as though the sky was falling. Every young god could sense an impending storm. Only some of the disciples and young prodigies remained carefree. Big Brother Black Sword and all those old folks are gone, time to celebrate. Purple Fate Shui stood proudly with her hands on her hips. Due to the linear transformation, Black Sword and the 3 ancestors of Black Demon Abyss had returned early to discuss the matter. As for the younger disciples and prodigies, they couldn't travel as fast as young gods, so they lagged behind under the guidance of a single young god. Qi Yuan looked at Purple Fate Shui, observing her and her exaggerated antics. Your brain works in mysterious ways. Purple Fate Shui grinned. Smart, right? I knew you'd try to make mushrooms grow in my mouth, so I planted them myself to crowd yours out. As she spoke, mushrooms occasionally sprayed from her mouth like some chaotic fireworks display. To prevent Qi Yuan from growing mushrooms in her mouth, she decided to plant them herself. Qi Yuan was speechless and decided not to argue about it. Then, Purple Fate Shui whispered, with the linear transformation approaching, do you think I should hold off on becoming a young god? If she didn't step into the young god realm, she wouldn't be trapped in the game and could remain free. That's up to you, Qi Yuan responded lazily, not wanting to judge anyone's life choices. Unless, of course, they were enemies. Never mind, I can't do that. I've enjoyed the offerings of Purple Fate Heaven for so long. How can I run from danger now? Purple Fate Shui showed a sense of responsibility after all. Good for you, Qi Yuan complimented her. This kind of behavior was rare. Then, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Society was progressing too fast. Even in the immortal realm, moral standards were deteriorating. Back in the day, characters would bring a group of powerful cultivators to break off engagements, embarrassing the protagonist's family, and forcing the protagonist to shout, "Don't underestimate the poor." Ah, such emotional drama. But nowadays, these characters would be seen as virtuous, at least they brought pills with them. Now, as long as someone didn't break the law, they were considered good people. It almost felt like, as a villain, if he emerged after moral standards had declined by 500-fold, he might be considered a saint. What a shame we missed out on this Supreme Truth Forum, Ice Sword sighed from a distance. They had come to observe and were able to be in close proximity to the Wall of Supreme Truths, which was different from just watching from afar. Being near it allowed them to sense a trace of the Supreme Truth aura, gaining valuable insights that would help them step into the young god realm more quickly and go further than others. But in the end, they weren't young gods and couldn't fully interact with the Wall of Supreme Truths. Who knew when the next Supreme Truth Forum would happen? It might take ages. Luckily, Big Brother Black Sword comprehended a supreme truth. Otherwise, with the linear transformation, Black Demon Abyss would be in real danger, a prodigy sighed. Do you think Molo Celestial will return to Black Demon Abyss? A prodigy's eyes lit up as they asked. After all, the Molo clan and Black Demon Abyss shared the same origins. That's wishful thinking. Back when the Molo clan wanted to return to the 6 heavens, we ignored them. Now, if we beg them to come, they likely won't. These prodigies were well informed. After Molo Celestial had comprehended 2 supreme truths, many sacred lands had extended invitations, but he rejected them all. Molo had even turned down Black Demon Abyss. This left many Black Demon Abyss prodigies surprised, and a little upset. It was like seeing a once poor relative suddenly rise to prominence and no longer acknowledge the family. HMPH, no matter how strong Molo gets, he can't compare to Big Brother Black Sword. As long as we have Black Sword, we don't need anyone else. A prodigy declared. We don't just have Black Sword, we have Blood Robe. Purple Fate Shui said proudly. Blood Robe represented Purple Fate Heaven and was the only young prodigy in Black Demon Abyss capable of challenging Black Sword. The other prodigies laughed and echoed, yes, we have Blood Robe. Though they were just being polite, inwardly, they didn't take it seriously. After all, Black Sword had truly comprehended a supreme truth, while Blood Robe was still just a young god. If Qi Yuan knew their thoughts, he would surely correct them sternly. He wasn't a young god. He was only in the Purple Mansion stage. Suddenly, a deafening roar of thunder erupted above them. A massive, boiling purple lightning bolt struck their immortal ship. The steady ship shook violently, and the cultivators aboard sensed the looming danger. Purple Fate Shui's eyes widened in guilt. Could it be, the Black Cloud Blood Rider is cursed? Don't worry, external lightning storms are common in this area, nothing major, Ice Sword called out to calm everyone down. But Qi Yuan squinted, something was off about this lightning. At that moment, the young god celestial leading them reached out and caught the lightning in his palm. The once raging storm became nothing more than a snake of lightning in his hand. Just a minor issue, no need to worry, he smiled, but then his face changed, and he roared angrily. You dare, Suddenly, the sky was filled with overwhelming blood energy, and every prodigy felt a powerful killing intent descend upon them. The 10,000 Ghost Soul Banner. The prodigies were shocked. In the sky above, a massive 10,000 Ghost Soul Banner unfurled, covering the heavens. The entire world was dyed red. The young god Celestial was clearly anxious, reaching out in an attempt to stop the banner. But in an instant, the 10,000 Ghost Soul Banner shook violently. The immortal ship shattered, and the young god Celestial was forced to retreat. Spiritual energy surged wildly through the world, and the sky filled with explosive noises. Be careful, danger, activate your shields. The air was filled with shouts, anger, and the clashing of spells. The world was in chaos, and the immortal ship had been destroyed. After 3 breaths of time, everything finally cleared. The booms and bright lights vanished. The 10,000 Ghost Soul Banner was gone. All the prodigies were now within the sleeve of the young god Celestial, their hearts filled with dread. A pair of eyes appeared, scanning the inside of the sleeve with a grave expression. Blood robe is missing. What? The prodigies, who had been meditating to recover their celestial energy, were shocked. Blood robe had disappeared. The appearance of the 10,000 Ghost Soul Banner signaled that Ghost Heaven had made a move against Black Demon Abyss. And now that Blood robe had vanished, his fate seemed bleak. The young god Celestial's face darkened. The 10,000 Ghost Soul Banner is an offensive creation artifact. Although this was just a fragment, it still has some of the banner's abilities, capable of sending cultivators into strange lands. Ghost Heaven has only a few of these fragments. Using one means they've lost one forever. To capture Blood Robe, they used a fragment. The young god Celestial looked deeply troubled. Under his watch, a prodigy had been taken. He was filled with shame and fury. Then, suddenly realizing something, his expression changed drastically. If Ghost Heaven dared to act against Blood Robe, they might also target Black Sword. His face paled, his mind filled with fear. The linear transformation had yet to begin, but the 6 heavens were already this chaotic. If this turmoil escalated, the consequences would be unimaginable. He needed to report to the ancestors immediately. In Black Demon Abyss, dark clouds hung ominously overhead. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the abyss. Purple Fate Ancestor appeared, landing beneath a towering peak with a frantic expression. Ancestor Purple Fate requests an audience with Master. His heart was filled with anxiety. He had just learned that Ghost Heaven had targeted Blood Robe, using a fragment of the 10,000 Ghost Soul Banner to send him into a strange land. He was in a panic. A moment later, an old man in black robes appeared, also looking anxious. 6th brother, Ghost Heaven made a move against Black Sword, sending him into a strange land. Master is busy divining Black Sword's whereabouts and cannot see you. This black-robed elder was the 4th elder of Black Demon Abyss. 4th brother, Blood Robe was also ambushed by Ghost Heaven and is missing. Could Master divine his whereabouts? I will personally go and rescue him. Purple Fate Ancestor was desperate. As he spoke, he offered the Black Demon Ancestor's blood to the 4th elder. The 4th elder shook his head. Black Sword represents the future of Black Demon Abyss. Master won't waste his energy on other matters. A grand supreme truth is involved, and Master cannot afford to be distracted. Please, go back. The 4th elder politely refused. His appearance was clearly a sign of their master's decision. Master had already known that Purple Fate Ancestor would come and had sent the 4th elder to block him in advance. Purple Fate Ancestor's face shifted with sorrow. Just one breath is all I ask. With Master's power and the creation artifacts he wielded, it would take only one breath to divine Blood Robe's location and determine which perilous place he had been sent to. But the 4th elder shook his head. For every breath wasted, Black Sword's danger grows. Standing before the mountain, the 4th elder seemed like an immovable peak, blocking Purple Fate Ancestor's path. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression grew desolate. Indeed, he had no right to make such demands of his master. I understand. Purple Fate Ancestor looked defeated, as though his spirit had been broken. He seemed like an old man, no longer carrying the aura of a grand supreme truth. I only hope that Blood Robe can survive. Blood Robe still had the protective treasures that Purple Fate Ancestor had given him. If Ghost Heaven didn't send someone strong enough, he might still have a chance to escape. Now, all he could do was hope for a stroke of good luck. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Purple Fate Ancestor was filled with worry, deeply disappointed in that person from Black Demon Abyss. Damn it, if I ever ask him for help again, I'm worse than a pig or a dog. He was seething with anger, even cursing, utterly disregarding the dignity expected of a grand supreme truth cultivator. For the sake of Black Sword's ascension and the greater plan, he had swallowed his pride for many years. Despite his past conflicts with his master, he had repeatedly exhausted his own essence energy for the good of Black Demon Abyss. One could say that he had done more than enough. But now, his master's indifference left him feeling bitter and powerless. Those blessed with great fortune won't fall so easily. Besides, his talent far surpasses Ghost Heaven's expectations, and with the protective treasure I gave him, he'll definitely be fine. Purple Fate Ancestor reassured himself. Elsewhere, in the strange land, the winds howled, and malevolent spirits filled the air, stretching across the void. A massive 10,000 ghost soul banner hung in the sky, its blood-red flag emitting a chilling, murderous aura as countless ghostly souls wailed. The entire landscape resembled a living hell, ravaged and desolate. Pale, giant hands descended from the sky, visible throughout the shattered realm. A terrifying voice echoed through the air. Blood Robe, there's no use hiding. I can see you. Great Bliss Celestial appeared, smiling as if he were a compassionate Buddha. Upon entering the strange land, his power had dropped to the peak of the mythical level. Such were the rules of this strange land. Outside of it, he might have been able to refine the land with his overwhelming power. But once inside, he was no longer in control, reduced to the level of mythical beings. These were the rules of heaven and earth. Only those who had comprehended supreme truths could resist such forces. At this moment, Qi Yuan, draped in his blood-red robe, stood on the ground, his expression calm as he stared at the 10,000 ghost soul banner with a look of delight. Isn't this my dream treasure, the human emperor banner? Qi Yuan's reaction didn't surprise Great Bliss Celestial. Prodigies like Blood Robe naturally carried protective charms. For someone like Great Bliss, even though he was a young god, inside this strange land, he wasn't necessarily a match for a prodigy like Blood Robe. You may be calm now, but soon enough, you won't be smiling anymore, Great Bliss Celestial said as he gripped the 10,000 ghost soul banner, his voice carrying a chilling, sinister tone. What gives you the right to assume how I feel? Whether I smile or not is none of your business, Qi Yuan retorted. Great Bliss Celestial's smile only deepened. The more Blood Robe laughed now, the more despair he would feel later. Blood Robe, you didn't expect me, did you? Suddenly, a vast, terrifying presence appeared behind Great Bliss Celestial. A familiar face emerged. It was none other than God Blood Celestial. He looked at Qi Yuan, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Ah, God Blood. Qi Yuan was a bit surprised at the sight. God Blood Celestial seemed pleased by Qi Yuan's reaction. But then Qi Yuan spoke again. Hey, didn't you already admit it was Demon Eye Celestial who killed your granddaughter? I don't even know Demon Eye Celestial. Her death had nothing to do with me. So why are you coming after me? Qi Yuan protested, his voice full of indignation. In situations like this, assassinations were typically swift and without much talk. But at their level, these exchanges took place within the span of a single breath. While they spoke, Great Bliss and God Blood Celestial were also sealing off the area, ensuring Qi Yuan couldn't escape and cutting off any interference from other young gods. God Blood Celestial's fury only intensified at Qi Yuan's words. He gritted his teeth and growled. Back in the Supreme Truth Heaven, when you humiliated me, did you not foresee the consequences? The events of the Supreme Truth Heaven were etched deeply in God Blood Celestial's memory. His granddaughter had been killed, and Blood Robe had shamelessly lied, claiming he didn't know Demon Eye Celestial, the killer. Anyone with half a brain knew that Blood Robe was acquainted with Demon Eye Celestial. And the acting, absolutely terrible, he had practically forced God Blood Celestial to admit defeat. Such an unbearable humiliation, and God Blood Celestial had no choice but to endure it back then. When did I humiliate you? I had witnesses and evidence. I don't even know Demon Eye Celestial. Do you want me to call him here to testify? Qi Yuan, ever reasonable, countered. Blood Robe, playing dumb won't work, and neither will stalling for time. This entire area has been sealed by us. Even Purple Fate Ancestor won't be able to find you here. No one can save you. As for Demon Eye Celestial, even if he were your lapdog, he won't show up here. God Blood Celestial said, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. With the 10,000 ghost soul banner sealing the area, only the three of them were left in this desolate trap. No one else would appear. Shrimp Head Man, not only are you slandering me, but you're also spreading lies about Demon Eye Celestial. Qi Yuan shouted angrily. For some reason, after Qi Yuan's outburst, God Blood Celestial suddenly felt an overwhelming force sweep over him. His head briefly transformed into that of a shrimp. Panicked, he quickly returned his head to normal, looking at Qi Yuan with fear. Is this a contingency left behind by Purple Fate Ancestor? No wonder you're so calm. God Blood Celestial was wary but not afraid. No matter how powerful Purple Fate Ancestor was, he wasn't physically present. Killing Blood Robe here would still be an easy task. Typical, when you can't win an argument, you resort to distractions. HMPH, it's a good thing I'm clever and always keep my evidence with me. I knew someone would try to frame me someday. Demon Eye Celestial, come out here and tell him yourself, do we know each other? Did I tell you to kill God Blood Celestial's granddaughter? Qi Yuan shouted. God Blood Celestial tensed up for a moment but quickly relaxed again. This place is sealed, no other young God Celestial can enter. Blood Robe, these tricks are pointless. Great Bliss Celestial chuckled at the scene and said to Qi Yuan, you can shout all you want, but no one is coming to save you. The area had already been sealed. The preparations were complete, it was time to strike. The conversation had gone on long enough. But just as they were about to make their move, Great Bliss and God Blood Celestial's eyes widened in disbelief. Before their eyes, a hole suddenly appeared in Qi Yuan's abdomen. A terrifying aura emerged from the hole. In an instant, a gray-black figure stepped out from Qi Yuan's body, smiling warmly. I can testify, Demon Eye Celestial doesn't know this blood robe at all. The figure that had just walked out of Qi Yuan's body was none other than Demon Eye Celestial. Both God Blood and Great Bliss were terrified, their expressions changing drastically. This couldn't be real, it made no sense. Even a Grand Supreme Truth couldn't bypass their watchful eyes and enter here. Yet Demon Eye Celestial had just stepped out of Blood Robe's stomach. What was going on? Something was very wrong. The witness is here, what do you have to say now? Qi Yuan said smugly, I don't know Demon Eye Celestial, and that's the truth. Right, Demon Eye Celestial and Blood Robe aren't acquaintances, Demon Eye Celestial chimed in. The scene was utterly bizarre. For reasons he couldn't explain, a deep-seated fear suddenly welled up inside God Blood Celestial. This kind of fear was ancient, reminding him of the time before he had entered the path of cultivation, back when he encountered ghostly beings. His mind flashed back to the moment when his head had briefly turned into a shrimp. The memory sent chills down his spine. Still, he tried to remain composed and said, even if you're here, Demon Eye Celestial, you won't escape death. The 10,000 Ghost Soul banner will ensure it. The witness isn't enough. Qi Yuan's anger flared. The moral fabric of the cultivation world had truly decayed. Even with a witness present, they still wouldn't admit their wrongdoing. Seems like we need a jury and a judge to finally make you confess. Qi Yuan couldn't hide his frustration. Appear, judges of justice, the righteous jury. Today, we will deliver justice to this shrimp-headed man. Heaven and earth, hear my call. Bring forth judgment upon the heavens. As Qi Yuan spoke, a terrifying black hole appeared in front of his abdomen. One by one, terrifying auras began to emerge from the dark void. The great emperor of the Eastern Pole, King Hawa, heed my command. Take charge of the wind and thunder inferno, and strike with the power of lightning. Mark the evildoers in the black ledger. The Lord of the Nine Heavens, thunder's echo, heed my command. The thunder is the pivot of yin and yang, the root of all things. Without thunder, there can be no dominion over the three realms. Gao Yao, heed my command. You, who are wise in the 5 punishments, assist in the teaching of the 5 virtues. In an instant, nearly 100 young god celestials stepped out from the black hole, surrounding Qi Yuan like personal guards. Each one exuded an aura so vast and profound that it seemed unfathomable. These weren't ordinary young gods. Both God Blood and Great Bliss stared in horror, their faces growing paler by the second. What was this creature? How could he summon so many terrifying and mysterious young gods from his body? Wasn't this supposed to be a simple assassination? The two of them felt like they had unwittingly stepped into a terrifying whirlpool. They were petrified and filled with dread, already thinking of retreating. Then, Qi Yuan's arrogant voice rang out again. These are all renowned judges, members of the jury, and even gods of justice. Now, tell this old shrimp-headed man whether or not I know Demon Eye Celestial. And isn't this God Blood slandering me? Gao Yao, the god of justice, stroked his beard, his presence radiating authority. The master has indeed met Demon Eye Celestial, but he imprisoned him. Thus, it cannot be said that they, No, each other. Therefore, God Blood, your accusations are false. You are guilty of slander. Hearing this, Qi Yuan beamed with satisfaction. See, even the God of justice says I'm innocent. And yet, you slander me, shrimp head. You're dragging down the moral standards of men. You should be expelled from manhood. Then, as if he'd remembered something, Qi Yuan added. Although Gao Yao calls me master, he's the God of justice. He's impartial and fair, he wouldn't be biased toward me. So, God Blood Celestial, do you still refuse to admit your guilt? Qi Yuan's shout thundered through the air like a storm. God Blood Celestial looked at Qi Yuan, his expression complicated. Then, suddenly, everything clicked for him. He recalled how his head had mysteriously turned into that of a shrimp, that sensation of some kind of supreme truth at work. He also thought about the appearance of Demon Eye Celestial and all those bizarre young gods. You're Celestial Molo. God Blood Celestial was utterly shocked, and terrified. The person standing before him was none other than Celestial Molo. Great Bliss Celestial was just as stunned. It was that terrifying Molo Celestial. If that were the case, then it all made sense. After all, Celestial Molo had comprehended not one but two supreme truths. Having so many strange young gods around him didn't seem as far-fetched now. Without hesitation, God Blood and Great Bliss Celestials immediately turned to flee. The situation had grown far too bizarre. This blood robe, or rather, Molo Celestial, wasn't a normal young god. What kind of young god had nearly 100 other young gods living inside them? Qi Yuan watched them flee, unconcerned. His voice boomed with righteousness. HMPH, you won't escape punishment. Since you've confessed, it's time for you to die. Old Man Shenlei took a step forward. The thunder of the 9 heavens gathered to form the prison of lightning. Capture them. The great emperor of the eastern pole, King Hua, exuded an infinite, majestic presence. His voice was cold. Great Bliss, God Blood, your names are now written in the Black Ledger. One by one, the young god celestials spoke, their divine voices transforming into chains that bound God Blood and Great Bliss Celestials. God Blood Celestial panicked, struggling to break free. Great Bliss Celestial waved the 10,000 ghost soul banner, attempting to escape, and countless wailing spirits roared. But under the assault of nearly 100 young gods, their resistance looked almost laughable, pathetic even. Expelled from manhood, at that moment, Qi Yuan executed judgment upon God Blood and Great Bliss Celestials. Now at the martial god of myriad Dao's level, having comprehended two supreme truths, Qi Yuan could easily crush any supreme truth cultivator. There was no need for the nascent souls he had summoned. Qi Yuan could have easily subdued them alone. However, he preferred to do things by the book. Meanwhile, in Ghost Heaven, Triad Celestial sat atop the clouds, his 3 faces impossible to read. How is it going? They're trapped in a strange land, the outcome unknown. But, Black Sword will be hard to kill. The Black Demon Abyss ancestor himself took out a creation artifact and is actively calculating Black Sword's fate to extend his life. Triad Celestial was not surprised by this. Indeed, even if a grand supreme truth strikes, Black Sword would be difficult to kill. Still, if we've managed to drain Black Demon Abyss's old turtle of his heart's blood, that's good enough. Triad Celestial mused. If they succeeded in killing Black Sword, it would be a great achievement. If they failed, no big deal. Their main goal was simply to wear down the old ancestor of Black Demon Abyss. What about Blood Robe? By now, they should have succeeded, right? Triad Celestial asked softly. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and shifted his gaze toward the star realm. His eyes showed a flicker of curiosity. This is Great Bliss's star projection. What's going on? Could Great Bliss be in danger? Within the star realm, Great Bliss Celestial's star projection began to shine, as if struggling. Wait a moment, God Blood Celestial's star projection is also acting strange. Could it be that Black Demon Abyss set up an ambush? Triad Celestial watched closely. No, this isn't star projections gathering power. This is something different. It's as if they're resisting something. What's happening? Triad Celestial was perplexed. At first, he thought God Blood and Great Bliss Celestials had encountered a powerful enemy and were summoning the power of their star projections for support. But now it was clear, something else was going on. The star projections were rebelling. As if some overwhelming force was affecting the star realm itself. This sight reminded Triad Celestial of the time when Purple Fate Ancestor had crushed one of Ghost Heaven's young gods along with his star projection. But this was different. When Purple Fate Ancestor had acted, he had killed the young god first, then shattered the star projection. This time, God Blood and Great Bliss Celestials weren't dead. So how were their star projections acting up? Then, in the blink of an eye, Triad Celestials' eyes widened. Great Bliss and God Blood Celestials, star projections began to twist and contort violently, as if on the verge of shattering, then slowly reformed. After thousands of transformations, the two star projections finally cracked, and both transformed into the character for woman. That's right. The star projections of two young gods had been turned into the word woman. They had been expelled from manhood. At that moment, the heavens shook, and countless young gods across the realms were left in shock, baffled, as they witnessed this utterly bizarre scene. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The star projections of the two young gods had transformed into the character for woman. This was shocking and baffling. Even the powerful cultivators at the Grand Supreme Truth level had no idea what was happening. What is this? What on earth could cause this? Countless young gods muttered to themselves, some feeling their hearts tremble with fear. The event was too strange, too abstract, and far beyond their understanding and comprehension. At that moment, within the strange land, Qi Yuan gazed at the two figures in front of him, his expression complex. Expelled from manhood, but turned into women. How did that happen? This wasn't right. Even though what the East Factory couldn't do, the West Factory could. Did being expelled from manhood mean being accepted into womanhood? What about other genders? God Blood Celestial, now with a look of horror on his face, spoke in a shrill voice tinged with femininity. What have you done to me? He, a grand truth level young god, whose power could shake the sixfold heavens, had never before experienced such a loss of control over his own fate. As for Great Bliss Celestial, he had long since transformed into what could now be called Great Weeping Celestial. You slandered me, lowering humanity's moral baseline, so I expelled you from manhood. You don't understand, Qi Yuan replied thoughtfully as he looked at God Blood Celestial. Also, don't raise your voice at me. You're merely a biological woman now. Qi Yuan felt the ethics of the situation were quite complicated and difficult to untangle. Even biological men shouldn't raise their voices at him. Staring at God Blood, Qi Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. Perhaps, it's better if you just die. Now, in this strange land, God Blood Celestial only had the combat power of a peak heavenly sovereign. With Qi Yuan's strength, even without using the supreme truth, he could easily kill God Blood Celestial with just his martial god of myriad Dao's abilities. After all, within this strange land, Qi Yuan, who had mastered the martial god of myriad Dao's, was in his element. Furthermore, after cultivating the ancestral blood scripture, his strength had grown tremendously, and Qi Yuan was no longer the same as before. His mighty body moved forward, space trembling and collapsing with his every step. His brutal punch, without any mercy, came crashing down. Become fertilizer for my underworld. The fist struck. Qi Yuan's massive hand suddenly morphed into a futuristic grinder, and its enormous jaws swallowed the God Blood Celestial, who was still bound by chains. Ah! God Blood Celestial let out a pitiful scream. The massive stone mill, blades spinning, shredded his body and soul alike. Finally, with a loud roar, a pile of fertilizer was produced. Great Bliss Celestial stood to the side, swallowing hard, utterly terrified. He had lived for countless years and thought he'd seen it all. But today, he had seen something truly beyond his comprehension. Qi Yuan stared at the remains of God Blood Celestial, now reduced to fertilizer, and muttered in surprise. It seems that using supreme truth recklessly can lead to unintended consequences, especially in bedroom matters. Qi Yuan shuddered at the thought. At present, the use of supreme truth was beyond his full control. If he were to accidentally use it during his wedding night, who knew what kind of unspeakable horrors might occur? However, Qi Yuan also knew that this was because he had only just grasped the supreme truth and hadn't yet fully mastered it. Once he reached the level of Moon God Sovereign, he would be able to wield it freely. Having eliminated God Blood Celestial and stored the fertilizer in his underworld, Qi Yuan's gaze fell upon Great Bliss Celestial. As for you, it's time to end it. Take your own life. No, Great Bliss Celestial, gripping the 10,000 Ghost Soul banner, was frantic, his eyes bloodshot. The 10,000 Ghost Soul banner trembled, and countless vengeful spirits surged forth, grabbing onto Great Bliss Celestial's arms. He was already bound by the jury and the judges, and under the influence of Qi Yuan's supreme truth, he had no ability to resist. His body was dragged into the 10,000 ghost soul banner, torn to pieces by the endless ghosts. Within the 10,000 ghost soul banner, the vengeful spirit's eyes gleamed with chaotic, murderous intent. These ghosts were formed from the souls of cultivators that ghost heaven had annihilated, refined from their very essence. It could be said that the 10,000 ghost soul banner was the ultimate source of evil, filled with boundless malevolence. A single 10,000 ghost soul banner contained more innocent souls than even the population of Earth. What a pity, he was consumed by the 10,000 ghost soul banner, and didn't get to become fertilizer for my underworld, Qi Yuan sighed as he looked at the banner. Reaching out, Qi Yuan grabbed the 10,000 ghost soul banner. Come back to me, my dream banner. This banner was a split-off of the true 10,000 ghost soul banner. Although its power was only 1/11 of the original, it still qualified as a creation artifact with offensive capabilities. The 10,000 ghost soul banner trembled and spewed forth black mist. Ferocious spirit slaves and endless ghostly servants glared at Qi Yuan, stretching out their skeletal hands as they wailed and shrieked like a sea of ghosts. Their appearance was enough to scare even the bravest souls. Watching this, Qi Yuan mused that if he brought this banner back to Earth and opened a haunted house attraction, it would surely be a hit. These ghosts were far scarier than anything on TV, twisted into grotesque, indescribable shapes, a mass of limbs, or a pile of heads. Looking at these spirit slaves, Qi Yuan remembered his plan. Clearing his throat, he spoke gently. Perhaps others fear you, but I think, you're all rather beautiful. Qi Yuan was about to start his reformation project, planning to turn the 10,000 ghost soul banner into his dream banner. Step 1 was to transform the spirit and ghostly slaves within into righteous souls. To begin, Qi Yuan employed the Great Forgetfulness Mind Sutra along with absolute adaptation to begin cleansing the 10,000 ghost soul banner. Although the spirits within had committed many atrocities, their original selves were innocent. Thus, Qi Yuan planned to brainwash and reform them. This reformation would reverse the process. Just as the 10,000 ghost soul banner hunted and refined living souls into vicious spirits, devoid of intelligence, Qi Yuan would now turn them into righteous spirits. As expected, upon hearing Qi Yuan's words, the spirits within the 10,000 ghost soul banner were momentarily confused. Their angry roars and cries were significantly reduced. Seeing this, Qi Yuan hurriedly continued. Don't blame yourselves. Don't be afraid or ashamed. No one is born evil. In fact, you are all beautiful, he said, as he slowly approached the terrifying ghosts assembled before him like a gigantic, monstrous figure. This world is filled with darkness and corruption. It needs righteous beings like you to cleanse it and restore peace. You've seen the darkness, so you cherish the light even more. If you have any negative thoughts, just tell me. I'll erase them. Qi Yuan moved closer. The Great Forgetfulness Mind Sutra was activated. Absolute adaptation was activated. Qi Yuan's form began to twist. To the eyes of the ghosts, Qi Yuan now resembled a swirling mass of blood-red shadows, without form. He looked like the king of all ghosts, the ancestor of ghosts, terrifying enough to make the ghosts tremble in fear and submission. But this twisted, formless blood shadow was emitting holy light. This left the ghosts, shrouded in black smoke, both terrified and utterly baffled. Children, reach out your hands and join me in creating a better world. Qi Yuan extended his hand, his expression gentle, like a benevolent father. Within the 10,000 ghost soul banner, the endless ghosts, still trembling, began to transform. Their black smoke slowly turned to holy light. Qi Yuan was quite experienced in this. After all, he had once transformed the glorious sword, a weapon exuding bloodthirsty energy, into one that radiated holy light. Now, turning black smoke into white smoke, wasn't that hard, right? At this moment, the terrifying ghosts inside the 10,000 ghost soul banner hesitated but were seemingly influenced by Qi Yuan's words. One by one, they stretched out their ghoulish hands. In an instant, countless pale hands reached toward Qi Yuan. The lead spirit slave was a monstrous creature that had seemingly developed a hint of sentience. It remained lurking within, its face blank, filled with fear, anger, and hesitation. Eventually, with trepidation, it extended its hairy, skeletal hand as well. Qi Yuan's expression remained kind as he gazed at the outstretched hands. Good children. But just then, suddenly, the lead spirit's hand surged with black smoke and swung viciously toward Qi Yuan's face. Slap. The hand struck Qi Yuan's shadowy face, producing a loud smack. Yes, it struck the shadow. A shadow created by absolute adaptation. The sound echoed throughout the strange land. All the ghosts froze, their actions halting midair. The wailing and howling ceased. Then, a cheerful yet mischievous voice rang out. "Oh my, you touched my little face." The shadow let out a happy giggle, even sounding a bit bashful. Seeing this, the ghosts seemed to relax, or perhaps they were influenced by Qi Yuan. The black smoke around them quickly transformed into bright, white light. At that moment, Qi Yuan approached the lead spirit slave, his expression still kind. "You're quite bold, touching my little face. Well, I'll touch you back." The lead spirit slave, sensing something terrifying, roared in anger and fear. "You're shouting so joyfully, are you welcoming me?" Qi Yuan asked, his voice still gentle as he pinned the lead spirit to the ground. "Lie down properly, I'll give you a nice massage." "Oh, look at that. Your spine's all poisoned, let me remove it for you." "Don't shout so loud in excitement. I know you're happy. Come on, I'll touch your little face too and give you a pretty new one." Sitting atop the lead spirit, Qi Yuan ripped off its face. Its spine and bones were ground into powder. "Your bones are too black, unfit for a righteous servant. Today, I'll replace them with white ones, for free." Qi Yuan began his extensive reformation process, not forgetting to give an inspiring speech along the way. The remaining ghosts stayed far away, peeking at Qi Yuan from a distance. Time ticked by. Under the influence of the Great Forgetfulness Mind Sutra, the once ghastly spirits were transformed from sinister, terrifying figures into beings glowing with white light. Their skeletal forms were now dressed in festive red robes. All their mismatched limbs and bone plates were reassembled into human shapes. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qi Yuan surveyed the reformed ghosts with satisfaction. "Look at them, don't they resemble the righteous souls of the human emperor banner? Not a single skeleton in sight." Demon Eye Celestial glanced over. He saw a skeleton adorned with small red flowers, a red scarf draped around its neck. Another ghost, trembling all over, was now as white as jade, with eyes that glowed like lasers, shining a blinding white light. To describe it, the ghosts of the 10,000 Ghost Soul banner previously had a Western horror vibe, distorted, grotesque creatures with mouths full of needle-sharp teeth. But now, they were neatly dressed, looking almost human at first glance. Yet, on closer inspection, their blank expressions and vacant, soulless eyes were unnerving. In fact, they now resembled ghosts from Chinese horror. "They do look human, but for some reason, they're even more unsettling now," Demon Eye Celestial commented seriously. "Really?" Qi Yuan glanced at them. "They did look pretty creepy." "Well, that's easy to fix. I'll just give them a cute big eye effect." With a wave of his hand, Qi Yuan cast a spell, infusing them all with adorable, wide-eyed effects. Now, the once terrifying ghosts looked cute and innocent. "How about now, don't they resemble the righteous souls in the human emperor banner?" Qi Yuan asked. Demon Eye Celestial blinked, staring at one particularly cute female ghost. "Can I take her home as a wife?" "Get lost." Qi Yuan kicked him aside, satisfied with his reformation. Now, even the original owner of the 10,000 Ghost Soul banner wouldn't recognize it. "This is my human emperor banner now. Once my divine arts are complete, I'll take down Ghost Heaven, reverse the heavenly gang, and swallow the main banner. Then it'll all be mine." Qi Yuan held the banner, brimming with pride. This attack had turned out to be incredibly fruitful. Especially with the acquisition of the human emperor banner, Qi Yuan now had a clearer path forward, including creating his own offensive creation artifact. After all, at present, he didn't possess any offensive creation artifacts, and to dominate the six heavens, he'd need to train within the gate of supreme truth for tens of thousands, even millions of years. That would take far too long. After all, with a million years, who would still be training? He could just head back to Earth, find a job at a tech factory, earn 3,000 yuan a month, and in a million years, he'd have 3.6 billion yuan, instant financial freedom, with a spot among the top 100 richest people. So, in order not to waste time and miss out on becoming one of the wealthiest, it was best to focus on crafting an offensive creation artifact. It's time to head back. ... Within Black Demon Abyss. Murderous intent filled the air. Black Sword's elegant white robes were stained with blood, but his aura was as deep as the ocean. The audacity of Ghost Heaven to attempt an assassination on Black Sword, they deserve death. A grand supreme truth said, his voice dripping with killing intent. Thankfully, our ancestor consumed his own vital energy to save Black Sword. Black Sword had faced danger, entering a strange land, and it was only thanks to the ancestor's use of a creation artifact and personal intervention that Black Sword was rescued. Black Sword's scholarly expression revealed nothing, but his tone was respectful. For this, I thank the ancestor. He bowed deeply toward the distant Black Demon Mountain. If it weren't for the ancestor, I would have met a grim fate at the hands of those two Grand Supreme Truth Celestials. Having faced an assassination attempt by two Grand Supreme Truth Celestials, Black Sword's tone remained calm, his eyes free of any fear. As if nothing had happened. The other young gods present were keenly aware of how dangerous the situation had been. They, too, were Grand Supreme Truth Celestials and knew well the vast gulf between that level and ordinary young gods. Even though Black Sword had comprehended the Supreme Truth, he had not yet fully stepped into it. Facing a Grand Supreme Truth, lasting even a single breath would be impressive, let alone 2 breaths. I've heard that Blood Robe Jr. brother also faced an assassination attempt by Ghost Heaven. What has become of him? Black Sword inquired, his tone tinged with disappointment. Clearly, he didn't hold much hope for Blood Robe's survival. Blood Robe was indeed strong, but facing an assassination attempt by Ghost Heaven made survival seem unlikely. Hearing this, the other Grand Supreme Truths exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, the fifth elder spoke slowly. In truth, we are all quite curious about that. Curious. According to the information we've gathered, the ones who attempted to kill Blood Robe were Great Bliss Celestial and God Blood Celestial. God Blood, a supreme truth. Black Sword was surprised. His hopes for Blood Robe's survival plummeted further. After all, God Blood Celestial was a supreme truth level young god. The two of them, their star projections transformed into the character for woman, and then, they exploded. What? Black Sword blinked, utterly baffled. The fifth elder waved his hand, and in the vast star realm, 2 star projections blazed with light, twisting and contorting before suddenly transforming into the character for woman. And then, they exploded. The entire scene was perplexing and eerie. Black Sword stared at the display, his expression complicated. Could it be that Blood Robe Jr. brother also has a backer, an upper sovereign? The other Grand Supreme Truths fell into deep thought. If this was something they couldn't comprehend, then surely an upper sovereign must be involved. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Purple Fate Ancestor stood beyond the celestial veil, his expression particularly complex. What is the meaning of this? He was quite puzzled. After all, seeing a star projection suddenly transform into the word, woman, was utterly absurd. A star projection was the essence of a young god. For it to inexplicably morph into the character for woman, could this really be the work of supreme truth? Such a thing was unheard of. Could it be that behind Blood Robe, there's an upper sovereign? But who could it be? Purple Fate Ancestor pondered deeply. Then suddenly, something came to his mind. Could it be Moon God Celestial? This handiwork certainly fits Moon God Celestial. But, isn't Moon God Celestial seriously injured? Could this mean, with Linea's transformation approaching, she's showing her hand to tell the world that her injuries have healed? Purple Fate Ancestor could only convince himself of this explanation. Blood Robe's relationships in the 6 heavens were simple. He came from the Molo clan and had fallen in love with the Moon Maiden. So, it was very possible that he had also met Moon God Celestial. No wonder that rascal told me before that he wanted to marry the Moon Maiden and even tested my opinion of Moon God Palace. With this thought, Purple Fate Ancestor felt the confusion in his heart unravel. If Moon God Celestial had intervened, then Blood Robe was certainly safe. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. That rascal made me go to Black Demon Mountain to plead on his behalf and lose face. When he returns, I'll have to give him a good scolding. Purple Fate Ancestor muttered to himself. Suddenly, he sensed something and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. His form disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was standing outside the teleportation array. The space around him froze momentarily as Purple Fate Ancestor gazed at Qi Yuan, who was clad in a blood-red robe, his expression calm. You've got quite the luck to come back alive, he remarked, with a mix of sternness and joy in his voice. Old man, it's too dangerous out there, Qi Yuan said, still shaken. So many guys giving off man condensation vibes, and then there are all those slanderous shrimp-head men, it's impossible to guard against them. Just thinking about the lecherous gaze of the divine blood celestial made Qi Yuan furious. It was harassment to the extreme. The 6 heavens have never been a place of fortune, it's full of dangers. I imagine you've realized that now, Purple Fate Ancestor said gravely. From now on, will you still dare to act so recklessly, running around wherever you please? Old man, are you going with that whole, blame the victim, logic now? Just because I wear less, they can ogle and harass me. HMPH, I'm simply telling you, a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Right now, Linea's transformation is approaching, and all the great sacred grounds will be making waves. You should stay indoors more, focus on your cultivation, and strengthen your abilities for self-protection, Purple Fate Ancestor advised earnestly. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. You're right, but I need to go out for a bit. Celestial Moonflower has given me permission, and I've been approved to take the Moon Maiden back to Purple Fate Heaven as my bride. When Purple Fate Ancestor heard this, his expression turned serious. His previous speculations were becoming more and more certain. Indeed, behind Blood Robe was none other than Moon God Celestial. When Purple Fate Ancestor asked, I'll find a good date, Qi Yuan replied after some thought. This time, I'll accompany you to Moon God Palace, Purple Fate Ancestor said plainly. Given the potential danger, he decided to go with Qi Yuan. Unless the Flag Master of Ghost Usurping Heaven personally intervened, no one else would be able to harm him. And even if the Flag Master did show up, at most, he'd only be injured. Besides, Ghost Usurping Heaven had no understanding of what Blood Robe truly represented and would never mobilize the forces they used against Black Sword to target Blood Robe. After thinking it over, Qi Yuan asked, won't Black Demon Abyss have a problem with this? Though Qi Yuan wasn't the sharpest, he wasn't dumb either. With Linea's transformation nearing, if the head of Purple Fate Heaven's 5 demons was to marry a Moon Maiden from Moon God Palace, it would spark all kinds of speculation. Wouldn't people wonder if Black Demon Abyss was trying to form an alliance with Moon God Palace? And wouldn't factions within Black Demon Abyss, like Soul of Shadows, which had fought against Moon God Palace, try to interfere? Purple Fate Ancestor's expression remained calm. This matter is solely the business of Purple Fate Heaven. Others have no say. Recently, he had gone to Black Demon Mountain to request help for Blood Robe, only to be turned away. Regarding that master, he was now thoroughly disillusioned. He had served Black Demon Abyss loyally for many years, had he not? Purple Fate Ancestor had ventured into dangerous, foreign realms 7 times on behalf of Black Demon Abyss, fought alien races, and reclaimed the ancestral Black Demon blood, which he then deposited into the ancestral land. To pave the way for Black Sword, he had consumed his own vitality 4 times to refine grand elixirs. And that didn't even cover everything. Yet, when he sought his master's assistance for Blood Robe, the master refused to even see him. Inside, Purple Fate Ancestor was filled with fury. Helping me won't cause you trouble with anyone, right? Qi Yuan asked carefully. He had a high emotional IQ and added, I heard long ago that you and the master of Black Demon Abyss don't get along. It wasn't a secret among the upper echelons that Purple Fate Ancestor and the master of Black Demon Abyss were at odds. There were rumors, both wild and factual, and most of them were quite strange. For example, there was the wild tale that the master of Black Demon Abyss had a fondness for younger men and once tried to court Purple Fate Ancestor in public, only to be rebuffed. Then there were more factual but odd rumors, such as Purple Fate Ancestor supposedly having fallen in love with his master's wife. He allegedly drugged her, but when he woke up, he discovered he had mistakenly slept with the master of Black Demon Abyss instead. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression grew complicated as old memories resurfaced. It's simply a matter of having different principles. We no longer share the same path. These are minor issues. If I can't even preside over your marriage, then I might as well leave Black Demon Abyss entirely. Not to mention, Purple Fate Ancestor's eyes twinkled with a faint smile. Didn't you once say you believed in free marriage? Who cares about your wedding? If anyone has a problem with it, tell them not to come to Purple Fate Heaven. Purple Fate Ancestor had made up his mind. He had been too weak and compromising in the past. That's why, within Black Demon Abyss, he had always been the one to bear the burdens and make the sacrifices, while the benefits never came his way. His recent plea for help from the master of Black Demon Abyss had snapped the final thread in his heart. He had extinguished any lingering sentiment or loyalty. From now on, he would no longer have anything to do with Black Demon Abyss, even if it meant becoming the next Molo clan. You're right, old man. Qi Yuan nodded earnestly. He then remembered something and asked, by the way, old man, do you have any more Black Demon ancestral blood? I really need some. After reaching the 11th level of the ancestral blood method, Qi Yuan had gotten busy with the Supreme Truth Debate Conference, leaving this technique's progress stagnated. Qi Yuan was highly focused on improving the ancestral blood method. After all, this technique could enhance his 10,000 Tao War God cultivation. Currently, his 10,000 Tao War God was already comparable to those at the Supreme Truth level. With Linea's transformation looming, he needed to improve in every possible way. From offensive divine treasures to supreme techniques, to the ancestral blood method, everything needed to be pushed forward. Haha, you're in luck, kid. I happen to have some on hand. Consider it a gift, Purple Fate Ancestor said with a chuckle as he waved his hand, sending a bottle of Black Demon ancestral blood to Qi Yuan. Internally, Purple Fate Ancestor felt a pang of reluctance. After all, Black Demon ancestral blood was incredibly rare, even to him. He himself didn't dare to waste even a single drop. Of course, now that his cultivation had reached such a high level, he didn't dare to refine it further anyway, since another bout of root demon tribulation would descend, and he might not be able to withstand it. Qi Yuan took the Black Demon ancestral blood, delighted. Old man, you're not bad. When you die, would you like me to find you a decent job in the afterlife? Get lost, Purple Fate Ancestor roared. However, his expression darkened as a thought crossed his mind. Do you have a feud with Taihuang Palace? Yeah, why? Qi Yuan didn't bother to hide it. Given that Sister Bullhorn knew about it, it was normal for Purple Fate Ancestor to know as well. I just received news that Linea's transformation will indeed be hosted by Taihuang Palace. It's no rumor. This information has already been confirmed by several upper sovereigns. Purple Fate Ancestor's voice became low and serious. The implications of this were terrifying. This could be troublesome. Qi Yuan's face turned serious as well. HMPH, Taihuang Palace hosting Linea's transformation is a huge threat, especially for his great supreme truth cultivators. If we refuse to participate, they can even manipulate the star realms and trigger our root demon tribulations, Purple Fate Ancestor explained, his face clouded with concern. In the past, Linea's transformation would indeed result in root demon tribulations for great supreme truth cultivators who chose not to enter the fray. But back then, it was hosted by the one and only palace. Being situated in the seventh heaven, the one and only palace had limited understanding of the six heavens, and they couldn't easily trigger root demon tribulations for other great supreme truth cultivators. Those at the great supreme truth level had their own ways of avoiding it. As long as they could evade the rules perfectly, the one and only palace couldn't touch them. In simple terms, in the context of Blue Star's legal systems, the one and only palace operated under a rule of law system, strict adherence to rules, overseen by an intelligent AI to manage Linea's transformation. Now, however, with Taihuang Palace in control, it had switched to a rule of man. This meant that decisions could be made based on personal judgment, allowing for leniency or strictness as needed, creating new laws or giving special treatment. If Taihuang Palace decided to target someone, they could use underhanded tactics, effectively punching them with a yang punch. This is why Moon God Palace's current situation was so precarious. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan only felt the overwhelming power of Taihuang Palace, but he wasn't afraid. I've already ventured into the root demon sea on Gongxing. A little root demon tribulation doesn't scare me. So, Purple Fate Ancestor said, after you marry the Moon Maiden, don't get too involved with Moon God Palace. For now, avoid entering the Yang God realm. As long as you don't ascend to Yang God, Linea's transformation won't affect you. Linea's transformation was aimed solely at Yang Gods. As long as Blood Robe didn't become a Yang God, he would remain safe. Relax, I'm far from becoming a Yang God. Qi Yuan said confidently. He was still at the Purple Mansion stage, so Yang God was indeed a long way off. However, a thought crossed his mind. If I marry the Moon Maiden, I won't bring you any trouble, will I? For example, Taihuang Palace might trigger a root demon tribulation on you. HMPH, this is a trivial matter. Taihuang Palace won't bother with something so insignificant. Even if they are hosting Linea's transformation, they still have to follow the official rules. If they don't, the other upper sovereigns would never allow them to act with impunity. As long as you don't kill their leader's father or mock him to his face, you'll be fine. Besides, I, Purple Fate Ancestor, am not someone they can easily mess with. Purple Fate Ancestor spoke with confidence. Every great supreme truth cultivator had their own pride. While Taihuang Palace's leader indeed had the power to kill him, he wasn't some soft target that could be easily crushed. Qi Yuan felt reassured hearing this. Thankfully, he had never met Taihuang Palace's leader's father. All he had done was destroy the leader's 3,000 realms and obliterate his 3,000 past lives. Not a big deal. Hurry up and go back. You've been missing, and Purple Fate Shui has been feeling terribly guilty. She keeps saying she shouldn't have brought out the Black Cloud Blood Cavalry or sworn an oath. She believes that's why you suffered through this disaster. Purple Fate Ancestor waved his hand and vanished. Sister Bullhorn is feeling guilty for me. Qi Yuan found this strange and decided to check on her. About half an hour later, Qi Yuan watched as Sister Bullhorn sat there, tears streaming down her face while eating hot pot. He was at a loss for words. He saw her open her mouth, and mushrooms tumbled out into the hot pot. Yes, the ingredients came from her mouth. Ah, Blood Robe, I knew you'd be fine. You're alive. Come, have some mushrooms. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Didn't the old man say that you were feeling guilty, filled with sorrow? Qi Yuan kept his distance from Sister Bullhorn, worried that if he got too close, the mushrooms from her mouth might end up in his. Yes, didn't you see me washing my face with tears? Sister Bullhorn was clearly happy to see Qi Yuan. Tears, from your mouth. Qi Yuan was at a loss for words. Sister Bullhorn was indeed crying, with tears running down her face, but they were flowing from her mouth. To the untrained eye, it might appear to be drool, but in fact, it was tears. Is there a rule that tears can only flow from the eyes? Purple Fate Shui asked thoughtfully. This question stumped Qi Yuan once again. He felt like the phrase was oddly familiar, as if he had said it before himself. He suspected that Purple Fate Shui was copying him, but he had no proof. Do you want some mushrooms? Fresh from the oven, Purple Fate Shui picked up a mushroom and offered it to Qi Yuan. No thanks, I don't eat imported mushrooms, nor mouth mushrooms. Qi Yuan refused quickly. Are you disgusted by me? Purple Fate Shui's eyes widened in mock surprise. Hee, you figured it out. Qi Yuan chuckled. You, sigh, you have no idea how lucky you are to find a woman who's self-reliant and self-sustaining, Purple Fate Shui lamented dramatically. I'd rather find a tree, at least it can photosynthesize. Hearing this, Purple Fate Shui thought for a moment. Then she asked, so, you survived an attack from a young god of Ghost Heaven. Impressive, I was almost preparing to attend your funeral. In Purple Fate Shui's view, Blood Robe was only a yin god. Surviving an assassination attempt by a young god seemed impossible. This time, Ghost Heaven not only went after Black Sword but also targeted you. It seems they've made up their mind to declare war on us, the Black Demon Abyss. Purple Fate Shui added, her tone becoming more serious. With Linnea's transformation approaching, the situation in the Six Heavens was becoming increasingly complex. War. Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. His human emperor banner was in need of some good fertilizer. And what better fertilizer than the myriad soul banners of Ghost Heaven, especially the 10,000 souls banner wielded by the Flag Master? Yes, Purple Fate Shui nodded. With Black Sword and you being attacked, if we in Black Demon Abyss don't respond, we'll be looked down upon. Qi Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Sigh, I guess I was being too tactful before. When he had met with Purple Fate Ancestor, Qi Yuan had been very tactful and didn't mention too much about the attack from Ghost Heaven. After all, the Flag Master of Ghost Heaven was considered part of the second echelon of great supreme truth practitioners, and he was extremely powerful. Qi Yuan feared that if he mentioned it, Purple Fate Ancestor might act out of filial devotion and rush to avenge him. That would be a problem. Sometimes, it's better to feign ignorance. It seems war is imminent. Do you want to join the battlefield? Purple Fate Shui asked. There's bound to be plenty of military merit. I'll think about it. Qi Yuan nodded. He didn't care about military merit but was very interested in strengthening his human emperor banner. He couldn't yet defeat the true 10,000 souls banner, but if he absorbed the myriad soul banners from the disciples, continually refining them and nurturing them with his power, the 10,000 souls banner wouldn't dare defy him. He was the true master, after all. At present, Qi Yuan was quite poor and lacked a powerful offensive divine treasure. Even though Purple Fate Ancestor was incredibly filial, it was clear that he was also poor and couldn't offer Qi Yuan a proper offensive divine artifact. When the time comes, let's team up. Sister and little Purple Fate will avenge you. Purple Fate Shui said confidently, looking rather pleased with herself. I guess I won't be stepping into the Young God realm anytime soon. With my current strength, I can protect you on the battlefield. Purple Fate Shui patted her chest as she spoke, creating an exaggerated and seductive curve. However, when combined with her constant spitting of mushrooms from her mouth, any semblance of allure vanished. What's the matter? Can't look at me. Afraid of falling in love? Purple Fate Shui teased with a wide grin. She sat with her legs crossed, her snow-white thighs provocatively exposed beneath her skirt. No, I just don't want to condense you. Qi Yuan replied tactfully, understanding that while Sister Bullhorn didn't mind, he preferred to be respectful. After all, staring too much could be seen as harassment. And if he let his thoughts wander, that would be even worse, it could land him in serious trouble. Back in his cave, Qi Yuan reactivated the protective formations. The image of Linglong Yushi appeared before him. A graceful silhouette entered Qi Yuan's sight. Jin Li was wearing an elegant orange-yellow palace gown. The bright color didn't quite match her usually cool demeanor, giving her a warm and inviting look. The gown was exquisitely tailored, perfectly accentuating her slender and graceful figure. The slightly open neckline revealed her smooth, snow-white skin, like polished jade, enticing anyone to reach out and touch it. Her cold, beautiful face held subtle hints of allure, especially in her eyes. Previously, Jin Li had always dressed in simple, understated clothing. But since reuniting with Qi Yuan, her wardrobe had gained more color and liveliness. I've got good news. Celestial Moonflower has agreed. You won't have to give up your identity as a moon maiden. We'll choose an auspicious day, and I'll come to marry you. What day do you think would be good? Qi Yuan asked, smiling brightly as he admired Jin Li's beauty. Hearing this, Jin Li's eyes lit up with joy. I will follow your instructions. Looks like we need to pick a good day, Qi Yuan mused. When they'd had their wedding in the game, hardly any friends or relatives had attended. This time, he could invite many friends. Qi Yuan even considered whether to hold a makeup wedding for Ning Dao and Canary from Stellar Golden Core. But that was just a passing thought. He had suggested it before, but both Ning Dao and Canary had declined. I'm fine with any time, Jin Li said softly, looking a bit reserved. Qi Yuan noted that Jin Li was often more reserved when they talked online, but in person, she became much more passionate. Back when they had met at Moon God Palace, Jin Li had almost overpowered him. Since they weren't married at the time, they hadn't gone all the way, but Jin Li had been quite proactive. Despite her usually cold demeanor, she could become quite seductive, and it almost made Qi Yuan lose his composure. Yes, the offline version of Jin Li had a slightly naughty side when they were alone, though it was mostly driven by her deep love and longing after all those years apart. And Qi Yuan wasn't exactly shy about his desires either. Since lust is harmful to the body, Qi Yuan had long since decided to avoid alcohol. Seeing Jin Li now, so composed and dignified, Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Can I see your legs?" A blush quickly spread across her face. She bit her lip and slowly raised her skirt, revealing her smooth, jade-like feet and snow-white calves, exuding a myriad of allure. Do you like them? Jin Li's voice trembled, her eyes full of shy seduction. Blue Star people never lie to immortals, I love them. Next time, I'll meet you just like this. If you show up like that, I won't be getting any sleep. ... The human emperor banner trembled. Qi Yuan began to reflect. All creatures in this world have two sides, or perhaps they're just complex. Once, he was a regular cultivator, a prodigy in his world, almost perfect, except for a minor quirk of scratching his feet, a beacon of hope in his small world. But one day, the cultivators from Ghost Heaven descended and wiped out his world. He transformed from a prodigy into a malevolent soul envoy. But after my righteous reformation, he became a good ghost who helps elderly women tuck themselves into bed. Qi Yuan was crafting his own scripture, the Qi Yuan Sutra, as he sought to walk the path of the Yin God. During the Supreme Truth debate, he had gained valuable insights. The path of the Yin God lies in divinity. To become a god, one must see through everything in the world. Maybe, even master a craft. Like creating worlds. That way, even if I get laid off by some shady factory, I'll still have the skills to find a new job. But before that, I need to understand human nature, the nature of all things, and comprehend the hearts of all beings. As the saying goes, having a stable monthly income of 3,000 is better than a volatile income of 100,000. But having a skill is even better. To become a god, one must have a craft. To create a world, one must understand the hearts of all beings. Take Jin Li, for instance. To others, she seemed cold and aloof, but to Qi Yuan, she was as warm as fire, eager to embrace him and merge their bodies into one. That side of her was just another facet of the nature of all beings. So, in the next chapter of the Qi Yuan Sutra, I'll draw on my insights from the realm of mortal hearts, all beings are me. With that thought, Qi Yuan's mind became clear. It was as if he could already see his path to becoming a yin god. About half a month passed. Qi Yuan halted his work on the Qi Yuan Sutra. It's about halfway done, now I just need to log into the game. Cultivating in the real world was too slow for Qi Yuan. He preferred the accelerated training in the game. His consciousness entered the jade slip. His expression was one of mild surprise. It's only been half a month, and it's loaded this much. 4/5 completed. Qi Yuan was excited and pleased. As his power had increased, the game's loading time had slowed. Sometimes it would take months just to load a little more. But in the last few days, the progress had jumped more than it usually would in half a year. Not bad, not bad. Looks like it's almost ready. I wonder what kind of game it'll be this time, what style? Qi Yuan pondered. In the past few days, aside from composing the Qi Yuan Sutra, he had also been consuming the Black Demon Ancestor blood that Purple Fate Ancestor had given him, advancing the Ancestral Blood technique to its 12th level. Now, his strength had increased again. Aside from a great Supreme Truth practitioner, there wasn't anyone he couldn't take on head-to-head. If he could get his hands on a powerful offensive divine artifact, he'd dare hand out flyers right in front of Taihuang Palace. Brother Blood Rogue, the war is about to start. Come quickly, came Little Purple Fate's sweet voice. Qi Yuan heard it but remained calm. He knew that the Black Demon Abyss had officially declared war on Ghost Heaven. These two colossal forces had finally reached the boiling point, and war was inevitable. It would likely mark the start of Linea's transformation. War has started. Qi Yuan appeared beside Little Purple Fate. Her pink bullhorns were tied with a bow on one side and had a mushroom hanging from the other, giving her an odd appearance. Yes, the war has started, but... Little Purple Fate hesitated. It's not a full-scale war. When Ghost Heaven attacked both Blood Robe and Black Sword, it was a clear sign that there would be no reconciliation between the two sides. War was inevitable, not a full-scale war. No, Black Demon Abyss has 9 divisions in total, but only 5 support the war. Little Purple Fate said angrily. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Upon hearing Little Purple Fate's words, Qi Yuan wasn't surprised. The Black Demon Abyss was inherently a loose alliance, with each division fighting its own battles. Not everyone was willing to stir up trouble with Ghost Heaven. It seems Black Sword's influence is still lacking, Qi Yuan said casually. He was fully aware of his position. In the hearts of those in the Black Demon Abyss, Black Sword was the true leader, someone they considered one of their own. As for him, at best, he was a local tyrant within Purple Fate Heaven. These people are too much. In matters as serious as this, they still can't unite. When Linea's transformation begins, who knows what will happen? Little Purple Fate's voice carried a trace of worry. Clearly, she was unhappy with the decisions made by the higher-ups. Qi Yuan, however, wasn't too concerned. He had no real connections with other parts of the Black Demon Abyss, only being familiar with Purple Fate Heaven. Since war has started, are we to participate? Qi Yuan asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. After all, he was relying on Ghost Heaven to acquire an offensive divine artifact. Little Purple Fate nodded and said softly, but, Brother Blood Rogue, you need to be cautious. Since you caused the death of great celestial bliss from Ghost Heaven, they may target you specifically. Little Purple Fate didn't ask Qi Yuan how he managed to escape the situation before. After all, such matters likely involved secrets best left unknown. They'll target me. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Little Purple Fate was stunned for a moment before answering, this time, Brother Blood Rogue, you should stay close to the main forces. Otherwise, even a young god might make a move against you. Before the official declaration of war, both sides still cared about maintaining appearances. A young god, Qi Yuan blinked. That sounds perfect. Little Purple Fate was at a loss. As a prodigy in the realm of the Yin God, the gap between them and a young god was like the difference between the earth and the sky. Yet, here was Brother Blood Rogue, seemingly excited by the prospect. She couldn't understand. Brother, you need to be careful, that's a young god. What young god? It's just my white moonlight, Qi Yuan said, brimming with excitement. Had this been before, he might have hesitated. But now that he had comprehended supreme truth, he needed to spar with young gods to further solidify his understanding of it. Little Purple Fate clearly didn't understand what white moonlight meant. However, Qi Yuan suddenly turned pensive, as if reconsidering. You're right, I should keep a low profile. After all, with his elegant, otherworldly demeanor. If both great Supreme Truth Masters and the Banner Lords of Ghost Heaven came after him, he'd be in serious trouble. Hearing this, Little Purple Fate let out a sigh of relief. In an unknown location within the Black Demon Abyss, two terrifying figures lay in hiding, their souls communicating. Are you certain? One voice, neither male nor female, asked with a hint of hesitation. Now that Taihuang Palace is overseeing Linea's transformation, there's no room for doubt, an ancient voice responded with certainty. But, Black Sword has comprehended supreme truth. He could lead us. Black Sword's supreme truth belongs to him alone. What does it have to do with us? When Linea's transformation begins, will he have the power to protect us? This time, Linea's transformation will be the most brutal since the creation of the world. The ancient voice declared. So, you plan to move against Black Sword? Though he has grasped supreme truth, it would be difficult to kill him, even if we attacked by surprise. However, we can go after Purple Fate instead. That old man has never liked him, and now, with the grudge over Blood Robe, the tension between them is deep. We'll use Blood Robe as bait to lure him into our trap, the ancient voice said, filled with killing intent. But he's a great supreme truth practitioner. Even if we act together, it'll be hard to hold him down. Look at this, the ancient voice said with a hint of smugness. Root, demon blood, where did you get that? The androgynous voice trembled. This was the legendary root demon blood. It was incredibly rare and was known as the bane of supreme truth practitioners. When unleashed, root demon blood could trigger the root demon tribulation within the hearts of young god practitioners at the supreme truth level. For many old cultivators, the arrival of a root demon tribulation could mean certain death. However, root demon blood was incredibly rare, with only a handful of vials existing in the six heavens. Taihuang Palace is overseeing Linea's transformation. Naturally, this root demon blood, the ancient voice trailed off, implying its connection to Taihuang Palace and the one and only palace. Alright, then, it's decided, the androgynous voice said, gritting their teeth. At this point, there was no room for hesitation. Now that the curtain had been raised, they had to pick a side. Neutral parties always perish the fastest. Dark clouds hovered over the Black Demon Abyss, and with the fall of a powerful figure, it was inevitable that some would choose the path of, better them than me. This root demon blood would also harm its bearer. On the other side, in Devil's Pass, Qi Yuan appeared. Ghost Heaven and Black Demon Abyss had officially declared war, and 5 divisions of the Black Demon Abyss had answered the call to arms. Black Demon Heaven, Purple Fate Heaven, Ice Profound Heaven, Yin Soul Heaven, and Sun Scorching Heaven. The 5 divisions gathered at Devil's Pass. Devil's Pass was tall and imposing, its full height unknown. Its surface was pockmarked with battle scars left by countless past conflicts. Beyond Devil's Pass, hundreds of small stars orbited like decorations. This was the site of countless legendary battles. During the last Linea's transformation, Black Demon Abyss had used Devil's Pass to hold the line, fighting their enemies until the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered. Those small stars were the remnants of worlds, fused together by the power of young gods, modeled after the celestial bodies. At this moment, the young prodigies from the 5 divisions stood atop Devil's Pass, gazing at the stars with expressions of awe. It's said that outside the 6 heavens, there are many worlds that aren't flat but spherical, like stars. The young god's star projection is modeled after them, Ice Sword explained as he looked at the stars. These star projections look like eggs, one prodigy said, confused. How do people stand on such large eggs? Wouldn't they fall off? Clearly, this prodigy had been in seclusion for too long and wasn't up to date with modern cultivation knowledge. Strength is a force that attracts the weak. The weak can attach themselves to it without falling off, Ice Sword explained simply. This comment made Qi Yuan think of the calamities, which were said to be drawn to great power. The vastness of stars naturally drew attention, but from what, exactly? Before he could think further, Sister Bullhorn's voice rang out. Brother Ice Sword, you're so knowledgeable about laying eggs. You sure do know a lot about things like yourself, Purple Fate Shui said, still spitting mushrooms from her mouth. Ice Sword's forehead twitched with black lines. He decided he needed to stay far away from Purple Fate Shui. He shouldn't have said anything. As expected, many of the prodigies present remembered the recent events at the Supreme Truth debate, and several looked at Ice Sword with sympathy. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, looked at Ice Sword with admiration. Brother Ice Sword, when you become a young god and lay star-sized eggs, can you send me a few? I'm curious. He had seen real stars, but a star-sized egg. That was something else. The black lines on Ice Sword's forehead thickened as he slowly retreated to the back of the group. Today, he should never have come out to show off his knowledge. He hadn't been struck by lightning, but this was worse. You all. A young god appeared then, his voice filled with exasperation. Greetings, Heavenly Sovereign. All the prodigies bowed respectfully. When facing a young god, basic courtesy was essential. War is upon us. Brother Blacksword has summoned me to explain some things. This battle with Ghost Heaven is no laughing matter. You all must be cautious. Here are your merit tokens. For every great sovereign 4th 6th step yin gods you kill, you will earn 1 point. Accumulate 200 points, and you can exchange them for a young god's gift. Hearing this, the prodigies' breaths quickened. All those present were on the path to becoming young gods, but not everyone could make it. Even if their cultivation reached the required level, without the necessary resources or accumulation of star projections, it would be difficult to ascend. But with a young god's gift, everything changed. Most young gods' gifts contained star projections from deceased young gods. As long as one's cultivation was sufficient, they could directly ascend to the young god realm. This could save years, if not centuries. For instance, someone like Little Purple Fate, who came from a humble background, would need to accumulate hundreds of thousands of years' worth of resources or a vast foundation to raise her star projection and ascend to the young god realm. She didn't have the advantages of Sister Bullhorn, who was born with a golden spoon. Many of the prodigies were tempted. War carried risk, but it also offered great rewards. How much merit for killing a young god? Qi Yuan asked. The young god paused, stunned by the question. The other prodigies weren't surprised. He looked meaningfully at Qi Yuan. A small young god earns you 1 major merit point. Can major merits be exchanged for black demon ancestor blood? Qi Yuan asked eagerly. If someone else had asked, the young god would have ignored them. But this was Blood Robe, so he answered seriously. No, black demon ancestor blood was almost exclusively reserved for the ancestors. Even he had never received any. Recalling how Blood Robe had arrived in Purple Fate Heaven and immediately received black demon ancestor blood as a gift from the ancestor, the young god couldn't help but feel envious. No black demon ancestor blood, so stingy. At least you have some offensive divine artifacts, right? Qi Yuan asked. Right now, he cared most about black demon ancestor blood and offensive divine artifacts. No, the young god paused before answering. In his heart, he was speechless. As far as he knew, the entire black demon abyss only had 1 or 2 offensive divine artifacts. Such treasures were never given out lightly. Then, do you have anything useful? Qi Yuan sighed in disappointment. The black demon abyss really was a bit poor. 1 major merit point can be exchanged for 2 young gods' gifts. We also have various other treasures and pills. The young god went on to list a series of rare pills and treasures. Every item he mentioned made the prodigies' eyes light up. These pills and treasures not only boosted the combat power of young gods, but also accelerated the formation of divine avatars, like the Earth Emperor Essence Pill. Some could even enhance the breadth and depth of star projections, tempting even young gods. As the young god spoke, listing these rare pills, Qi Yuan's heart remained unmoved. None of the rewards interested him. Sigh, if someone offered these as a dowry to marry me, I'd still turn them down. Looks like I'm here on a charity mission, Qi Yuan lamented. Purple Fate Shui chuckled. If you earn some major merits, why not exchange them for mushrooms from my mouth? 1 major merit for a pound. What do you think? You're beautiful, but your thinking is just as lovely, Qi Yuan teased back. The two of them bantered casually. Beyond Devil's Pass lie the remnants of worlds, now star projections. These serve as a corner of the battlefield. When you head to the front lines, be cautious. It's best to team up, the young god warned, casting a glance at Qi Yuan. Brother Blacksword wanted me to tell you something. In this war, be careful. Merits aren't important. What matters is staying alive. The other prodigies looked envious. And Zunlu felt a twinge of jealousy. Big Brother Blacksword hadn't told her to stay safe, but he'd specifically asked Blood Robe to be careful. She felt a little bitter. Don't worry, I'm always cautious. I never take unnecessary risks, Qi Yuan replied lazily. The young god nodded in satisfaction. This Blood Robe fellow seemed sensible after all. Due to the previous assassination attempt, several young gods were now keeping an eye on him. If Blood Robe were to be killed, it would greatly demoralize the Black Demon Abyss. Some of the higher-ups in the Black Demon Abyss were even considering using Blood Robe as a pawn to trap Ghost Heaven. Of course, Purple Fate Ancestor had already vetoed that idea. I'm going to hunt young gods. Who has the best intelligence on Ghost Heaven's young gods? Want to team up? Qi Yuan asked loudly. The young god who had just praised Qi Yuan for being cautious now looked at him in disbelief. The other prodigies exchanged looks, also not believing Qi Yuan, nor daring to team up with him. Seeing this, Qi Yuan couldn't help but say, I'm the local tyrant of Purple Fate Heaven. Is no one willing to team up with me? What he lacked most was information. Combat strength, on the other hand, he had plenty of. At this point, Purple Fate Shui laughed loudly, I'm the mother of Purple Fate Heaven. I'll team up with you. Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. Local tyrant of Purple Fate Heaven. Mother of Purple Fate Heaven. Were these matching usernames for a couple? Before he could dwell on it further, Little Purple Fate weakly chimed in, I'll join too. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. With Blood Robe's strength, Little Purple Fate's intelligence, and my wisdom, I'm aiming to achieve 1,000 merits in this battle, Bullhorn's sister said happily. She seemed confident about her victory in this upcoming battle. Blood Robe, you're incredibly talented, so you'll be our group leader. Little Purple Fate is meticulous, so she can be the assistant leader. You two can handle the planning, I'm going back to sleep. Just call me if you need anything, Purple Fate Shui said with a yawn before leaving. Fighting was fine for her, but planning or strategizing made her head hurt. Qi Yuan wasn't surprised by this at all. If this were a group project in a university, Qi Yuan, as the group leader, would be responsible for the broad strategy and big ideas. Little Purple Fate would be the one making the PowerPoint presentation. And Purple Fate Shui, she'd be the one presenting it. Meanwhile, the other young prodigies began forming their own teams. And Zunlu, who saw Little Purple Fate so cheerful, couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Whenever Little Purple Fate was happy, and Zunlu just couldn't stand it. Sigh, Brother Black Sword is just so amazing. At the Supreme Truth debate, he comprehended an ultimate supreme truth, a peerless feat. Meanwhile, we can only watch from the sidelines. It's so impressive, and Zunlu remarked, casting a deliberate glance at Little Purple Fate and Qi Yuan. The implication was obvious. The Brother Black Sword she admired was the true leader of their generation in the Black Demon Abyss, and everyone else was just a bystander. Who can understand that? It's ultimate supreme truth, after all. Brother Black Sword is in a different league from us. It's laughable how some people once compared others to him, she added with a sarcastic smirk. Who understands this stuff? I sure don't, Little Purple Fate shouted, waving her arms dramatically. And Zunlu was left speechless. She glared at Little Purple Fate and snapped, Brother Black Sword is aiming for major merits, unlike certain people, who can only collect small ones. A servant boasting about the wolf his master shot. Little Purple Fate fired back, not missing a beat. Though she usually appeared shy and quiet, once she started bickering with Zunlu, her sharp tongue showed no mercy. Let's go, Little Fate. We need to find a secluded place to craft our brilliant plan. If they steal it, we'll suffer a huge loss, Qi Yuan said, pulling Little Purple Fate away by her sleeve. The other prodigies looked at the pair, dumbfounded. Only Ice Sword sighed in relief. With those two troublemakers gone, he finally felt comfortable enough to speak again and strike some poses. Inside the cave, Qi Yuan set up 100 different formations. Alright, even an upper sovereign wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on us. They won't know what we're up to, Qi Yuan said, clapping his hands in satisfaction. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things keep their plans hidden, speaking only in actions. Loose lips lead to failure. So, although he had casually mentioned hunting young gods to the young god earlier, he hadn't revealed the core of the plan. It wasn't a leak. Little Purple Fate, standing close to Qi Yuan, blushed and nervously twisted the hem of her robe. Don't worry, even if you scream, not even a great supreme truth could hear you, Qi Yuan reassured her, noticing her nervousness. But his reassurance only made her blush more, her head growing fuzzy. This cave was too cramped, or rather, this bed was too small. To prevent any eavesdropping, Qi Yuan had filled the cave with formations. For safety and efficiency, the smaller the space, the better. So, the only safe place left was the bed. Little Purple Fate could feel Blood Robe's breath and, coupled with his ambiguous words, her heart was racing. Alright, let's start devising our plan. And it needs a great name. Let's call it the Imperial Banner Revival Plan. Qi Yuan declared proudly. Ever since he had comprehended ultimate supreme truth, he felt his mind had become sharper, even better at coming up with names. Little Purple Fate was confused. Weren't they supposed to be hunting enemies? What's with the Imperial Banner Revival Plan? And what was the Imperial Banner? I know you don't have a brilliant mind like mine, so you can't grasp the greatness of this plan. But don't worry, all you need to do is provide me with information or, make the PowerPoint, Qi Yuan said, seeing Little Purple Fate's confusion. Half understanding, she nodded. The first step in the plan is to list the number of young gods from Ghost Heaven participating in this war, their names, and their general locations, Qi Yuan said, looking at Little Purple Fate. Her intelligence gathering was always top-notch. And information about the enemy young gods involved in this battle wasn't particularly secret. With a bit of effort, anyone could gather it. Of course, that applied to what was public. Any covert details would be beyond Little Purple Fate's reach. Little Purple Fate opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Was Blood Robe really planning to go after young gods? But knowing his character, she figured he was probably just saying it for effect. Still, since it was something Blood Robe wanted, she would do it to the best of her ability. For this battle, Ghost Heaven has 5 Supreme Truth experts overseeing the forces, with 28 heavenly young gods stationed at various locations. They are spread across Long Zon Star. Little Purple Fate began listing the names and whereabouts of the enemy young gods. Excellent. Step 2 of the plan, the time to strike. Qi Yuan's eyes glinted with killing intent, tinged with a bit of greed. Those 10,000 soul banners, in Ghost Heaven's possession, they were a scourge upon the world. But in Qi Yuan's hands, they would serve the people. Little Purple Fate quickly added, Blood Robe brother, you need to be careful. Don't take unnecessary risks or reveal your whereabouts. There's a mole in the Black Demon Abyss. A mole? Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. He saw Little Purple Fate's worried expression as she explained, Blood Robe brother, during your and Black Sword brother's last attack, there had to have been a mole involved. Otherwise, there's no way your movements would have been leaked so easily. So, as we face Ghost Heaven this time, it's possible the mole is still in place. What Little Purple Fate said wasn't exactly a secret among the young prodigies. In fact, even the higher-ups knew there was a mole. They just didn't know who it was. Or perhaps, some of them tolerated the mole, knowing it gave them more escape routes if needed. Do you know who the mole is? I don't, but they're certainly keeping an eye on you. Blood Robe brother, just stay observant, and perhaps you'll be able to uncover their identity. Looks like step 2 of the plan needs to be revised. We should focus on finding the mole first. Qi Yuan thought for a moment and decided it was better to flesh out the mole. Once the mole was exposed, he could even use them to bait the enemy. Do you have a way to find the mole? Little Purple Fate blinked in surprise. Simple. I'll get Purple Fate Shui, come up with some excuse, and visit the young gods in the Black Demon Abyss. I'll just ask them directly, Qi Yuan said confidently. Seeing his expression, Little Purple Fate was even more confused. Did Blood Robe have some hidden talent or special method? Blood Robe brother, should I come along? I'm really curious, Little Purple Fate said eagerly, wondering how he planned to uncover the mole when even the ancestors couldn't. Sure, no problem, Qi Yuan patted his chest. Alright, with step 2 settled, it's time for step 3, the time to strike. Step 4 is the revival of the Imperial Banner. Little Purple Fate nodded. Should we make the plan more detailed now? Detailed? Isn't it already precise and comprehensive? Qi Yuan asked, puzzled. Quote. That's the entire plan. Little Purple Fate's eyes widened in disbelief. Just saying a few words counted as a plan. By that standard, she could come up with a plan to become an upper sovereign right now. Step 1. Break through to young god. Step 2. Comprehend ultimate supreme truth and become an upper sovereign. Step 3. Have Blood Robe brother marry into her family. Oh, I get it. You think the plan isn't detailed enough because there's no specific time or date. These things are ever-changing, so we can't control the timing. Better not include it, Qi Yuan said seriously. Little Purple Fate finally understood. That really was the whole plan. She stuck out her tongue slightly. Little Fate understands now. She felt a bit silly. This plan to hunt young gods was clearly just for fun. Of course, it was bound to be a bit simplistic. Why had she taken it so seriously? Little Fate, I know you're discreet, but don't leak this great plan, alright? Oh, But it's fine to tell Purple Fate Shui since she's on our team, Qi Yuan reminded her. Alright, little Purple Fate nodded earnestly, covering her mouth. Go find Purple Fate Shui. We'll start implementing step 2. Have her come up with a reason for us to visit the Young God Heavenly Sovereigns, Qi Yuan instructed. He had already noted the mole in his mental list. When the time was right, the mole would meet their end. Got it, I'll find Sister Shui right away, little Purple Fate said before running off. About a day later, Qi Yuan appeared on the streets of Devil's Pass. He looked at the two figures before him, one tall, one short, both carrying bamboo steamers. Purple Fate Shui and little Purple Fate stood there, and he felt exasperated. Are you sure this is the best way to visit the Young God Heavenly Sovereigns? Why wouldn't it be? I can't imagine a young god refusing this, Purple Fate Shui said proudly. She opened the steamer, and steam billowed out, carrying with it a delicious aroma. Qi Yuan glanced inside and saw a pile of strange-looking eggs. I got these rare ice eggs from Black Demon Abyss Prodigy Ice Sword. So I boiled them and am offering them as a filial gift to the Young God Heavenly Sovereigns. They won't refuse, Purple Fate Shui explained with a serious expression. Qi Yuan thought about it and said, that's actually pretty interesting. If someone told me Ice Sword had laid eggs, I'd come out to see it for myself. But the plan isn't perfect. You're just using regular eggs. Ice Sword's name has ice in it, so these should be ice eggs. With a wave of his hand, the eggs in the steamer turned into icy eggs. Perfect, now it's flawless, Qi Yuan said smugly. The eggs, now shimmering like crystals, looked high class and refined. Add some fancy packaging, and it'll be the perfect gift, he added. With another wave, the steamer turned into a luxurious gift box. Purple Fate Shui looked at Qi Yuan and blinked. Your emotional intelligence is surprisingly high. That's the difference between us, Qi Yuan replied with pride. When you look at me, it's like a mayfly gazing at the heavens. Little Purple Fate, standing nearby, covered her mouth, silently feeling sorry for Ice Sword Brother. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Purple Fate Shui held the gift box, her expression full of anticipation. Which heavenly sovereign should we visit first? In the Black Demon Abyss, dozens of Young God Heavenly Sovereigns had gathered at Devil's Pass to oversee the situation. Finding the mole was not going to be an easy task. Black Sword, Qi Yuan decided after some thought. Among the Young God Heavenly Sovereigns in Devil's Pass, his status is the highest. If he warmly receives us, the others won't dare refuse. Good point. Plus, we're holding such a rare, precious egg, no young god would turn us away, Purple Fate Shui added. Of course, given their statuses, especially blood robes, it was unlikely any of the young gods would refuse them under normal circumstances. Let's go see Black Sword, Purple Fate Shui declared boldly, setting off. Little Purple Fate followed behind like a quiet shadow. In truth, she was deeply curious, what special method did Blood Robe Brother have to find the mole? The mole was hidden so deeply that even the elders couldn't flush them out. How could Blood Robe Brother find them? She was baffled and couldn't figure it out. In the span of about 100 breaths, they arrived. Inside the grand hall, Black Sword, dressed in white robes, held the ice egg in his hand, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. This egg, I'll accept it. But I assume you didn't come just to offer me an egg, did you? Black Sword sat upon his throne, his voice calm and drawn out. After comprehending an ultimate supreme truth, a layer of mist seemed to shroud him, making it hard for others to see through. Looking at him evoked the feeling of gazing upon the vastness of the stars. Little Purple Fate lowered her head, not daring to speak. Even Purple Fate Shui reigned in her usual carefree demeanor, becoming quite reserved. Only Qi Yuan remained the same as ever. It's like this, Qi Yuan began seriously. Last time we were ambushed, and I want to meet all the young gods to see if I can figure out who the mole is. Black Sword's expression remained unchanged. This is a deep matter. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive justice. Black Sword, having comprehended the ultimate supreme truth, was now a far cry from the person he had once been. In the past, he used to suppress his aura, so those of his generation would only feel that he was immensely powerful. Now, even though he restrained it, his vast presence was still impossible to ignore. It felt as if they were standing before a god enthroned in a divine kingdom. Black Sword's message was clear, he would investigate the matter personally. However, just then, Qi Yuan suddenly spoke. Black Sword, are you the mole? He looked straight at Black Sword and asked earnestly. Little Purple Fate froze. Even Purple Fate Shui blinked in surprise, staring at Qi Yuan. Neither of them had expected Qi Yuan to ask that. Qi Yuan's question even took Black Sword slightly aback. But Black Sword responded calmly, no. Qi Yuan, undeterred, continued asking, were you involved in the ambush I encountered last time? No. If I leave again, would you leak my whereabouts? No. Do you intend to harm me? No. One dared to ask, and the other dared to answer. Qi Yuan looked at Black Sword and slowly said, thank you for your honesty. Black Sword stared back at Qi Yuan, his gaze deep. The Black Demon Abyss is one entity. The misunderstanding between Senior Purple Fate and the Abyss Lord, I intend to resolve. Please convey this message to Senior Purple Fate. Even while suppressing his power, Black Sword's simple words made both Little Purple Fate and Purple Fate Shui feel an overwhelming pressure. Such was the terror of a powerful being. Even when acting friendly, even when concealing their aura, just standing there exuded boundless pressure. All right, Qi Yuan replied as he left with Purple Fate Shui and Little Purple Fate. Once outside, Purple Fate Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Comprehending the ultimate supreme truth really makes a difference. In the past, meeting Black Sword Brother didn't feel this nerve-wracking. Now, I can't help but feel scared. Little Purple Fate agreed, that overwhelming feeling is like the first time I saw the stars when I began cultivating. Is it really that bad? I didn't feel anything, Qi Yuan said, unfazed. Seems like you both just don't believe in equality deep down. It didn't take long for Qi Yuan to figure out the core of the issue. You're just too outrageous, Purple Fate Shui exclaimed, recalling what Qi Yuan had done earlier. Who directly asks if someone is the mole right to their face? And asking Black Sword of all people, everyone knew Black Sword was destined to be the future leader of the Black Demon Abyss. Why would a ruler plot rebellion against themselves? Cultivation is about defying the heavens. Being a little outrageous is only natural, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. You might be outrageous, but you haven't comprehended an ultimate supreme truth. Compared to Black Sword, you're definitely lacking, Purple Fate Shui teased. Qi Yuan sighed, appearing despondent. Black Sword's average is one ultimate supreme truth, while mine is close to 0. I really can't compare to Black Sword. After all, he had over 4,000 nascent souls within him. And so far, he had only comprehended 2 supreme truths. When averaged across all his nascent souls, the result was laughably low. This was including the foodless Holy Mother from another universe. Without her, the numbers would look even worse. At least you can admit the gap between you and Black Sword. There's hope for you yet, Purple Fate Shui said, laughing as she casually munched on a mushroom. In fact, if I could just comprehend another 4,751 ultimate supreme truths, my average would be higher than 1, and I'd surpass Black Sword, Qi Yuan said, thinking aloud. But without the wall of truth, comprehending 4,751 ultimate supreme truths is just too hard. Little Purple Fate stood silently nearby, not daring to speak. Purple Fate Shui chuckled. With so many supreme truths, you can't spare one for me. Qi Yuan considered it seriously. Truth be told, the well at home had returned. But the wall of truth had vanished. Still, he didn't have a grudge against the Truth Association. If he tried to take something by force, it wouldn't be good. Besides, he didn't have some impressive elder to back him up and demand it. So, he had to rely on his own smarts. You think, since the Truths Association and I both reside in the 6th heaven, does that count as cohabitation? Now that my relationship with the Truths Association is fractured and we've separated, shouldn't I be entitled to half the wall of truth? You've really thought this through. In Devil's Pass. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign squinted his eyes and thought. What exactly is Blood Robe up to? He had just received word that Blood Robe was going around visiting the young god Heavenly Sovereigns, giving out ice eggs from Ice Sword and asking about the mole. At first, Wind Decay had planned to avoid him. After all, it was easier to stay out of trouble. But Black Sword had already met with them, and the other young gods had all answered Blood Robe's questions. If he refused, it would only make him look guilty. Could this be an attempt to rattle me? Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign wondered. There was no way he believed that a few simple questions would expose him. Still, Purple Fate Senior might have a plan behind this, so he had to be cautious. Greetings, Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign. Outside the hall, Qi Yuan's clear voice called out. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign sat on his throne, his expression friendly. Come in, all of you. This is Ice Sword's egg, a gift for you, Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign. Qi Yuan handed over the gift box. Wind Decay was about to say something polite when Qi Yuan cut him off. No need for pleasantries, let's get straight to the point. Have you ever thought about harming me? Qi Yuan asked directly. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign smiled warmly. In the Black Demon Abyss, one of the people I respect most is Senior Purple Fate. You are his most valued bloodline. Why would I ever consider harming you? Qi Yuan blinked. His nose grew slightly longer. That meant, this person was the mole. He became instantly intrigued. After questioning over a dozen young god heavenly sovereigns, he had finally found the mole. It turned out this task was more complicated than expected. Even with Qi Yuan's sharp mind, it had taken this long to find the mole. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign, there's no need to hide it. You're lying, you clearly want to harm me. Qi Yuan said seriously. The mole had finally exposed themselves. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign was one of them. Wind Decay's expression remained unchanged. But Purple Fate Shui and Little Purple Fate were startled. Blood Robe, you must be joking. Why would I want to harm you? Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign laughed, though inwardly he grew uneasy. Were you involved in the ambush I faced last time? Qi Yuan pressed. No, Wind Decay denied again. Yet Qi Yuan's nose continued to grow longer. Do your ancestors want to be moles? Qi Yuan asked again. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign was from the Yin Soul Heaven, a faction ranked among the top 3 in the Black Demon Abyss. No, such things should not be spoken of lightly. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign waved his sleeve, feigning slight annoyance. Little Purple Fate blinked. The entire approach was absurd, going around and directly asking young gods if they were moles. Yet here, Wind Decay denied it, and Qi Yuan immediately declared him guilty. Your acting is impeccable, Qi Yuan remarked. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign kept smiling outwardly, but inside, he wasn't laughing. He even had a fleeting urge to kill Qi Yuan. By the way, I'm planning to ambush Heavenly Sovereign Wei Zong. I've only told you about this, so you won't leak it, right? Qi Yuan said, fixing his gaze on Wind Decay. Wind Decay's expression shifted slightly. Blood Robe, I've tolerated your behavior because you're young, but what exactly do you mean by this? Don't change the subject. A month from now, I'll ambush Heavenly Sovereign Wei Zong. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible, Qi Yuan said as he turned to leave with Little Purple Fate and Purple Fate Shui. In the now empty hall, Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign sat alone. How did he figure me out? Was he testing me, or was there something else? He said he would ambush Wei Zong in a month, should I? Is Senior Purple Fate watching me now? Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign sat lost in thought, not daring to make any sudden moves. He felt utterly bewildered. Today's events seemed completely irrational. If Purple Fate Senior had figured out that he was the mole, why send Blood Robe to inform him? Wouldn't they set a trap instead and wait for him to slip up? And if Blood Robe was trying to test him, why only test him and not others? None of it made any sense. He didn't even dare take out his communication jade slip to report to his higher-ups. Everything just seemed too strange, too illogical. Who operates like this? He sat there, motionless, too afraid to do anything rash. Meanwhile, as they left, Little Purple Fate asked urgently, was Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign really the mole? How did you know, Blood Robe brother? Purple Fate Shui also looked at Qi Yuan, curious and puzzled. My brilliant brain told me, Qi Yuan answered seriously. Is it really possible that he's the mole? Little Purple Fate hesitated, but Blood Robe brother, if you knew he was the mole, why did you tell him? I felt like telling him, so I did, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. His ultimate supreme truths were about absolute adaptability and doing as he pleased. To stabilize and deepen his mastery of these ultimate supreme truths, his actions had to align with their essence. This allowed him to progress faster. So, he told Wind Decay because he wanted to. I see, Little Purple Fate was still worried. If they hadn't informed Wind Decay, they could have quietly observed him and laid out a strategy. But now that they had told him, the situation was filled with uncertainty. Qi Yuan patted Little Purple Fate's delicate horns and smiled. We're cultivating immortality here. Always scheming and plotting is exhausting. In this world, the only thing that truly matters is strength. With strength, you earn the right to survive. All these schemes, they're just fleeting clouds. Qi Yuan couldn't care less about schemes and plots. The worst-case scenario would be something like the Ghost Heaven and Black Demon Abyss joining forces, with all the great Supreme Truth experts hunting him down in secret. But Qi Yuan had come to the Black Demon Abyss and entered the game knowing full well the risks. He had already prepared himself to face all the great supreme truths as enemies. So, he wasn't fazed by schemes or plots. Cultivation might be difficult, but it could also be simple. When you cut through the distractions, it boiled down to 3 steps. First, kill your enemies. Second, seize resources. Third, enjoy the victory feast. A month from now, are you really going to hunt down Heavenly Sovereign Wei Zong? Little Purple Fate asked. I don't know, Qi Yuan shrugged, his expression turning serious. The most brilliant plans are the ones where even the planner doesn't know what will happen next. As for hunting a young god, we'll see how fate plays out. Little Purple Fate was left speechless. This, brilliant, plan was too brilliant. It would have been better not to plan at all, given no one knew what was going to happen next. Let's go see if any of the other young gods are moles, Qi Yuan said, carrying the ice eggs with him. Little Purple Fate looked at him nervously. Blood Rogue brother, don't act rashly when dealing with young gods, you should get help from some of the heavenly sovereigns. For some reason, she had a gut feeling that Blood Rogue brother really would try to hunt down a young god. Don't worry, I've got this, Qi Yuan reassured her. Brother, don't push yourself too hard. Cultivation also requires balancing tension and relaxation, Little Purple Fate said, her heart aching for him. She felt that Blood Rogue brother might be feeling anxious after seeing Black Sword comprehend an ultimate supreme truth, leading to undue pressure. That might explain why his actions were becoming so unpredictable. Qi Yuan paused, considering. You might be right, I've been too busy lately. Sigh, seems like I should play a game to relax. He muttered to himself. Ever since he had entered the cultivation world, he had been constantly busy. There were always crises and threats looming over him, whether it was the Black Mountain Sect, the Palace of Light, the Great Calamity, or the Taihuang Palace. It was only in the game that he could find some peace. Especially on Gongxing, when he went on a honeymoon with Canary and Ning Dao, and Little Jia, it was one of the few times he had given himself a proper break. The rest of the time, his nerves had been strung taut, never getting a chance to relax. Why don't we have some delicious mushroom hot pot together? We can even invite Ice Sword. We've given away so many of his eggs, we should thank him properly, Purple Fate Shui suggested. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. Good idea. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. I'll go back and make hot pot and invite Ice Sword. Purple Fate Shui enthusiastically suggested. No, after thinking it over, Qi Yuan declined. Resting, at least for now, was not an option. The threat of the Taihuang Palace still loomed over him. I need to see if any more moles reveal themselves. Qi Yuan intended to continue visiting the other young gods to root out any potential moles. Little Purple Fate blinked in curiosity. Blood Rogue brother, how exactly are you identifying these moles? She was still puzzled. How was Qi Yuan able to figure out who had issues just by asking? Because, sincerity, Qi Yuan thought for a moment before responding. Maybe it's because I've always been an honest person, never telling lies. As a result, the heavens granted me a superpower, I can discern the truth behind anyone's words. Tisk, if you're going to make something up, at least make it sound believable. We're cultivators, and you're talking about superpowers. Why not just say you've cultivated a divine technique that lets you distinguish between truth and lies? Purple Fate Shui, ever the contrarian, rolled her eyes, as if she were a reincarnated professional debater. But then, she paused, scrutinizing Qi Yuan from head to toe. Ordinary divine techniques wouldn't have that kind of effect, unless it's an ultimate supreme truth, and it can't be a low-grade one either. Suspicion crept into her gaze. If what Blood Robe said was true, it could only be explained by the power of an ultimate supreme truth. After all, Blood Robe had emerged from a place guarded by Flame Demon Heavenly Sovereign of the Black Demon Abyss. The whole thing seemed a bit peculiar. This is a superpower, not an ultimate supreme truth, Qi Yuan corrected her. His ultimate supreme truths were absolute adaptability and doing whatever he pleased. Really? Purple Fate Shui studied him again, then dismissed her earlier suspicions. After all, Flame Demon Heavenly Sovereign was hideous, and Blood Robe was elegant and otherworldly. How could they possibly be the same person? Within Devil's Pass, clouds swirled around. Ice Sword stood on an ancient block of ice, eyes half closed, absorbing the spiritual energy of the Immortals. Light intertwined, exuding a mysterious aura. After about 10 breaths, Ice Sword inhaled a colorful mist into his body. With a wave of his flowing white robes, he looked every bit the part of an immortal banished from the heavens. Sister Kai Lin, what brings you here? He asked. A young girl with large tattoos appeared. She seemed shy, yet her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Ice Sword. Brother Ice Sword, I heard you have some treasures here, I was hoping to buy something. Oh, what is it that you wish to purchase? Ice Sword asked curiously. Lately, he had been focused on his cultivation, paying little attention to the outside world. Ice, eggs, Kai Lin said expectantly. Ice Sword's expression froze, and an uneasy feeling crept up on him. What is that? Kai Lin quickly explained, isn't this something you produced? Recently, Blood Robe and Purple Fate Shui have been taking ice eggs around as gifts to visit the young god heavenly sovereigns. I've heard these ice eggs are amazing and can even improve one's skin. As she spoke, she sneaked a glance at Ice Sword's behind. Several black lines appeared on Ice Sword's forehead. They've been visiting several young god heavenly sovereigns. Dozens. They've visited all of them. Kai Lin confirmed. Hearing this, Ice Sword took a deep breath. Patience. He had to be patient. Retaliating now would just make things worse. Otherwise, it wouldn't be about laying eggs, it would be about something much worse. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Ice Sword, are you there? I need to discuss something private with you. Hearing that voice, Ice Sword's expression changed as if he had just encountered the plague. Kai Lin's eyes widened. Was that Blood Robe brother? Could it be, he came here to ask for more eggs? Are these ice eggs real? Is Brother Ice Sword hiding something just because their relationship was a bit strained and he refused to sell eggs? Since you have business to attend to, I'll take my leave, Kai Lin said, bowing before disappearing. On the icy platform, Ice Sword looked at the newly arrived Blood Robe, his eyes filled with helplessness. What can I help you with, brother? He was truly exhausted. I'm here to work with you, Qi Yuan said earnestly. The serious tone made Ice Sword feel as if the situation were surreal. Considering that the man before him had managed to escape from the hands of young gods, his strength must be extraordinary. Though he might be unreliable at times, he was undoubtedly the second best prodigy after Black Sword. Putting aside any lingering grudges, Ice Sword asked softly, what kind of collaboration? It's like this, I'm planning to hunt down some of the prodigies from Ghost Heaven and would like to borrow your name, Qi Yuan said. Ice Sword was baffled and had no idea what Qi Yuan was getting at. I have a great small plan called, Disciples Surround the Young God. I'm preparing to hunt down some of the young talents from Ghost Heaven, Qi Yuan explained seriously. The great plan was to hunt down young gods. The great small plan was to kill some disciples. After killing a young god, Qi Yuan knew he would attract the attention of many powerful figures, making it difficult to kill the disciples afterward. But even mosquito meat was still meat. The disciples of Ghost Heaven had grown audacious, brandishing Qi Yuan's emperor's banner as they wandered about, making Qi Yuan feel like he had been metaphorically cheated on. Thus, he decided to execute the great small plan first, and then the great plan. Can you explain in more detail? Ice Sword asked. After all, he too was in need of battle merit. Well, the hottest topic in Devil's Pass right now is none other than ice eggs, right? And then, Ice Sword's forehead twitched. Recently, all sorts of rumors have been spreading. People are saying things like the ice eggs are as valuable as divine treasures, that eating one can expand your divine realm, or that it enhances beauty. The rumors are all over the place. Qi Yuan was telling the truth. After he had given out the ice eggs to the young gods, the outside world had gone wild with speculation. People were saying that the ice eggs had miraculous properties and could do everything from improving looks to boosting cultivation. So, I added fuel to the fire and spread a new rumor, that the ice eggs are the best soul servants for the 10,000 souls banners. Qi Yuan said, his eyes gleaming. But, rumors are just rumors. They'll eventually be debunked, Ice Sword said cautiously. Haven't you ever heard the saying in the history of the Blue Star, if everyone says it, people will believe it? And who said it's just a rumor? The previous ice eggs might have been ordinary, but the ones of modified, are amazing. With so many rumors flying around, Qi Yuan took the opportunity to spread his own, capitalizing on the chaos. As he spoke, Qi Yuan took out a translucent, radiant ice egg. Ice Sword looked at the ice egg, and his expression became serious. Such powerful soul energy. The ice egg seemed to pulse with life, yet also appeared as a blank slate of chaos, suffused with thick soul energy. This thing really could be the perfect soul servant. I've specially modified it, Qi Yuan said smugly. To deal with Ghost Heaven, he had taken a trip back to the Gate of Truths, where he had observed the supreme truth of the Abyss Lord of Ghost Heaven. The Abyss Lord's supreme truth was intimately connected with the 10,000 Souls banner. Using the hidden information revealed to him through his keen eyes and his own ultimate supreme truths, Qi Yuan created an ice egg that was also deeply connected to the 10,000 Souls banner. If this egg were circulated, the disciples of Ghost Heaven would undoubtedly go mad for it. I plan to use these ice eggs as bait to lure in the disciples of Ghost Heaven and catch them all at once, Qi Yuan said, his tone serious. Ice Sword swallowed nervously. The plan was feasible. But, what does this have to do with me? Why do you need my involvement? Ice Sword asked. Since I'm using your eggs, it wouldn't feel right not to collaborate with you. Qi Yuan, being a good person, didn't want to drag anyone innocent into trouble. Of course, he was also aware that his straightforward nature could unintentionally harm others, like how things had gone with the nose-picking fairy. These aren't my eggs, Ice Sword said, struggling to keep calm. I'll give you 90% of the battle merits for killing those Ghost Heaven disciples. Qi Yuan generously offered. For Qi Yuan, regular battle merits were of no use. Hearing this, Ice Sword's breath quickened. With Blood Robe's strength and this plan, the battle merits would undoubtedly be massive. On one side was the lure of enormous battle merits, on the other was his pride. In the end, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. These can be my eggs. His pride was already in tatters. If he didn't collaborate with Blood Robe, he'd get nothing and still be humiliated. Better to swallow his pride and make some gains, at least that way, he wouldn't be losing entirely. To make this plan even more convincing, I've specially created a modified version of the ancestral blood art just for you. If you cultivate this art, you'll really be able to lay eggs. Qi Yuan said, handing over a jade slip. The history of the Blue Star was powerful, but Qi Yuan's abilities were nothing to scoff at either, he could turn fiction into fact. Ancestral blood art, Ice Sword was puzzled. The ancestral blood art was the foundation upon which the Black Demon Abyss stood. Even great supreme truth experts practiced this technique. No one had ever successfully modified it. Or rather, any modifications made never surpassed the original. Even the Abyss Lord had once mentioned that the current version of the ancestral blood art was already the best. So when Blood Robe claimed to have altered it, Ice Sword felt a bit skeptical. Still, he accepted the jade slip. I'll take a look when I have time. Try to read it as soon as possible. This version will not only alter your physique to make it easier for you to lay eggs, but each egg you lay can help you cultivate the ancestral blood art. The more eggs, the stronger you'll become. After leaving those words, Qi Yuan waved goodbye and disappeared without a trace. Ice Sword stood there on the frozen platform, feeling utterly helpless. That guy, just like Black Sword, he's impossible to figure out, Ice Sword sighed. In the younger generation, Black Sword and Blood Robe were the only two people he couldn't fully comprehend. But the unpredictability of the two was entirely different. Curious, Ice Sword decided to take a look at the modified ancestral blood art. After all, he wanted to gauge just how deep Blood Robe's understanding ran through this revised cultivation method. To cultivate this art, you must first lay an egg. The opening line nearly made Ice Sword crack. He continued reading, and the more he read, the more his expression shifted from surprise to solemn concentration. This, Blood Robe was telling the truth. If I cultivate this version of the ancestral blood art, my cultivation speed will double. What kind of genius came up with this? This is unbelievable. This is amazing. The more Ice Sword read, the more astonished he became by the terrifying potential of this technique. It was utterly extraordinary. After half an hour of reading, Ice Sword sat on the ice block, feeling deeply frustrated. Becoming a genius must be the minimum threshold to comprehend this. All along, he had known that Blood Robe was powerful, but he hadn't fully grasped how much stronger Blood Robe was compared to himself. But now, seeing this casually revised version of the ancestral blood art, he could see the terrifying gap between them. The stronger you are, the more you realize how insignificant you are, Ice Sword muttered. This technique, I'm going to cultivate it. So what if I have to lay eggs? Compared to becoming stronger, what does it matter? Ice Sword didn't care about the details. This modified ancestral blood art not only accelerated cultivation speed, but also enhanced one's bloodline. If this technique were to spread, even great supreme truth experts would start secretly laying eggs. So why would he mind laying a few eggs? How did things get so strange in the Black Demon Abyss ever since Blood Robe arrived? Every major power had its own style. The Black Demon Abyss had always been dark and profound. Now, though, it felt dreamlike, whimsical, even absurd, things just didn't make sense anymore. It seems that the attention Senior Purple Fate has given Blood Robe isn't without reason. Blood Robe may be eccentric, but his talent, it might even surpass Black Sword's. Ice Sword thought to himself. Black Sword was incredibly formidable, his greatest strength being his bloodline, with his talent equally unparalleled. Blood Robe's bloodline couldn't surpass Black Sword's, but his talent likely could. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to witness both of Black Demon Abyss's great supreme truth masters at once. Ice Sword sighed. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Should I offer this technique to the elders? After all, the technique was undeniably powerful. And if the elders cultivated it too, he would feel less awkward about laying eggs himself. After all, if everyone was laying eggs, it was as if no one was. Blood Robe brother, can I offer this technique to others? Ice Sword sent a message via his communication jade slip. He was a man of responsibility but also had his own selfish interests. If he were going to offer the technique, he wouldn't do so immediately. Feel free, but try not to leak it before the great small plan is completed. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Having received Qi Yuan's reply, Ice Sword felt at ease. I need to cultivate this ancestral blood art as soon as possible, or, if it becomes widespread, my advantage will be reduced. Blood Robe is truly impressive. This ancestral blood art feels like it was tailor-made for me. Because it was tailor-made, the results for him would be the best. If others practiced it, the effect would be somewhat diminished. But, how does he know my bloodline so well? Suddenly, Ice Sword froze in realization. He hadn't interacted much with Blood Robe, meeting only a few times. Moreover, his bloodline had never been exposed to him. There was no way Blood Robe could have obtained a sample of his bloodline. But how could Blood Robe understand his bloodline so intimately? A cold shiver ran through Ice Sword as his whole body trembled. Could it be, I carry Blood Robe's bloodline, and that's why he knows me so well? Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble to rewrite such a precious ancestral blood art just for me? Thoughts flooded Ice Sword's mind, and as he remembered Blood Robe, he suddenly felt a warmth, like the comforting rays of a summer sun shining on his body. In the Ghost Heaven camp, at the stronghold called Ghost Gate. Ghost Gate and Devil's Pass were both fortresses, defensive bastions. At this moment, Ghost Gate was packed with prodigies. The Black Demon Abyss truly produces talents. Not only do they have Black Sword and Blood Robe, but now they have an egg-laying, Ice Sword, said a young man, graceful and elegant, clad in a golden, hollow-patterned armor. A white bone jade pendant hung from his waist, and when he mentioned Ice Sword, greed flickered in his eyes. So, this is his egg. It truly is an excellent, soul servant. The crowd's eyes fell on a wooden box. Inside the box, a large blue egg, about the size of a dinosaur egg, appeared before the many prodigies. Seeing the egg, their breathing became rapid, their eyes filled with greed. This is the most perfect egg I've seen in 100 years. This ice egg is a natural-born soul servant. The egg contained only a faint, hazy soul. And it was perfectly suited to being a soul servant. Placed within the 10,000 souls banner, it would make the ideal soul servant. Ordinary, powerful soul servants still needed to be suppressed from time to prevent rebellion. But this egg, as a soul servant, needed no such worry. How could such a perfect coincidence exist in this world? Could there be a trap in this ice egg? One prodigy asked, concerned. Ghost Heaven and the Black Demon Abyss had just finished battling, and now, all of a sudden, the Black Demon Abyss had something Ghost Heaven needed. It all seemed suspicious. Following a typical conspiracy theory, there was definitely a problem. At that moment, Mo Chong, the man in the golden armor, spoke. I took this ice egg to the elder, and the elder said, there's no issue with the egg. Hearing Mo Chong's words, the gathered prodigies breathed a sigh of relief. If the elder says so, it should be fine. The elder is a great supreme truth master. Their hearts settled. I've just received new information. In the Flower Moon Mystery Land, there are large numbers of ice eggs, Mo Chong said, his voice cold and hiding a trace of killing intent. The other prodigies stiffened upon hearing this. Clearly, they had all received the same message. Blood Robe is bizarre. After bringing the ice eggs into the Flower Moon Mystery Land, he arrogantly declared that anyone who wanted the eggs would have to defeat him. What arrogance! One prodigy growled, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He has the right to be arrogant. Not only did he kill Mona, but he also escaped from the hands of a young god heavenly sovereign. No matter how strong he is, he's still just like us, a mere myth. These prodigies were full of resentment. They were all once-in-a-generation geniuses, each harboring their own pride. Since none of them had fought Blood Robe before, how could they fear him? This time, I'll enter the Flower Moon Mystery Land, face Blood Robe, and take the ice eggs. Who will join me? Mo Chong asked, his fighting spirit surging. I'll go, one prodigy said, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. I want both the battle merits and the ice eggs. I'll go too. Blood Robe has gone too far. Does he think Ghost Heaven has no one? These prodigies, full of righteous indignation, prepared to head to the Flower Moon Mystery Land. Of course, they knew this might be a scheme by the Black Demon Abyss, but they didn't care. In the Flower Moon Mystery Land, an ordinary young god would be reduced to the mythical realm. Supreme Truth experts were stationed at Devil's Pass and Ghost Gate, unable to move easily. Furthermore, once inside the Flower Moon Mystery Land, both Ghost Heaven and Black Demon Abyss would have young gods present to confront each other. At the early stages of war, it was still customary for generals to fight generals and soldiers to fight soldiers. Though, assassinations targeting prodigies were never out of the question. Meanwhile, at Devil's Pass, discussions were stirring. Blood Robe is far too reckless, heading into the Flower Moon Mystery Land alone. If anything happens to him, the morale of the Black Demon Abyss will plummet, one young god heavenly sovereign remarked. Blood Robe's challenge to the prodigies of Ghost Heaven in the Flower Moon Mystery Land had reached their ears. Does he really think he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Black Sword? A young god from Yin Soul Heaven chimed in, his disapproval evident. If Black Sword had done something like this in his mythical stage, they would have accepted it. But Blood Robe, he was nothing more than a little black sword. In the minds of these young gods, only Purple Fate Ancestor treasured him. To them, he was just a larger version of Ice Sword. As for Blood Robe escaping an assassination attempt by a young god, they suspected Purple Fate Ancestor had intervened. If he dares to go, it means he has confidence, another young god laughed. It's a good opportunity to see Blood Robe's talent and battle prowess, and to see how he measures up against Black Sword. The others nodded, not paying much mind. Blood Robe was just Purple Fate Ancestor's treasure. To them, he was merely another young prodigy. They'd seen plenty of prodigies like him. Zi Yuanfeng, how about you take charge of protecting him this time? A young god heavenly sovereign asked, looking at Zi Yuanfeng. Zi Yuanfeng was a silent and stoic heavenly sovereign. He nodded, all right. With you there, you'll stop any young gods from Ghost Heaven from making a move, the young god said. Nearby, Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign was watching all this, his mind churning with thoughts. Since Blood Robe had pointed him out as an insider, he had been cautious and constantly second-guessing everything. He couldn't understand Blood Robe's actions. Wasn't he supposed to be targeting Wei Zhong Heavenly Sovereign? So why go to the Flower Moon Mystery Land and provoke Ghost Heaven's prodigies? Was Blood Robe trying to test him? Had he told the same story to every young god heavenly sovereign to see who would react? Luckily, he had kept a low profile during this time. At that moment, a loud and cheerful voice rang out. If Blood Robe is in danger, use this talisman to enter the Flower Moon Mystery Land and rescue him. Black Sword, dressed in a moon-white robe, appeared, handing a talisman to Zi Yuanfeng. Zi Yuanfeng accepted it respectfully. Thank you, Heavenly Sovereign. A slight smile played on Black Sword's lips. But I doubt this talisman will be needed. The young gods were surprised by this. After all, Blood Robe had just challenged numerous prodigies of Ghost Heaven. Even in their youth, none of them had dared to be so bold. Does Black Sword know something about Blood Robe's trump card? Does he have confidence in him? One young god couldn't help but ask. There had been much debate about Blood Robe's talent. Some said that Purple Fate Ancestor had simply pushed him forward to spite the Abyss Lord. Black Sword shook his head. I don't know, but my intuition tells me, he will win. If Black Sword is this confident, it seems we only need to wait for good news. In the Black Demon Abyss, strength was everything. Black Sword's strength and talent surpassed theirs, so they addressed him as Heavenly Sovereign. These matters are trivial. Does anyone have one of Ice Sword's eggs? Black Sword asked. Is this one? A young god produced the egg Qi Yuan had given him. Not this one, I mean the ones that have recently appeared and are coveted by Ghost Heaven. Black Sword shook his head. He had just emerged from seclusion and had heard about the ice eggs, which piqued his curiosity. Shall we summon Ice Sword and ask him to produce another one? I'm curious how he suddenly managed to lay such strange eggs, Zi Yuanfeng suggested. Is there something special about these eggs that makes Black Sword so interested? At that moment, a young god heavenly sovereign with a complicated expression spoke up. I happen to have one. He took out a single ice egg. Immediately, dozens of eyes were fixated on the egg, curiosity in their gazes. This egg is unusual. It seems as if it was born for the 10,000 souls banner. These young gods, after just one glance, gleaned much information about the egg. They studied it closely, scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly, Black Sword's eyes turned blood red. A blood-red light fell on the egg, causing it to explode in an instant. The blue hue vanished, leaving behind only a drop of blood. This drop of blood was strange, mysterious, and profound. As the young gods gazed at it, for some reason, their own bloodlines began to stir. This blood shares the same origin as us. It seems this egg truly was laid by Ice Sword. This egg is indeed extraordinary. The young gods began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, Black Sword spoke, his voice deep. Did you notice this egg has cultivated the ancestral blood art? What? Ice Sword's eggs can cultivate the ancestral blood art now? One young god heavenly sovereign was astonished. The other young gods immediately began to investigate. It's true. Wait, it's cultivating a different version of the ancestral blood art than ours. The young gods were astounded. After all, the ancestral blood art was already perfect. Even if the Abyss Lord himself altered it, it wouldn't surpass the original. Typically, no one dared modify the ancestral blood art. But now, they had discovered a different version. And, it seemed to be better than the one they practiced. Did Ice Sword really lay this egg? Some were astonished. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign squinted, his heart shaking. He could sense the egg's extraordinary nature, as well as what it represented. If a stronger version of the ancestral blood art existed, wouldn't that mean his power could grow stronger? And the strength of the Black Demon Abyss as well? Shall we summon Ice Sword to ask him? One young god suggested. Black Sword shook his head. Ice Sword is in seclusion. There's no need to disturb him. This matter likely has something to do with Blood Robe. Once the Flower Moon Mystery Land business is over, I'll ask him myself. He had already gone to see Ice Sword after coming out of seclusion, but since Ice Sword was in the middle of cultivation, he hadn't disturbed him. Blood Robe is involved. Wind Decay Heavenly Sovereign was amazed, feeling as though his head was spinning. Why did everything seem to be connected to Blood Robe? At that moment, an elderly young god Heavenly Sovereign with a strange expression spoke. It seems that this version of the ancestral blood art involves producing eggs that cultivate in your place. How peculiar. The other young gods fell silent. They were contemplating whether, if this version of the ancestral blood art was indeed superior, they should consider practicing it themselves. One young god suddenly spoke. I propose we change the term, laying eggs, in the Black Demon Abyss to divine shedding. The other young gods nodded in agreement, clearly approving. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. While Black Sword and the other young god heavenly sovereigns were deep in discussion, in the Flower Moon Mystery Land, a man in a crimson robe, with storage bags bulging at his waist, was basking in the air. In this part of the Mystery Land, it was impossible to see the stars that reflected across the heavens. Without the sun to bask in, he could only bask in the air. He opened his storage bags, and rows of shimmering ice eggs tumbled to the ground, arranged around Qi Yuan, making him look like an egg merchant. Sigh, the cultivators from Ghost Heaven are so slow. It's been so long, and they're still dragging their feet. The stage was set, and Qi Yuan was simply waiting for the actors to arrive. However, cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation were incredibly inefficient, always slow and hesitant in their actions, never decisive. For example, the Supreme Truth Tao Gathering had mentioned Linya's transformation long ago, yet so much time had passed, and it still hadn't started. Now, Qi Yuan had laid out the ice eggs, provocatively challenging the young prodigies of Ghost Heaven. But even now, all they had done was throw around harsh words in response, without actually showing up. Those who achieve great things must be able to endure loneliness. Qi Yuan was at ease. From his game Jade Slip, the silent voice began to resonate once again. Qi Yuan chuckled. Want to hear another story? He had discovered that telling stories to the silent voice within the game Jade Slip seemed to accelerate the loading speed of the new game. So, he started making up stories at random. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain, there was a cow named Red Boy. Quote. Alright, today's story is over. Every day, it's me telling you stories. How about you tell me a bit about the game's plot, so I can get familiar with it? Qi Yuan was quite curious about the new game, or rather, excited. After all, he had already reached the Purple Mansion realm. The next world would be the place where he ascended and became a god. Naturally, he was deeply invested in the new game. Becoming a god must be interesting. Will I have many followers, worshippers? Maybe people will even build statues of me and offer reverence. And then, after the passage of time, some great figure will appear and tear down the statues in a pagan ritual. Qi Yuan let his mind wander. Unfortunately, the silent voice didn't respond to him at all. In the spirit of fair trade, I've told you so many fun stories, which cost me a lot of brainpower. Shouldn't you at least give me some gold coins? Don't be stingy now. Oh, right, you're blind and mute, you can't speak. At that moment, the silent voice fell completely silent. For some reason, Qi Yuan had a strange feeling that the silent voice was brewing something. After about 100 breaths passed, Qi Yuan noticed that the game icon within the jade slip, representing the new game, suddenly flashed with a bright light. Qi Yuan squinted, watching the light flash. Such a strong sense of vitality. If the original game icon had been dark, chaotic, and worn out, now it was filled with vibrant energy and color. It was like a desolate wasteland undergoing renovation. And the game's loading speed began to skyrocket at that moment. Hey, are you still there? Qi Yuan called out tentatively. Unfortunately, the silent voice didn't respond. This left Qi Yuan somewhat disappointed. He had no idea what was happening within the game jade slip. After about 300 breaths, Qi Yuan stared at the game icon, his expression changing slightly. Did the game fail to load? Wait, did the game company go bankrupt? Indeed, in just those 300 breaths, the game had been speeding up its loading process, only to crash. The icon's appearance, along with the aura it exuded, felt as if the game company had gone out of business. It was just like clicking on an installation file, only to be told the game files were corrupted. What's going on? Did it really go under? Hey, are you still there? But there was no response from anyone. The game's progress bar dimmed and came to a standstill. Dear friends, who understands this? I pre-ordered the game ages ago, and now, it's gone bankrupt before it even launched. Who's going to compensate me for my wasted youth? Qi Yuan was thoroughly exasperated, though he couldn't help but feel some concern for the silent voice. Does this mean I, as the player, have to step in and save this bankrupt game company? Hey, I'm just a player. Damn capitalists. Still, since this involved his own interests, Qi Yuan decided he had to try and save the game. If I manage to save it, I want some shares. I'm going to be a stakeholder. After some thought, Qi Yuan directed his soul to tentatively enter the game jade slip. He tried to see if he could enter the new game. For some reason, he had a feeling that something extraordinary was happening inside the game. But unfortunately, a powerful restriction was blocking Qi Yuan from entering. It's too tightly sealed. I can't get in. Qi Yuan stared at the game jade slip, lost in thought. The game was broken, he couldn't enter at all. After all, how could a player enter an unfinished installation package to play? Qi Yuan thought of something, and his aura shifted. Absolute adaptation. At that moment, he unleashed his supreme truth. Qi Yuan's soul began to shift and change. Absolute adaptation, a concept centered around survival. Adapt to everything, adapt to all. He was adapting, trying to enter this broken installation package. His soul changed, the supreme truth surged, and faint echoes of the great Tao reverberated from deep within his bones. It's no good. My supreme truth isn't fully stabilized yet, so I can't enter the game. Qi Yuan was a bit troubled. He had only recently grasped the supreme truth, and compared to old supreme lords, he could barely contend with even ordinary great truth masters. His supreme truth hadn't yet been truly engraved or stabilized in his body, soul, or thoughts. What should I do? Am I going to have to rely on my brilliant brain again? As he thought about this, Qi Yuan pulled out a bottle that once contained the blood growth comprehension pills. The bottle was empty. The pills had long been consumed, leaving only a faint fragrance. Qi Yuan poured some celestial liquid into the bottle, then shook it vigorously in all directions. This little bit of flavoring should work. Qi Yuan gulped down the celestial liquid in one go and immediately felt reinvigorated, His waist no longer ached, his back no longer hurt, and his mind became sharp. He felt like he could carry 10 sacks of rice up 10 flights of stairs while completing 9 sets of exam papers. The foundation of the game is its programming, its code. The world itself is just a big game made up of code, rules. And those rules are the 10,000 Dao. 10,000 Dao is binary. So, the game's code is binary. Perfect. The logic checks out. Flawless reasoning. No loopholes. Yes, if Qi Yuan couldn't find any flaws in his logic, that meant the plan was perfect, without any holes. Transform. In an instant, a sliver of Qi Yuan's soul split into 2 drops of crimson blood. These 2 drops of blood formed the numbers 0 and 1. So, this is the code. Qi Yuan smiled happily. However, having lost even this small fragment of his soul, Qi Yuan's face turned pale, as if he had suffered severe damage to his vitality. He had sacrificed a lot for this game. I've shed so much soul blood that I'm getting low blood sugar. Hey, I better have some equity in this. Qi Yuan shouted into the game. The 0 and 1 formed from his soul blood merged into the game. Absolute adaptation continued to exert its unique power. The game icon, which had been dark and lifeless, its progress bar stuck, slowly began to show signs of life after absorbing these 2 drops of blood. Seeing this, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's working. The game began loading again. So exhausting. Having lost 2 drops of his soul blood, a deep sense of fatigue washed over him, and all Qi Yuan wanted was to sleep for a long time. Silent voice, I've bled a lot for you this time. Don't forget to repay me. With that, Qi Yuan lay down, hugging an ice egg, and immediately fell asleep. Reviving the game had cost him greatly, comparable to fighting an intense battle. As he slept, the game icon in the jade slip slowly continued to load. From time to time, flickers of light passed over it. Suddenly, the silent voice spoke. Unlike before, this time, it seemed to have gained a spark of life, or, rather, it was no longer silent. The ethereal voice echoed through the heavens, but Qi Yuan, deep in slumber, didn't hear it. Time passed, and eventually, the silent voice sighed in resignation before fading away, disappearing completely. The game was still loading. At some point, in the Flower Moon Mystery Land, the previously dark sky suddenly lit up with dozens of streaks of light. A man clad in golden threaded armor, holding the 10,000 Souls banner, stood in the air, his voice booming like thunder. Blood Rogue, where are you? Come out and face your death. A total of 47 prodigies had gathered, almost all of them at the Myth Realm. Wielding the 10,000 Souls banner, they arrived in force, their momentum terrifying. Just these prodigies alone could easily overturn a world that wasn't guarded by a young god heavenly sovereign. Now, 47 prodigies had gathered, along with hundreds of grand sovereigns, all shouting in unison, demanding that Blood Robe show himself. But Qi Yuan, who was far too tired, didn't hear them at all. Is he afraid of us? Hiding like a coward? When there was no response from Blood Rogue, Mo Zhang roared in fury. The other prodigies smirked, amused. He talks tough, but there's no sign of him anywhere. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.